Chapter 1 Super Wish System 201X, Blue Star, Watian Kingdom. Note, Parallel World. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Ling fell to the ground with stars in his eyes as he ran into the chaotic bank. Because his family had no money, he dropped out of school after graduating from high school and went out to work. Through someone's introduction, he found a job as a small administrator in a commercial area. He had only been working for 2 months when he encountered a bank robbery. He was on life or death spree and happened to have something to do nearby. As soon as he walked into the door, he was hit on the head by a fire extinguisher and lost consciousness. Just as he was dying, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the wish system has been successfully bound, and the novice gift pack is being drawn for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 3 chances to make a wish. Yang Ling was in a daze and could no longer think. There was only one thought in his mind: I don't want to die. Ding, the wish is successful, the host obtains the skill, Injury Recovery. Explanation: no matter what kind of trauma the host suffers, he will be able to recover within 5 seconds. As the system's voice fell, Yang Ling felt a warm current flowing into his body. The next moment he regained consciousness, touched his head, and stood up as if nothing had happened. Even a clay Buddha would still have some temper, not to mention Yang Ling, a hot-blooded teenager. After he came to his senses, he didn't care about much and roared loudly, "Which bastard hits me, I'll smash you to death." Ding, the wish is successful, the host obtains the skill, Throwing Mastery. Description: within the range allowed by the host's power, the hit rate of thrown objects is 100%. Another warm current surged into his body. Yang Ling shouted, picked up the fire extinguisher beside him and threw it at the nearest robber. Bang! The fire extinguisher, like a guided missile, hit the masked robber's forehead accurately. After a dull thud, the man fell to the ground with a thud, and his life or death was unknown. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone, whether it was the panicked bank clerks or the robbers, was stunned by the young man who suddenly jumped out. One of the robbers, whose face was covered with stockings, suddenly reacted, shouted, raised his pistol and was about to shoot. Yang Ling was startled, but there was nothing to throw. He thought quickly and suddenly remembered that there was a coin in his pocket. Ding, the Throwing Mastery skill is activated. Bang! In a flash, the coin shot directly into the robber's open mouth. The robber's whole body stiffened, and then he fell to the ground, covering his throat, and rolled over in pain. Boss! The last remaining fat robber screamed, picked up the machete in his hand and rushed towards Yang Ling. After killing 2 robbers in a row, Yang Ling was highly focused. He didn't care about much else and shouted in his mind, I want to make a wish so that I can beat this robber. Ding! The wish was successful, the host gained the skill, Tai Chi Mastery. As a warm current flowed into the body, the fat robber rushed over. Use the opponent's force to counterattack. Yang Ling shouted softly, dodged the knife and pulled the fat man along with the momentum, causing him to lose balance immediately. Then he did the wild horse style and slapped the fat man's head with both hands from behind. The fat man felt as if he had been hit hard. He turned around and took a hard look at Yang Ling without even a scream. He fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Silence, deathly silence. The 3 gangsters were dealt with just like that? The bank staff and ordinary people who were about to run away looked at this boy as if they were petrified. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Ding, you crushed the robber's wish to rob the bank, and gained a free attribute point +1. Ding, you have fulfilled the wish of the on-site personnel to be rescued, wish value +1. Instructions: when your wish value reaches 10 points, you can make a wish. Yang Ling was also petrified. He listened blankly to the system sound ringing in his mind, with mixed feelings in his heart. System? What system? Am I going to get angry? Chapter 2: The First Pot of Gold. The sound of woo-wah was heard long at the bank door. The fully armed law enforcement team rushed in, but they were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. I saw 3 masked robbers falling to the ground, one of them was still foaming at the mouth. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed in, and after a slight pause, he asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Immediately, an old lady shouted, "You are too late. The bad guys have been dealt with by this young man." Young man? The middle-aged man looked at Yang Ling suspiciously and asked, "Did you do all this?" At this time, Yang Ling had come back to his senses. With the system in hand, he became more confident. He smiled slightly and said, "It's just luck." The middle-aged man widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at the crowd in front of him, and after getting a positive answer, he patted Yang Ling on the shoulder and said, "You've got it, good boy. Which department are you from? What's your name?" Yang Ling stood at attention and said, "Report, I'm a new member of the team, my name is Yang Ling." This upright attitude and this unyielding tone made the middle-aged man nod slightly. He smiled and said, "Yang Ling, right? Okay, I'll remember you." As he spoke, he said to the law enforcement team around him, "Control the scene, check one by one, and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. Also, make a copy of the surveillance video. I want to see it." It was not until now that Yang Ling knew the identity of this middle-aged man. He was Song Baoi, a man of high status in the S-City Law Enforcement Bureau. After a while, Song Baoi finished his instructions and looked at the surveillance video. He smiled at Yang Ling with admiration. "Xiao Yang, does your head still hurt? You did a great job. We want to thank you. Come on, come and sit with me." Yang Ling scratched his head in embarrassment. 2 hours later, Yang Ling was sent to the First People's Hospital of S-City. Although the examination showed no problems, he was still admitted to the best ward as a work-related injury. Lying on the comfortable hospital bed, he now had time to check his attributes. Host, Yang Ling. Strength, 8 adult male average is 10. Agility, 9 adult male average 10 points. Physical strength, 9 average for adult males, 10 points. Charm, not activated. Skills, Eye of Exploration built-in skill, Injury Recovery Mastery, Throwing Mastery, Tai Chi Mastery. Wish value, 110. Freely allocated attribute points, 1. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ling added a point to agility. The reason was simple, he wanted to run fast when encountering trouble. In this incident, all parties praised Yang Ling as a role model for his bravery in fighting the robbers. The leaders made a decision on the spot and rewarded Yang Ling with 100,000 renminbi. This is a good start for the young people who have just entered the society. Actually, his grades were not bad, but his family was poor and could not afford to send him to college, so he had to work. Now that I have this money, it won't be a problem for me to retake the college entrance exam or try to start a business. The most important thing is that he has a system. Wearing a hospital gown and picking up a bunch of grapes on the bedside table, he staggered out of the ward, whispering in his heart, "Eye of Exploration." Immediately, he discovered that a red light was coming out of the body of a young nurse in front of him. Any living being that glowed red under the Eye of Exploration had a wish at the moment. Seeing that the nurse was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, he walked over and asked politely, "Miss Nurse, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 3 Look in the mirror yourself. The young nurse looked innocent and cute, and must have just graduated from school. Upon hearing this, she said anxiously, "The tube of anesthetic for the patient is missing. What should I do? If I can't find it, the head nurse will scold me." Anesthetic? Yang Ling looked around and suddenly found something. He whispered, "Don't move." Ah. The young nurse was so frightened that she really didn't move. Yang Ling's hand passed by her ear, and under the blushing gaze of the young nurse, he tore off a piece of tape from the back of her collar, on which was a small bottle. He raised his hand and said, "Is this the anesthetic you found?" The young nurse was slightly stunned, then said in surprise, "Huh? Yes, that's it." Yang Ling smiled and handed the vial over. "You are a talent to be able to get the anesthetic to the back of your collar." The young nurse blushed, took the vial, thanked hurriedly, and walked quickly towards a ward in front. "Hey, I haven't asked your name yet." Just as Yang Ling spoke, her back could no longer be seen. "Ding, you have fulfilled the nurse's wish, wish value +1. Hey, take it easy." Yang Ling was in a good mood and was about to walk around when suddenly 2 nurses came in front of him. One of them, who was about 25 or 26 years old, sneered and said, "Why, are you her boyfriend?" Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this, and shook his head and said, "I don't know him." "What's the matter? If you don't know me, stay out of my business." Oh? It was obvious that the person was not friendly. Yang Ling narrowed his eyes and said with a half smile, "I was wondering, even the dumbest person would not stick anesthetic on his collar. So this is your masterpiece. How about it? Is it not possible?" Another female nurse said with some disdain, "Aren't you just lucky? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Look at the people who live here. Are you worthy?" Yang Ling actually looked around. This floor had a quiet environment and the decoration was different from that of an ordinary hospital inpatient department. Those who could live here must be either rich or noble. In other words, the superiors in this law enforcement team were really good to me and arranged a superior ward for me. He suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The people who live here are all big shots, and that little nurse is much prettier than you. She's more likely to attract the attention of big shots, so she's hindering you from finding a rich husband. You are jealous, so you play tricks on her and try to drive her away, right? And I just happened to ruin your plans, so you come here to taunt and warn me? The nurse who spoke at the beginning sneered and said, "Pretty? Is she pretty? She's just a fool." Ha 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 ha. Yang Ling was somewhat amused. He pointed to the mirror not far away and said, "Go, look in the mirror yourself. If she is not beautiful, then you are ugly, right? You." The two girls glared at him, and at this moment the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, you have crushed the nurse's wish to play a trick on me, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed their wish to taunt you, attribute point +1. Seeing that the two women were speechless after hearing what he said, and having gained 2 more attribute points, Yang Ling laughed and ignored them, continuing to walk forward. Looking at his back, one of the women sneered, "It's just shit luck, it's nothing." Before she could finish her words, something suddenly flew towards her and landed accurately in her mouth. But it is a grape. Yang Ling, who was not far away, raised a bunch of grapes in his hand and said, "Sometimes, if you don't have strength, luck won't favor you." The nurse vomited the grapes in her mouth. The two women looked at his back as he walked away, and they saw fear in each other's eyes. Chapter 4: Ex-Girlfriend. Just as he entered the elevator, Yang Ling suddenly felt an itch on his neck. He slapped it and killed a mosquito on the spot. Ding, you crushed the mosquito's desire to suck blood, and gained attribute point +1. Ha! That counts as well? Yang Ling was surprised at first, then he burst into laughter. If he just slapped mosquitoes randomly, wouldn't he get as many attribute points as he wanted? Just as this thought came to mind, the system's voice rang in my mind, "Ding dong, you can only gain 2 attribute points from non-human creatures every day." Yang Ling smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The system was indeed a rip-off. In the elevator, I helped a nurse carry a hospital bed and earned some wish points. When I walked outside the inpatient building, it was completely dark. After strolling into a small park near a hospital, Yang Ling saw that there was no one around and opened the attribute panel. Now he had 3 attribute points, and there was no point in saving them. After hesitating for a moment, he allocated 1 point to strength and 2 points to agility. His current panel is as follows. Host, Yang Ling. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Constitution, 10. Charm, not activated. After the distribution was completed, a warm current flowed into my limbs and bones, and I felt indescribably comfortable. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them out with force. Ding, the throwing mastery skill is activated. Bang! With a dull thud, the stone accurately hit a thumb-thick branch not far away, causing it to sway continuously. Yang Ling felt mixed emotions when he saw this. He was happy that his throwing skills were indeed magical, with a 100% hit rate. But it was a pity that he didn't have enough strength and couldn't even break the branches. People always want to keep moving forward and become stronger, and Yang Ling is no exception. He was just thinking about whether he should add more attributes to his strength in the future, when suddenly a man's voice came from not far away. "Hey, I came to visit a relative and met an acquaintance. Isn't this Yang Ling? Playing in the mud here late at night?" Yang Ling frowned, turned around and was slightly stunned. The people who came were a man and a woman. The man was probably in his 20s, well-dressed, and of good height and appearance. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a dress and had long hair. She had a pure and sweet appearance, a rare beauty. At this moment, the girl was looking at Yang Ling with embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, she still greeted him, "Yang Ling, long time no see." Yang Ling sighed in his heart. This beautiful girl was called Fong Yue and she was his girlfriend in high school. Unfortunately, when she was in her 3rd year of high school, she abandoned me and became the girlfriend of a rich second-generation man. Driven by money, she finally got her wish and was admitted to Donghua University, which is the best in the province and the 3rd best in the country. The young man next to Fong Yue is her rich second-generation boyfriend, named Tian Chuoyan, the son of the chairman of Tian Group. It is rumored that his family assets have reached 3 billion. Yang Ling looked at Fong Yue in silence. Under his calm expression, his eyes were twitching slightly. Seeing his ex-girlfriend again, he felt mixed emotions. After a moment's silence, he just nodded slightly as a greeting, then turned and walked away. Fang Yue looked at Yang Ling's back, a look of sadness flashed across her face. Tian Juoyan beside her, however, had a gloomy expression. He was talking to Yang Ling, but this boy ignored him? This made him feel insulted. Stop! Tian Juoyan shouted softly, and Yang Ling really stopped, turned around, looked at him calmly and said, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Chapter 5 You Dare to Hit Me. After these words were spoken, Tian Juoyan and Fang Yue were both slightly stunned. In their impression, Yang Ling's character used to be a bit weak. Not to mention facing Tian Juoyan, he even avoided some powerful people in the school. But now, his calm eyes and indifferent tone seemed like he was a different person. Tian Juoyan even saw a hint of contempt in Yang Ling's eyes, which made him extremely unhappy. He just sneered and said, "I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You have changed a lot. Do you really feel like a civil servant after becoming an assistant administrator? I'm telling you, trash will always be trash. Believe it or not, I'm going to make you a failure as an assistant manager." Seeing that Tian Juoyan seemed really angry, Fang Yue hurriedly said, "Brother Yan, forget it, he's already miserable. We won't have any contact with each other in the future. Let's go." This made Tian Juoyan feel better. Seeing Yang Ling remain silent, he sneered, "Just now I saw you look like a human being, but you are still that coward. For Yue's sake, I won't bother with you. Get out of the way. I want to stroll around the garden." But before he could finish his words, a crisp sound was heard on the garden path. Bang! With one slap, Tian Juoyan was knocked to the ground by Yang Ling. Silence, suffocating silence. Both Fang Yue and Tian Juoyan, who fell to the ground and covered his cheek, were stunned. Yang Ling said calmly, "I'm sorry. There was a mosquito buzzing in my ear just now, and I couldn't help but attack. Master Tian, I hope I didn't hurt you." The indifferent look, calm tone, and the condescending eyes made it seem as if in Yang Ling's eyes, Tian Juoyan was really just a mosquito. "How dare you hit me?" Tian Juoyan suddenly reacted and roared, "Where are the bodyguards? Where are they? Get out now." Before he could finish his words, Yang Ling slapped him again with his backhand. Bang! Another crisp sound was heard, and one of Tian Juoyan's teeth flew out. He was knocked to the ground again, with half of his face swollen. Yang Ling looked down at him and sneered, "Summer mosquitoes are so noisy. If they dare to buzz again, I will have to shut them up completely." Threat, blatant threat. Tian Juoyan was stunned by the beating, while Fang Yue covered her mouth with her little hands, staring with her big eyes, with an expression of disbelief on her face. At this time, Tian Juoyan's two bodyguards in black suits finally rushed over. One of them supported his young master, and the other tall one punched Yang Ling directly. "Do it?" Yang Ling sneered, and there were still 2 stones left in his hand. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he fired 2 stones in a row. Ding, throwing mastery skill activated, current hit rate 100%. Bang! With 2 dull thuds, a stone hit the bodyguard's forehead, breaking the sunglasses into 2 pieces on the spot, and the other stone directly hit the bodyguard's knee. His feet went weak, the black-clad bodyguard stumbled towards Yang Ling. The opportunity was not to be missed. Yang Ling took a step forward and punched the bodyguard in the face. Although his strength was only 10 points, it was within the normal range. When the punch came down, the bodyguard saw stars and fell to the ground with a thud, howling non-stop. Yang Ling's 12 points of agility allowed him to move faster than before. As the saying goes, strike at the man's knees when he's weak, he kicked the man in the abdomen again. After 3 consecutive hits, the bodyguard fell to the ground with a thud, losing his fighting ability. Chapter 6 Give this to the woman. What? The other bodyguard who was squatting on the ground supporting his young master opened his eyes wide, and before he could react, he saw a shoe sole pressing towards his face. Bang! With a dull thud, the bodyguard was kicked hard on the head and fainted on the spot. It's a long story, but in reality it only takes a dozen seconds. Tian Juoyan was stunned. His mouth was wide open enough to swallow an egg. These 2 bodyguards were hired at a high price, yet they were killed in an instant? Fang Yue stared at Yang Ling with dull eyes. The contrast between Yang Ling before and after was too great. The image of the weak boy in her mind collapsed, and was replaced by the domineering and fierce man at this moment. When Tian Juoyan saw Yang Ling walking towards him, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he didn't even have the strength to run away. He said tremblingly, "You are not Yang Ling, you can't be that Yang Ling. How is this possible?" Yang Ling sneered, "People change. I didn't bother with you before, but you got excited instead. Walking closer, he looked down at Tian Juoyan, with a hint of murderous intent flowing in his eyes. What are you going to do? Tian Juoyan was scared, really scared. He said fearfully, money, I'll give you money. Please don't hurt me. Money? Yang Ling sneered, I don't want your money. As he said that, he pointed at Fang Yue and said, give this woman to me, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Ah! Fang Yue on the side began to tremble all over. She could never have imagined that Yang Ling would actually make such a request. She instinctively looked at Tian Juoyan, hoping that her boyfriend would not trade her away like an object. Tian Juoyan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Yang Ling, who had a sneer on his face, and then at Fang Yue, who had tears in her eyes. In the end, fear overcame his dignity. He nodded slightly. Ah! Fang Yue could no longer hold back her tears, which began to fall, but Yang Ling burst into laughter, laughing very happily. Ha ha ha, Master Tian, what kind of society is this now? I was just saying it casually, and you really agreed? Who do you think I am? Why would I, Yang Ling, want such a broken woman? These words were quite vicious. Fang Yue felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Her chest heaved violently as if she was about to suffocate. At this moment, the bodyguard who was kicked by Yang Ling suddenly jumped up, spun in the air, and kicked Yang Ling hard. Although Yang Ling had been strengthened by the system and his attributes in all aspects had become stronger, he was still an ordinary person after all and only had time to block with his hands. With a dull thud, the whip kick sent Yang Ling retreating repeatedly, and he crashed into a big tree with a bang. This bodyguard is indeed a martial artist. Even after being kicked hard in the head, he did not completely faint. He suddenly attacked and injured Yang Ling when Yang Ling was at his most proud. Tian Juoyan suddenly jumped up upon seeing this, and laughed like crazy. Yang Ling, my bodyguard is called Iron Legs, this kick can break your hand bones. How dare you humiliate me? You're dead, dead. Break his legs for me. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The bodyguard known as Iron Legs shook his head, and it was obvious that he was still dizzy, but he still nodded to Tian Juoyan and walked towards Yang Ling. The situation reversed. Fang Yue was stunned after the series of stimulations. She looked at Yang Ling with tearful eyes, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, a voice sounded in Yang Ling's mind, who had been hit hard. Ding, injury recovery skill activated. Immediately, a warm current flowed through his body, and he recovered instantly. He opened his eyes and slowly stood up, with murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. Tian Juoyan, I heard you want to break my legs? Chapter 7. My name is Yang Ling, Ling means fierce. Hiss. Tian Juoyan and the bodyguard gasped at the same time. How is it possible? How is this possible, Yang Ling, you. Tian Juoyan was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly, but the bodyguard was well trained. After a moment of hesitation, he rushed up again and kicked Yang Ling in the head with a whip kick. Ding, Tai Chi mastery is activated. Yang Ling dodged backwards like a tumbler, avoiding the kick. Then he made a beautiful turn and kicked the bodyguard's center of gravity with a sweeping kick. But he didn't expect that the bodyguard's lower body skills were extremely stable, and the kick only made him unstable, but did not directly knock him to the ground. It is obvious that Yang Ling's strength is still not enough. However, his Tai Chi skills allowed him to adapt to the situation as he pleased. Yang Ling grabbed the bodyguard's ankle with his right hand and pulled hard. Bang! The bodyguard could no longer stand and fell heavily to the ground. Kill him while he is ill. Yang Ling followed up with a kick, hard on the bodyguard's head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Take down the bodyguard in 3 rounds. If the previous sudden attack with stones had some element of luck, now it is a matter of real strength. Tian Juoyan was so frightened that his face turned pale. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just had. He collapsed to the ground and looked at Yang Ling in fear. Fang Yue was also trembling slightly. She never expected that her ex-boyfriend, the little man in her impression, was so powerful. At this moment, the commotion here has attracted some onlookers, and they all widened their eyes. This guy is amazing. Martial arts master. Ah, it must be very safe to have a boyfriend like this. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations came one after another. Yang Ling turned a deaf ear and walked towards Tian Juoyan step by step, looking like he was really going to break this man's legs. Tian Juoyan was shaking all over, and even had tears in his eyes. He looked at Yang Ling and kept shaking his head, muttering, "No, don't come over." Things had developed to this point, and Yang Ling's anger had overwhelmed his reason. He walked closer, looked down at Tian Juoyan, and slowly raised his foot. "Tit for tat, I will destroy you." As he said this, he stepped hard on the man's calf. But at this moment, Fang Yue suddenly rushed over, stepped forward and grabbed his arm, and said with a trembling voice, "Yang Ling, don't be impulsive, don't." Yang Ling glanced at her and instantly regained his senses. If he stepped on the target, he might be charged with intentional injury, or he might completely offend the Tian group and face crazy revenge in the future. After all, he had no power and could not defeat Tian Juoyan, who had a wealthy family. He looked at Fang Yue, his expression calmed down, and said lightly, "I understand what you mean." "That's good." But before Fang Yue could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the second half of Yang Ling's sentence. "But my name is Yang Ling, the Ling of Fierceness." After saying that, he stomped his foot down hard. Crack! The sound of broken leg bones was heard, followed by Eridetsuohiko's heart-wrenching scream. Yang Ling broke the man's calf with one kick. Hiss! The field was filled with the sound of gasps. Some of the spectators originally wanted to come forward to stop the fight, but now they all took a few steps back involuntarily. This seemingly handsome boy is actually a ruthless person. Ding, you crushed Tian Juoyan's wish to taunt you, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed the two bodyguards' wishes to teach you a lesson, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed Tian Juoyan's wish of not having his legs broken, attribute point +1. Ding, you have satisfied the wishes of the spectators, your wish value +1. Ding, you crushed the crowd's wish to stop the fight, attribute point +1. Currently freely allocated attribute points, 4. Current wish progress, 310. Chapter 8 Then I can only kill him. The system's notification sound continued to ring. Yang Ling glanced at Tian Juoyan, who was lying on the ground wailing, and sneered, "Whose leg is broken now?" The whole place was silent, with only the sound of wailing. Yang Ling glanced at Tian Juoyan, who was screaming on the ground, and Fang Yue, who had a dazed look on her face, sneered, and was about to leave when a young woman in police uniform squeezed through the crowd and walked out. This woman is probably in her early 20s. She is pretty and dignified, and has a heroic temperament. She is truly a J flower. And it's a very beautiful one. She took a few steps forward, looked at the mess on the ground, frowned and asked, "Yang Ling, what's going on?" This beauty is none other than the captain of the 2nd Patrol Team and Yang Ling's immediate superior, Su Qiuxia. She is a well-known ice beauty in the law enforcement team. She is strict with her subordinates and even stricter with herself. Yang Ling was startled when he saw her coming. His cold demeanor instantly disappeared. He laughed and said, "Captain Su, why are you here?" "I'm dealing with a dispute right now." "Dispute?" Su Qiuxia frowned slightly. She had just arrived and did not see what Yang Ling had done just now. At this time, Tian Juoyan, who was screaming, saw Su Qiuxia as if he had seen his savior, and shouted loudly, "Captain Su, I am Tian Juoyan, this guy broke my leg and wanted to murder me, you quickly arrest him." Su Qiuxia turned to look at Yang Ling and shouted in a low voice, "What's going on?" Yang Ling sighed softly, "It's hard to explain it all at once, Captain, let's send them to the hospital first." Su Qiuxia nodded slightly and said to the medical staff and security guards who were watching, "Someone is injured at the scene, rescue the injured first." When they heard this, several people were startled and some went to look for stretchers, while others went to carry the wounded. Lying on the stretcher, Tian Juoyan wailed and yelled, "Su Qiuxia, our group pays so much tax every year, why don't you give me an explanation?" As soon as these words came out, Su Qiuxia's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked at Tian Juoyan and said in a deep voice, "Master Tian, paying taxes according to the law is the obligation of every citizen. What do I have to tell you?" These words were spoken righteously, and there was no trace of compromise in the words. Tian Juoyan had a resentful expression. He glared at Su Qiuxia and finally looked at Yang Ling. He said fiercely, "Yang Ling, I will sue you until you lose everything and go to jail for life." "We'll see." Yang Ling said calmly, "There are so many bugs in the summer, it's really annoying. Next time if there's another mosquito that dares to buzz around my ear, I'll have no choice but to kill it." The voice gradually turned cold and the eyes became sharp again. Tian Juoyan was a little scared and the broken leg bone also made him feel unbearable pain. Under the emotions of humiliation, pain and fear, he was so angry that he fainted. Fang Yue wiped her tears, glanced at Yang Ling, and quickly caught up with the stretcher. After one party left, there was no more fun for everyone to watch. Many people looked at Yang Ling with fear, and then most of them dispersed. Su Qiuxia asked, Yang Ling, is your head okay? Yang Ling laughed and said, thank you for your concern, everything is fine now. Well, that's good. Walk with me. The moon was high in the sky. Walking along the path in the hospital garden, Su Qiuxia frowned and asked, what happened just now? Did you break Tian Zhuoyan's leg? Chapter 9 Beautiful Girl Greetings. Yang Ling touched his nose and smiled slightly, it's nothing serious. When old friends meet, they always have to reminisce about the past. Reminiscing about the past? Su Qiuxia smiled noncommittally, as if she didn't want to ask more questions. She looked at Yang Ling and said, after you just made a great contribution, I read some information about you and learned about you, Tian Zhuoyan, and Fang Yue. Now that you've broken someone's leg, can you afford a lawyer if you start legal proceedings? Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this, then he said calmly, if the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals, if the water comes, we will block it with earth. I have my own way. Seeing Yang Ling's relaxed smile, Su Qiuxia sighed lightly, nodded and said, I will report this matter to Director Song. I hope he can help you think of a solution. Also, I watched the surveillance video of the bank robbery earlier. You used Tai Chi? Yang Ling had already thought of an excuse. He nodded and said, I learned this from a master in my hometown when I was a child. I didn't expect it would come in handy. Su Qiuxia stared at Yang Ling and saw that he looked calm and not panicked at all. After a moment, she nodded and said, you make sense, right? With your skills, don't go astray, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble, understand? Yang Ling smiled and said, don't worry, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. Ding, you gave a positive answer, fulfilling Su Qiuxia's wish value +1. Is this possible? Yang Ling was delighted and changed the subject, Captain, how come you have time to come and see me? When Su Qiuxia heard these naughty words, she rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. This icy beauty actually showed such an expression. This glance of charm made Yang Ling's heart skip a beat and he couldn't help but blush slightly. Su Qiuxia didn't care about his expression and said casually, I came to see you when I passed by after get off work. By the way, I want to tell you that the leader of the 3 robbers is a habitual criminal. You really did a great job. Recidivist? Yang Ling was surprised and asked, could it be the guy who was involved in the serial robberies a few years ago? Su Qiuxia nodded and said, I guess he ran out of money and wanted to go out and get some. By the way, I received a notice from the municipal bureau that they will visit your home in a few days after their superiors are done with their work. Please be prepared after you are discharged from the hospital. Ha! Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled bitterly. He was not very willing to make such a big fuss, but this was also the glorious tradition of the country, and his opposition was futile. Looking at Jie Hua beside him, he was slightly puzzled. For something like this, I can just make a phone call to inform them. Why do I have to go there in person? On second thought, I suddenly realized something. It is true that he had performed a great deed by catching a serial robber, but he was ultimately just a non-staff member, and a little reward and an honor would be the best he could do. But it was different for Su Qiuxia, his superior. She had a position and was able to be promoted, so naturally the great credit fell on her. It turned out that this Jay Flower came to thank me, but was too embarrassed to say it, so she found this excuse. Seeing Yang Ling looking at her with a half-smile, Su Qiuxia blushed a little, but turned her head away from Yang Ling and snorted, I owe you a favor this time. Since you have nothing to do, I'll leave. Having said that, he turned around and returned the same way. Ding, you crushed Su Qiuxia's wish to conceal her gratitude, attribute point +1. Looking at her back, Yang Ling laughed and said, Captain, why are you visiting a patient with nothing in your hands? Remember to buy some fruit next time. I love grapes. Su Qiuxia paused, looked back at the smiling Yang Ling, her face flushed a little, and then she walked faster. Chapter 10 Let me become a rich man. After bidding farewell to the beautiful Jie Hua, Yang Ling did not rush back to the ward. He had gained 4 attribute points from Tian Zhuoyan's incident, and then Su Qiuxia contributed another point. Now he had 5 attribute points of his own to distribute freely. After hesitating for a moment, he added 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, and 1 point of constitution. Now the panel looks much better. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Constitution, 11. Charm, not activated. Now his strength and physique are slightly stronger than the average adult male, and his agility of 13 points is equivalent to the agility of an ordinary athlete. With a satisfied smile, he opened the eye of investigation. Under the eye of investigation, all creatures with wishes would emit red light, but at this moment Yang Ling was stunned. Aren't there too many red lights in front of my eyes? The entire garden was filled with dots of floating red light. He walked to the nearest one and found that it was a group of ants carrying a grasshopper. You guys have a wish too? Yang Ling laughed and threw the grasshopper into the ant nest. Ding, you have fulfilled the ant's wish to carry food, wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled the carp's wish to be fed, and the wish value is +1. Ding dong, you can only get 2 wish points from non-human creatures every day, and it is currently full. Really? Yang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since the animals couldn't make wishes anymore, he turned his gaze outside the garden. But he discovered a serious problem. Many people have wishes, but not every wish is easy to achieve. Some people hope to get better, some people want to get rich. All in all, he couldn't help with most of the things and he didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, he was lucky today. He got 2 wish points from the cleaning lady and accidentally met a little girl who was lost on the floor. Late at night, in the garden, he finally reached his agreement after struggling to pull out a security guard who accidentally fell into the pond while on patrol. Ding, your current wishing progress is 1010, you can make a wish. Yang Ling became excited all of a sudden. He quickly walked to a deserted corner, took a deep breath, and shouted in his mind, "System, give me 10 trillion US dollars immediately. I want to become a millionaire." As the saying goes, a greedy snake will swallow an elephant. It is not just about swallowing an elephant. He wants to swallow a year's worth of chicken DP. Ding. The wish failed. The host's wish can only strengthen a certain skill or body function, but cannot change the external world. Please make a new wish. What? Yang Ling was furious and shouted, "You can't even give this little money, your wishing system is a shitty system, it's just a pitfall." Ding, host, please stay calm, stay calm. Then, the 4 words "keep calm" kept echoing in Yang Ling's mind, like a mantra, leaving him dumbfounded and speechless. After a moment, Yang Ling lamented in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to become rich overnight or invincible immediately. The only thing he could do was to keep his feet on the ground and move forward step by step. Sitting on a bench in the park, he hesitated for a long time and decided to go to college first, and to a prestigious university. Academic qualifications are a stepping stone that will be useful wherever you go in the future. The dream in your heart needs the support of academic qualifications. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "I want to be a top student." Ding, academic master is a general concept. You can only choose one subject to strengthen. Shit. He couldn't help but swear. Hua Tiangui's college entrance examination is usually held at the end of June, with a total of 6 subjects. There are only 15 days left. He doesn't have the confidence to make 6 wishes in such a short time. Chapter 11 Photographic Memory. In addition, there is a big hidden danger in his uncontrolled use of the eye of exploration to brush attributes. In the eyes of others, he only gives without getting anything in return. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but his reputation will spread over time. Now that information is so developed, he will either be regarded as a living Leifong, or he has ulterior motives. No matter which one it is, it will be particularly eye-catching. If someone with ulterior motives finds out that he has made rapid progress in all aspects and investigates him, that would be really not good. Therefore, you need to use the eye of exploration and brush up the attributes, but you must be sensible and find a balance. The problem now is how to ensure that I can be admitted to a prestigious university within just 15 days. After thinking for a long time on the bench, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he said in a deep voice, "System, I want to make a wish. Let me have a photographic memory." Ding, the host wishes to have a photographic memory. Are you sure? Yang Ling was delighted when he heard this. Without any other hints, it meant that this wish was feasible, so he quickly confirmed it. Ding, wish successful. The host gains the skill, photographic memory. Photographic memory is enhanced to 100% maxed. As the system spoke, a warm feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and flowed into his mind. He already possessed the skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing his first wish on his own and activating the special attribute, charm. Tip, as your charm value increases, your appearance, demeanor, temperament, etc. will be improved accordingly. Tip, charm points cannot be increased by allocating attribute points. Each time you make a wish, 1 point of charm will be automatically increased. Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this. After opening his attribute panel, he saw that there was an additional charm attribute below the chi value, with a value of 1 point. Is there such a benefit? He walked to the small pond in the park and looked down. In the moonlight, a handsome young face was reflected in the lake. Does he seem to have become more handsome? Yang Ling laughed. He didn't really care whether he was handsome or not. Of course, it would be best if he could become handsome. What he cares about now is the skill of having a photographic memory. Thinking of this, he stood up and hurried towards the ward. After returning to the room, he picked up a magazine, glanced through it quickly, and then threw it aside. Then he began to recall the content, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his face. The contents of the magazine appeared in my mind one by one, without any error. Praise. Yang Ling laughed out loud. With this function, he could read books, textbooks, explanations of extracurricular exercises, etc. like crazy. But it was too late today, so he suppressed his excitement and soon fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Yang Ling changed his clothes and left the ward early. He was planning to go to the admissions office to register and buy some textbooks and reference books. Just as he reached the hospital entrance, he heard a clear voice calling his name from behind. When he turned around, his eyes lit up. The person who came was the young nurse he had helped yesterday. She was already a beauty, and now she changed into a casual long skirt and let her hair down, which made her look even more beautiful. Even compared with Fang Yue, she was no less beautiful. Walking closer, the young nurse smiled and said, "I didn't have time to thank you yesterday." "Thank you." Yang Ling nodded slightly and said, "There was something I didn't have time to talk about yesterday." The nurse asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Your name." Yang Ling looked at her with a serious expression. Chapter 12: The Little Nurse's Shield. Ah. The young nurse stared at Yang Ling blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Just ask, I thought it was a big deal. My name is Zhang Yuro." Zhang Yuro. Yang Ling muttered to himself, then said, "What a good name." Looking at the faint red glow emanating from the little nurse, he chuckled and said, "Are you hungry after getting off work? Come on, I'll treat you to breakfast." "Ha?" Zhang Yuro was stunned when she heard this. She instinctively touched her belly and muttered softly, "How do you know I'm hungry?" While he was talking, Yang Ling had already walked forward. After a while, the two arrived at the breakfast shop. Yang Ling ordered 2 servings of steamed dumplings. Zhang Yuro was really hungry, so she thanked him and started eating in small bites. Ding, you fulfilled Zhang Yuro's wish for breakfast, wish value +1. Yang Ling smiled slightly upon hearing this and also started eating. The two were eating when suddenly a young man sat over and said with a hint of surprise, "Yuro?" "Ah." Zhang Yuro was startled, and after seeing the young man, a look of uneasiness appeared on her face. "Dr. Wang, why are you here?" The man called Dr. Wang sat closer and said with a somewhat excited smile, "Why didn't you inform me when you changed your job at the hospital? I asked around for a long time before I found out that you came to work at the first hospital. I came to see you today." Zhang Yuro gently moved closer to Yang Ling and said hesitantly, We are not suitable for each other, please stop harassing me." The young man's face darkened when he heard this. He sneered, "Inappropriate? Have you forgotten who saved your father's life?" Zhang Yuro's eyes were covered with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, "You cured my father, I am very grateful. But we have paid, please don't come to me." The young man looked at her tearful expression, then looked around and found that many people were looking at him. He sighed and said softly, "Don't cry. Feelings can be cultivated slowly." As he spoke, he took out a thick book and said, "Don't you want to learn Chinese medicine? This book of treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases annotated by a famous doctor is my treasured collection. I'm giving it to you. Are you free tomorrow? Let's have dinner together." "Ah. Tomorrow I shall." Zhang Yuro was at a loss. She suddenly looked at Yang Ling beside her and said anxiously, "Yang Ling, didn't we make an appointment to watch a movie together tomorrow?" As she spoke, she kept blinking at Yang Ling. Yang Ling was slightly stunned. It turned out that this girl was using him as a shield. With a sigh in his heart, he looked at the young man and smiled, "I'm sorry, Dr. Wang, but Nurse Zhang did agree to go to the movies with me." Ding, Zhang Yuro wanted you to be a shield, you fulfilled her wish, wish value +1. Dr. Wang's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Yang Ling coldly and said, "Who are you?" Yang Ling said calmly, "One of her patients." "Patient?" Dr. Wang sneered, I'm asking you what you do. Society is very realistic. Before dealing with people, we first look at their occupation, second their income, and third their relationship. Yang Ling said, I'm a district administrator. TSK. Dr. Wang sneered when he heard this, and a few people in the breakfast shop cast disdainful glances at him. Chapter 13. Sorry, I can recite this book. Dr. Wang looked at Yang Ling with contempt. He smiled faintly and said, how about this, you don't have to go to the movie. I'll give you 500 yuan, which is enough for you to buy 10 movie tickets. As he spoke, he took out a few $100 bills from his wallet and placed them on the table, saying, I've also paid for your breakfast. If you have nothing else, you can go. Ridicule. Blatant mockery. The salary of non-staff members cannot be compared with that of doctors. This person clearly looks down on Yang Ling. At the same time, there were faint sounds of ridicule coming from the crowd around. Yang Ling's face slowly darkened, and he said calmly, as a doctor, you should be dedicated to helping others and be kind to others. You keep talking about money here, and it seems that your professional ethics are worrying. You are so vulgar, so vulgar. This was a tricky remark, implying that this person was vulgar and unqualified to be a doctor. After a slight pause, many onlookers felt that although Yang Ling was a bit idealistic, he did not use any dirty words when scolding people and his speech was indeed decent. In comparison, this doctor is really much more tacky. They all cast curious glances at Yang Ling, looking forward to how things would develop. Ding, you have satisfied the wishes of the spectators, your wish value +1. Zhang Yuro looked at Yang Ling and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that these words were in line with the young nurse's values. Seeing this, Dr. Wang's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect this kid to be so tricky. He originally wanted to use money to mock Zhang Yuro and let her see his generosity and financial resources. He didn't expect to shoot himself in the foot. The 500 yuan on the table now looks particularly eye-catching. It is not right for him to take it, nor is it right for him not to take it. Ding, you crushed Dr. Wang's wish to taunt you, attribute point +1. Yang Ling did not expect to gain a lot from his speech, and he could not help but feel happy. However, Dr. Wang blushed and said, I have studied medicine for so many years, and you are talking to me about professional ethics? I gave you money to give you a way out, but you are still giving me face? Are you shameless? Here's a medical book. Can you understand it? Everyone in the field was stunned when they heard this. It was obvious that his words were not as good as Yang Ling's. Yang Ling took the treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases from the table and flipped through it casually, saying with a half-smile, Dr. Wang, you are talking nonsense. If the professions are not compatible, not to mention me, even our director may not understand it, right? Could it be that our director is also a shameless person? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Yang Ling's sharp words left Dr. Wang speechless. The crowd looked down on Yang Ling at first, but now they think this guy is good, smart, polite, and eloquent. Several female college students in the corner were smiling and whispering, and seemed to be very interested in Yang Ling. Zhang Yuro looked at Yang Ling and unconsciously a bright smile appeared on her face. Thinking of the little man's hand brushing her neck last night, her face turned red again. Dr. Wang's face turned red and white, and he said angrily, what qualifications do you have to touch my book? Take your hand away. Yang Ling casually threw the book on the table and said calmly, you want to give this book to Yuro? It seems that you have memorized it by heart? Hearing this, Dr. Wang sneered and said, of course. For someone like you, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yang Ling laughed and said, come to think of it, I also read treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases when I was a kid. How about this, we each say a passage from the book and see whose accuracy is higher. If you win, I'll tear up the movie ticket and stay in the ward, and you can date whoever you want. But if I win, you don't bother Yuro anymore, how about that? Chapter 14. Do you dare to compete with me? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. A layman actually wants to compete with a doctor in professional knowledge. Isn't this just showing off his skills in front of Guangdong? Many people who had previously had some favorable impressions of Yang Ling shook their heads, and some even looked at him with contempt. This guy is floating. He's young and full of energy. Even if he really saw it, he can never compare to the doctor. If he wins, I'll eat shit live, eat it in big mouthfuls, 5 mouthfuls a second. Whispering sounds were heard, but Dr. Wang laughed, your name is Yang Ling, right? You are brainless, and you dare to bet with me on medical skills. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Okay, I promise you. As he said that, he looked at Zhang Yuro and said, Don't worry, Yuro, I will definitely win. We have this meal tomorrow. Zhang Yuro was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She grabbed Yang Ling's arm and whispered anxiously, Hey, why do you say that? Aren't you killing me? Yang Ling gave him a reassuring look, then looked at Dr. Wang and said, Everyone has their own expertise. You go first. As for the refereeing, let Yuro be the one. At this point, Zhang Yuro had no choice but to go ahead. She took the medical book and sighed softly. Dr. Wang didn't care about that. This was his best chance to fight back. He immediately started talking about the treatments for wind cold recorded in treatise on febrile diseases and miscellaneous disorders. Zhang Yuro quickly turned to that page and compared them one by one. There were also many onlookers gathered behind her, and after taking a look, they all nodded their heads. As expected of a doctor, what you said is almost the same as what is written in the medical books. Amazing. With so many words, you can actually give a general idea. Oh, I wish my son was this good. Everyone was talking at once. Zhang Yuro smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Dr. Wang became even more excited and looked at Yang Ling with pride from time to time. After a while, he finished explaining several treatment methods for colds and said proudly, Yuro, am I right? Zhang Yuro sighed and nodded. The 4 methods plus the famous commentaries are almost correct. Everyone nodded when they saw this. Although this man looked vulgar, he still had some skills. There was even an old lady who advised Zhang Yuro that the profession of doctor had a high income and that if she married him she wouldn't have to worry about money. They all stopped going to see Yang Ling, and no one thought that Yang Ling could beat Dr. Wang. But Dr. Wang was determined to embarrass Yang Ling, and sneered, I'm done, Yang Ling, it's your turn. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Yang Ling, and many of them had teasing expressions on their faces. Zhang Yuro also looked at him helplessly, with a bitter smile on her face. Yang Ling glanced at everyone's expressions, smiled noncommittally and said, How about this, I'll also tell you about the treatment of colds, so Yuro doesn't have to go looking for it. Ding dong, the photographic memory skill is activated. A system voice rang out in their minds, and for the next 10 minutes, everyone almost popped their eyes out. I just heard Yang Ling talking incessantly about a passage about wind cold in the treatise on injuries and miscellaneous diseases. His description was accurate, comprehensive, with various cases, analogies, and annotations by famous scholars, without missing a single word. Chapter 15 Don't judge a person by appearance. Zhang Yuro opened her mouth wide, looking at Yang Ling in disbelief, while the people who were watching behind him had their mouths open so wide that they could swallow an egg. Oh my god, this kid is so powerful. Wow, this is a hermit master. Little brother, are you also studying medicine? Do you need a girlfriend? Brother, didn't you say you were going to eat 5 mouthfuls of shit per second during live broadcast? What's your room number? I'll give you gifts. Everyone was extremely shocked, the whole place was in uproar, and several female college students had gleams in their eyes when they looked at Yang Ling. Dr. Wang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He studied medicine, so he knew that what Yang Ling said was exactly right. He stared blankly at the boy with an indifferent expression, and understood those words for the first time. Don't judge a book by its cover. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, How about it, Dr. Wang, am I right? Dr. Wang's face fell. He was a professional, but he was not even as good as a layman. How could he have the nerve to continue staying here? Many onlookers looked at him with pity. How could he bear this? He stood up and took a look at Zhang Yuro, who was smiling and talking excitedly to Yang Ling. A flash of resentment flashed in her eyes. Ding, you have fulfilled Zhang Yuro's wish for you to win, and your wish value is +1. Ding, you have satisfied the wishes of the spectators, your wish value +1. Ding, you crushed Dr. Wang's wish to date, attribute point +1. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yang Ling felt very happy. For one breakfast, I earned 3 wish points and 1 attribute point. Don't be too comfortable. After Dr. Wang left, Yang Ling saw that everyone was looking at him, and some even wanted to come up and talk to him. Since they had almost finished breakfast anyway, he, who was always low-key, took Zhang Yuro and left the breakfast shop. Walking on the road, Zhang Yuro chirped like an excited little bird, and it seemed that she even forgot to go home and sleep. Yang Ling, you are so amazing. Can you teach me Chinese medicine? I have always wanted to take the Chinese medicine license exam. Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "It's not impossible for me to teach you. But the tuition fee." Seeing Yang Ling looking at her with a half smile, Zhang Yuro seemed to understand something and her face immediately turned red. She said lightly, "So you are so frivolous too." Although her tone was full of resentment, she didn't look angry at all. Instead, she looked like a shy little girl, with her head lowered, and it seemed that she was really thinking about something. Yang Ling wanted to tease her, so he moved closer and chuckled in her ear. "What are you thinking about? You don't like me, do you?" "Ah." Zhang Yuro was startled when she heard this, and hurriedly took a few steps back, blushing and snorting, I don't like people younger than me. Goodbye." Having said that, he walked to the other side angrily. Yang Ling looked at the woman's back, smiled and shook his head. He had something to do and was too embarrassed to openly chase this delicate girl away, so he made her angry so that he could get away. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Zhang Yuro came back again, holding her phone and humming, "Give me your WeChat." Yan Ling smiled, took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened WeChat. His cell phone is one of the oldest models and should have been eliminated long ago. But there was no way, we were poor before. Chapter 16 Why don't you buy it for me? But Zhang Yuro didn't care about it at all. She added him as a friend without hesitation. After secretly glancing at Yan Ling, she whispered, "I'll treat you to dinner next time. Bye." Having said that, he turned around and walked away quickly. Yang Ling looked at her back, then looked at his phone, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After adding the attribute he just got to agility, Yang Ling could clearly feel that his speed had increased by 1 point. In the following time, he went to the bank and withdrew all the checks for 100,000 yuan. He kept some cash on him and deposited the rest on his own card, which he linked to WeChat and Alipay. 100,000 is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. This way he has some money. Standing at the door of the bank, after hesitating for a while, he did not go directly to buy reference books, but walked towards a shopping mall. In the morning he discovered that his photographic memory was quite amazing. He didn't need to read word for word. He could remember the text clearly in his mind even if he read 10 or even 100 lines at a glance. It was as if I were an enhanced scanner. With just one scan, everything was recorded. In this way, he doesn't have to spend money to buy various textbooks and exercises, he can just go to Xinhua bookstore to read. He planned to use the money to buy a mobile phone, not to show off or anything, but because his own phone was too slow. This shopping mall is a relatively high-end mall in S-City, with a large flow of people. There were already quite a few customers early in the morning. Just as he walked not far from the mobile phone counter, Yang Ling was slightly stunned. The people talking in front of him turned out to be his high school classmates. A girl wearing heavy makeup taunted a young man in ordinary clothes, "Zhang Hua, why did you buy this kind of phone for your girlfriend? Can this 2,000 yuan phone be used?" The other ordinary-looking girl's expression suddenly changed, but the young man called Zhang Hua said, "Jinping, what phone I buy for my girlfriend is none of your business." "What? You think your boyfriend is superior just because he's a little rich, right?" Next to Chen Ping, there is a fat man standing. He is really fat. He must be her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping took the fat man's arm and said proudly, "I didn't say that, but I just took out a lipstick from my bag, I'm afraid you can't afford it." As he said this, he seemed to find it funny and started to chuckle to himself. After all, he was a young man, how could he bear such sarcasm? Zhang Hua said to the salesperson on the spot, "Give me an iPhone 10, I want to try it." The salesperson looked at him strangely and didn't say much. iPhone 10 is one of the most expensive mass-market mobile phones on the market. Zhang Hua looked at the phone box in his hand, which was marked with 8,000, and fell silent for a moment. 8,000 is indeed a huge sum of money for a young man who has just entered society. Seeing this, Chen Ping sneered, "Buy it? If you really have the money to buy this one, why would you look at that lousy 2,000 yuan phone? Why don't you buy it for me to see?" The fat man next to him was also arrogant and looked at Zhang Hua with contempt, but when he saw Zhang Hua's girlfriend, he looked at her for a while longer. Zhang Hua was so excited that he couldn't control himself. In fact, he couldn't afford to buy this phone. Chapter 17 I bought it. But looking at his girlfriend's expectant eyes and Chen Ping's contemptuous eyes, he was unwilling to accept it. He really was unwilling to accept it. If he just left in such disgrace, not only his girlfriend but even he himself would look down on him. The commotion here has already attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at Zhang Hua with contempt and pity in their eyes. Many people even secretly talked to those around them, secretly laughing at this poor boy who was so drunk. Hearing these voices, Jianghua clenched his fists tightly and felt his eyes getting red. But just when he felt helpless and even a little desperate, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. "I bought this phone for you." The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Jianghua turned around and shouted in surprise, "Yang Ling." The two of them had a very good relationship in high school, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were best friends, but after graduation they were busy with their own things and kept in touch less and less. Yang Ling smiled and nodded, saying, "I owed you 10,000 yuan before, I'll pay you back now." "You owe me 10,000? Jianghua was a little surprised, but after seeing Yang Ling give him a look, he stopped talking. Yang Ling walked to the counter and smiled slightly, "Open the order. We'll buy this phone." The salesperson looked at Yang Ling, who was smiling faintly. She had been selling mobile phones for several years and had seen many different kinds of people. Although the boy in front of her was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a certain temperament. She couldn't tell what kind of temperament it was. But she knew that this person could definitely afford an iPhone 10. The salesperson immediately smiled sweetly and said politely, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will write the order for you." Yang Ling smiled and nodded, but at this moment, a cold snort came from the side. "Yang Ling, when will a poor bastard like you be able to afford an iPhone 10? Could it be that this is the money you can save by not eating or drinking for a few months? You bought a cell phone and ate instant noodles for half a year. Ouch, do you want to make me laugh to death?" Yang Ling didn't want to say a word to this gold digger who only cared about money. He smiled at the salesperson and said, "By the way, I'm planning to buy one myself, so two." Two? The salesperson widened his eyes and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want two iPhone XS?" Not only her, but even the onlookers were surprised and began to whisper, "This guy doesn't look like he's rich. Wow, two iPhone XS for 16,000. I think this guy is just a boaster." Yang Ling turned a deaf ear to these whispers and smiled at the salesperson. "Why? Are you worried that I can't pay?" "Ah." The salesperson realized that he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly. "Sorry, I'll give you the bill for two iPhone XS right away." Shen Ping on the side was so angry that she almost chopped her feet. Such women are often very sensitive. She clearly read 6 words from Yang Ling's behavior of ignoring her. "I look down on you." How could she bear being despised by someone she had always looked down upon? But she couldn't throw a tantrum in public, so she held back her temper and sneered, "I want to see if you can afford the money." Jianghua on the side was also worried. He was very clear about Yang Ling's family background. To put it bluntly, they were a really poor family, even poorer than himself. Now Yang Ling was obviously helping him out, and because he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his girlfriend, he said it was to pay back the money. There are too few brothers like this, really too few. Chapter 18. Is he an invisible rich second generation? He was touched but also a little worried, and looked at Yang Ling anxiously. Soon, the salesperson wrote out the bill and asked sweetly, "How do you want to pay, sir?" Yang Ling was slightly stunned, then he reacted. Normally, when buying things in such a shopping mall, you usually pay at the checkout counter, but this salesperson seemed very sensible. Since she asked this, she must have asked for the mobile payment device. Yang Ling smiled and said, "Let's use Alipay." "Okay, wait a moment." After explaining something to another girl next to her, she walked quickly to the cashier counter. But in a moment, the young salesperson came over with the cashier. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Ling calmly paid the money and asked about the various functions of the iPhone 10. Upon seeing this, the onlookers started discussing again, but the look they gave Yang Ling was no longer filled with the contempt they had before. The society is very realistic. A man with money is a real man, but a man without money is difficult to be. Jianghua took the phone handed to him by Yang Ling with excitement on his face, and was speechless for a moment. After handing the phone to his girlfriend, he just looked at Yang Ling, feeling extremely grateful to his high school classmate and best friend. On the other side, Shen Ping had an expression as if she had eaten a fly. She looked at Yang Ling's profile and couldn't understand why this poor guy who was dumped by Feng Yue could afford an iPhone 10 and bought 2 at a time. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is this a hidden rich second generation? The gold digger only cared about money. She took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions, and smiled, which she thought was very cute. Then she said in a soft voice, "Yang Ling, I misunderstood you before. There's a class reunion in a month, shall we go together?" No response. Yang Ling seemed not to hear her and did not react at all. In the eyes of others, her transformation was considered as a bitch's behavior, and people on the sidelines immediately started talking about her and pointing fingers at her. Jiang Hua taunted, "Chenping, didn't you say before that we were not qualified to attend the class reunion? Why are you inviting me all of a sudden? Do you also want Yang Ling to buy you a mobile phone? You." Chenping's thoughts were exposed in public, and her face looked extremely ugly. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Ling's mind. "Ding, you have fulfilled Jiang Hua's wish to buy an iPhone 10, and the wish value is +1. Ding, you have fulfilled Jiang Hua's girlfriend's wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled the wishes of the spectators, your wish value +1. Ding, you crushed Chenping's wish to taunt Jiang Hua, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed Chenping's wish to see you make a fool of yourself, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed the wish of Chenping's boyfriend, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed Chenping's wish to get close to you, attribute point +1. After a series of prompt sounds, Yang Ling gained 4 attribute points and 3 wish points. It must be mentioned that the people of Huatian Kingdom really love to watch the fun. No matter where they go, this group of people will contribute wish points and attribute points for themselves. Although Yang Ling was already very happy, he still looked calm on the surface. He said to Jiang Hua beside him, "Long time no see, let's go for a walk." As he said this, he walked forward. Chapter 19, Money-Making Plan. Jiang Hua was now grateful and admired Yang Ling, and quickly pulled his girlfriend to follow. From beginning to end, Yang Ling never looked at Chenping, as if this person was a piece of air and was completely ignored. Chenping's face turned pale with anger. She looked at Yang Ling's elegant and calm back, then looked at the fat man beside her. She felt angry and regretful. Tears are already welling up in my eyes. Yang Ling naturally ignored the idea of this gold digger and found a random excuse to dismiss Jiang Hua's girlfriend, who was happily holding her phone. He said as he walked, "How have you been recently?" Jiang Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Don't say anything, brother Yang. I have no education and no skills. What else can I do?" As they spoke, even the address had changed. He looked at Yang Ling and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for today. Don't worry, I will definitely return the 8,000 yuan to you." Yang Ling smiled and shook his head when he heard this, saying, "Don't worry about the money, wait until you have it." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Dazhan, what are your plans for the future?" Jiang Hua said with a bitter face, "We'll take it one step at a time." Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, you seem to be doing well. How about I follow you in the future? If you tell me to go east, I will go east. If you tell me to go west, I will go west." Yang Ling looked at the young man beside him. In fact, he helped Jiang Hua today, firstly because they were close friends, and secondly because he had some ideas of his own. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling said seriously, "I am planning to find a way to make money, but it may be a waste of time. If you want to follow me, you have to think carefully." Jiang Hua saw that Yang Ling didn't seem to be joking, and his expression changed. He nodded vigorously and said, "If the capital is not enough, I will find a way to ask my family for it." "Brother Yang, tell me what you plan to do." "Ding, you have fulfilled Jiang Hua's wish to start a business with you, wish value +1. Current progress, 810. Yang Ling smiled when he heard this. Since the system has already given a prompt, it means that Jiang Hua really intends to follow him. Although this best friend is not good at studying, it doesn't mean he is stupid. On the contrary, he is quite smart and has some abilities. If he wanted to make money, he had to have help, and Jiang Hua was indeed an ideal candidate. Yang Ling smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Well, I'll give you 2,000 yuan as activity funds, and you help me look around and find a store." I was found to negotiate the transfer price with the other party. Jiang Hua was surprised and asked, "Brother Yang, what kind of store are you planning to open? Are there any requirements for store location and area?" Yang Ling was even more satisfied after hearing this. Anyone who could ask such questions was not a fool. He transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Hua via WeChat and said, "As for what kind of store to open, I have already thought about it. You don't have to worry about the money. Just go and find one. As for a store, 50 to 100 square meters will do. A good location would be best, but it doesn't matter if you can't find one." Jiang Hua nodded and said, "Don't worry, it will be done in 3 days." "Good." Yang Ling patted his shoulder and said, "As for salary and benefits, we'll talk about it after you find a store. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Jiang Hua nodded, still a little dazed as he looked at Yang Ling's leaving back. Yang Ling is still the same Yang Ling, but he seems different now. He has become more calm and even has the bearing of a superior. He was both impressed and slightly scared. Chapter 20 Unlimited Wishing Opportunities. When he came out of the registration office, Yang Ling was in a good mood. He registered successfully and helped a beautiful girl, earning some wish points. It was really a pleasant surprise. As he walked toward Xinhua bookstore, Yang Ling began to think. Tian Zhuoyan's leg was broken last night. According to his temper, he will definitely come for revenge. This time it will definitely not be as simple as a few bodyguards. He urgently needs to increase his strength. There are currently 5 free attribute points left. After hesitating for a while, he decided to add 2 points of strength and 3 points of agility. As a result, his property panel becomes Strength, 13. Agility, 17. Stamina, 11. Charm, 1. Wish value, 910. A strength of 13 points has exceeded the level of a normal adult and is almost equal to the level of a fitness coach, so it is already quite strong. As for the agility of 17 points, that is quite amazing. To put it bluntly, his current speed is equivalent to the best sprinter in the world. Moreover, he is agile, quick to react, and has a greatly enhanced dodging ability. 4 or 5 ordinary people armed with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs may not be able to touch him even after fighting for 10 minutes. Of course, it's not enough to dodge bullets. As for physical strength, since you have the injury recovery proficiency skill, you can consider not increasing it for the time being, but the physical strength attribute is also very important. This is related to one's own endurance, and even when doing naughty things with women, physical strength is a key factor. Feeling a stream of warmth flowing into his body, Yang Ling let out a long sigh. Only by improving your strength can you feel safe. As he was walking, a guard dog suddenly started barking beside him. Yang Ling frowned and threw a coin at it. Ding, throwing mastery skill activated. Animals have instincts and will not provoke being stronger than themselves. The watchdog was hit on the forehead and wanted to pounce forward, but after seeing Yang Ling's cold eyes, it was obviously frightened and ran away whimpering. Ding, you crushed the guard dog's wish to intimidate you, attribute point +1. After receiving the system notification sound, Yang Ling remembered that he could obtain 2 attribute points and 2 wish points from non-human creatures every day, which was given for free. He did not hesitate any longer and opened the eye of investigation. A moment later, in a small park not far from the Xinhua bookstore, a few carps were fed and a system prompt sounded. Ding, your current wishing slot is full, you can make a wish. Ding, it has been detected that the host has behaved well in the past 2 days, and an additional opportunity for unlimited wishmaking is awarded. Ha! Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this and recalled his behavior over the past 2 days. He found himself either beating people or breaking their legs, or slapping the faces of those who were pretending to be cool, and even kicking dogs that passed by. Was this considered good behavior? Is this a wish system or a villain system? This reward made Yang Ling want to let himself go completely. After hesitating for a moment, he asked excitedly, System, you said it's unlimited wishing, then give me $10 trillion. Ding, money won't appear by itself. The system can mobilize $10 trillion from all over the world to your account. Once you choose this wish, many people will go bankrupt, and you may be guilty of the crime of having a huge amount of property of unknown origin. Please consider it carefully. Yang Ling opened his mouth and listened to what the system said. It seemed to be true. This is where it gets a little tricky. Chapter 21, Wish Success, Get a Beautiful CEO Wife. However, the desire to get rich instantly overcame his rationality, and he asked anxiously, can this money be transferred from places like the Eagle Sauce country and the island country? As long as it's not our Huatian country's money, isn't it okay? Yang Ling is truly a bad guy. In order to make money, he doesn't care about the lives of his international friends. Ding, the system will allocate funds according to the proportion of each country in the world's population. Forehead. Yang Ling was completely speechless after hearing this. There are many Chinese people in Huatian country. If this is calculated proportionally, I don't know how many people in the country will be unlucky. And with so much extra money in his account, he will definitely be caught and used as guinea pigs for research. Alas, you are still a pit. With a long sigh, Yang Ling no longer had any expectations for this pitfall system, and said casually, if you don't want to give me the money, at least give me a super rich and beautiful wife. Ding, the wish is successful. The system will search for a suitable candidate nearby. What? Yang Ling was so frightened when he heard this that he almost jumped up. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect that his wish would actually come true. This is an unlimited wishing opportunity. Even if you don't have 10 trillion, at least you can be a Superman, right? At worst, it would be nice to have a special ability. He hurriedly tried to cancel it, but received a cold reply from the system: unlimited wishing opportunities cannot be cancelled. Yang Ling smiled bitterly upon hearing this, but then he changed his mind and realized that given the deceptive nature of this system, no matter if it was a superhuman or someone with special abilities, he would never be able to become rich overnight. While Yang Ling was feeling frustrated, the system's voice rang out again: "Ding, the match is successful. Your wife's assets amount to 4 billion. She is a 23-year-old beautiful female CEO. The system will arrange it in the most reasonable way. Ding, you gain 1 charm point." Yang Ling gasped when he heard this. 4 billion, isn't that richer than Tian Juoyan's family? It was a beautiful female CEO, so he was looking forward to it. System, where is she? What's her name? Let me meet her. Ding, please don't worry, you will meet her soon. The good match selected by the system will definitely not disappoint you. Oh? When Yang Ling heard this, he felt a little nervous. This system was too weird. God only knew what kind of wife it would find for him. But the matter was done, and he calmed down. What beautiful female CEO. Come on, who was afraid of who? After adjusting his mindset, he was about to go to the bookstore as planned when the phone suddenly rang. He took out his newly bought cell phone and saw that it was his father calling. The old man has been poor all his life and is afraid of wasting money on phone calls. He would never call if there is nothing wrong. It seems that something has happened. Sure enough, the old man on the phone told me to go home for dinner tonight, saying that he had something important to announce, and he kept it very mysterious. After Yang Ling agreed, he hung up the phone and went to Xinhua bookstore. As the saying goes, the path to the mountain of books is through diligence, and the boat to the boundless sea of learning is through hard work. This is the motto of thousands of students, but it obviously does not apply to Yang Ling. In front of a bookshelf filled with extracurricular tutoring books for the college entrance examination, Yang Ling was seen flipping through the books one by one at a rapid speed. He spent no more than 10 seconds reading each tutorial book. After saving all the contents almost exactly in the form of pictures into his mind, he quickly browsed the next one. In the eyes of most people, he was looking for books, but only he himself knew that this was not looking for books, nor reading books, but eating books. But as time went on, he frowned slightly. Chapter 22, Gaining Mastery of Ability Deduction. He thought things were a bit too simple. Learning is not about rote memorization. Many things need to be understood and integrated. Take mathematics for example. You may have memorized the formulas by heart, but in many cases you still need to apply them to other situations. In addition to memorizing English words, you also need to apply grammar flexibly. It is useless to rely solely on rote memorization. Suddenly, Yang Ling thought of something and asked hurriedly, "System, you just said that unlimited wishing opportunities are extra rewards, so do I still have one wishing opportunity that I haven't used yet?" Ding, the host still has one more opportunity to make a wish. You can use it now or save it for later. During this time, the wish value will be recalculated. Great! Yang Ling was overjoyed when he heard this. He asked tentatively, "I want to have superpowers, is that possible?" Ding, ordinary wishes cannot allow the host to possess extroverted abilities beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. It is true. Yang Ling smiled bitterly. He also knew the so-called extroverted abilities. For example, controlling lightning, flying, and other things that can be seen by others belong to the extroverted type. My photographic memory is so amazing that it can be considered a superpower, but other people can't see it. It's an introverted ability, which is unlimited. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling said seriously, "I want to make a wish, so that I can have a powerful calculation ability." Ding, the wish was successful. The host has obtained the skill, deduction mastery. You can gradually deduce and restore the essence of things with just a hint of clues, and come up with the only correct truth. Note, this ability will consume mental energy. The more complicated the deduction process is, the more mental energy will be consumed, and the longer the deduction time will be. Ding, you gain 1 charm point. As the system finished speaking, Yang Ling felt a chill rushing into his mind. His brain raced, and the parts that he had not understood before were suddenly enlightened, as if by a bolt of lightning. He found that as long as he was willing, he could quickly solve even very difficult math problems, not to mention English. He can speak the English grammar he has mastered very fluently, even better than his teacher. This ability really made him very happy. Apart from anything else, with this ability, plus a photographic memory, you can definitely become a scientist. As long as you have enough time, you can design a fifth-generation aircraft using abacus beads. In the following time, he began to read books frantically. No matter what difficulties he encountered this time, he could deduce the solution with a little thought, and it was easy for him to solve them. He is now very confident that he can complete all high school courses within 3 days and master them. It is not impossible for him to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Time passed quickly, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Ling had been reading for half a day and felt a little dizzy. It seemed that he had made too many calculations and his brain was a little tired. Since his father said he had something to discuss with him, he left the bookstore and staggered toward home. The area around Yang Ling's home was originally a dormitory for a state-owned enterprise. After the enterprise was privatized, it became a residential community. It's a relatively old neighborhood. It was around 6 o'clock when I got home. I collected 2 wish points on the way, so the 2-hour walk was not in vain. As soon as I opened the door, my mother came up to me and asked with concern, "Xiaoling, is your head okay?" Yang Ling smiled and nodded. "The hospital checked everything out, and it's fine." "That's good." The mother wanted to say something, but a sharp voice rang out, "The protagonist is finally here, can we start eating now?" Chapter 23. Dare to take my money. In the living room, besides his parents waiting for him, there were also his third aunt and sixth aunt, as well as a brother and sister, who were his third aunt's children. The elder sister is of above-average appearance, while the younger brother is a handsome boy. In front of his elders, Yang Ling was always a well-behaved child. He called everyone one by one and greeted his cousin. The food was ready, and it seemed everyone was waiting for him. Yang Ling was a thoughtful person, and noticing that his parents looked troubled, while his third aunt was looking at him with a sharp gaze, he thought that something must be wrong. "But I didn't see my sister Yang Shui. I didn't know where this wild girl had gone." As expected, after just a few bites of food, third auntie started talking. "Xiaoling, I heard everything from your dad. Your company awarded you 100,000 yuan, right?" Yang Ling nodded honestly and said, "Yes, what's the matter, third aunt?" The third aunt was delighted when she heard this. "You also know that the college entrance examination is coming soon. According to Xiao Cheng's grades, it won't be a problem for him to get into college. Your father and I have already agreed that this 100,000 yuan will be used as Xiao Cheng's tuition first, and he will return it to you when he makes money in the future." Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this, and looked at his father. Seeing his father's wry smile, he already understood what was going on. His father was an honest man, and his third aunt was a tough woman with a sharp tongue. After all the fuss, his father probably couldn't stand it anymore. "My mother is kind by nature and a typical housewife. She generally doesn't object to anything my father says." Seeing this, Yang Ling frowned, looked at his cousin who looked proud, then looked at his third aunt who looked enthusiastic but had contempt in her eyes, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I need this money, you can borrow it from other families." "What?" The third aunt couldn't sit still after hearing this and said angrily, "Aren't you a security guard? What do you want money for? Good steel should be used where it is needed most, you know? Xiao Cheng will be a college student soon. He needs to pay for tuition, living expenses, and a girlfriend. He needs money everywhere. We're just borrowing this money, it's not like we won't pay you back." The cousin who had been silent the whole time said proudly, "Brother, don't worry, when I get out into society and start my own business, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You don't have to be a security guard anymore. Just follow me and I'll give you a salary of 5,000. Yang Ling looked at the mother and son who were singing the same tune, obviously mocking him. He sneered in his heart, but said on the surface, "Third aunt, I remember you borrowed 20,000 from my father last year, and you haven't paid a cent back yet. Why are you borrowing money again now?" The cousin was choked when he heard this. After all, young people always want to save face, so he stopped talking. However, the third aunt said, "Look at what you said. Your father and I are brother and sister. This is mutual help. What's wrong with you, kid? You seemed quite honest before. How come you are like this after just a few days of work? How can you talk to your elders like that?" Hearing this, Yang Ling took a sip of the coke on the table and said calmly, "I will speak the same way you speak." Third aunt, my uncle has been running a small business these years. He can't even afford to pay for my cousin's tuition, right? Come to think of it, I was planning to go to your house to get the money back. You've been giving me the money in bits and pieces over the years, so it must be around 40,000 or 50,000, right? Now that you are here today, let's make it clear when the money will be returned. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Compared with before, Yang Ling today is completely a different person. He used to be timid, but now not only does he not lend money, he also wants to collect the debt. The contrast between before and after is really too great. Chapter 24, Good People Are Bullied. Yang Ling's parents stared at their son with wide eyes, but the third aunt was speechless. No one spoke for a while and the scene was very awkward. Yang Ling took another sip of Coke and looked at the third aunt leisurely. This relative always bullies us and our family has suffered a lot from her. His parents kept silent, his younger sister was still young, and today he was going to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. The third aunt was furious. This little bastard actually talked back to her and asked her to pay back the money. How could she tolerate this? She stood up immediately and angrily said to Yang Ling's father Yang Jianjun, "We had already agreed on this before, why are you changing your mind now? When did you let a child make the decisions about family matters? Do you think you're a man?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jianjun took a sip of wine and was about to stand up and say something, but was held down by Yang Ling. He was slightly stunned. The big hand on his shoulder was gentle but with an irresistible force. Looking at his son's calm expression beside him, he felt a little confused and a little dazed. My son has grown up, and the little hands that used to hold my hands have now become steady and strong. He had worked hard for half his life and finally raised his son to adulthood. Thinking of this, he felt sad and relieved, and his eyes became slightly moist. He said nothing at the moment, lowered his head and took another sip of wine, but after drinking it, the bitterness was gone. At this time, Yang Ling said, "How could my father, who is not a man, have me and my sister? Come to think of it, isn't it always the men who come forward to borrow money? Why did third aunt bring her sister and brother here? Looking at it this way, my uncle doesn't look like a man at all. An eye for an eye, a retort." Yang Ling has never been someone to be trifled with. He even dared to break Tian Zhuoyan's leg. How could he suffer such a loss? This was a tricky remark. The third aunt's face suddenly turned ugly, and her cousin Lin Dong stood up and said angrily, "You said my father is not a man, say it again and see." Bang! With a dull thud, Yang Ling smashed a corner of the dining table, knocking over all the dishes. He stood up abruptly and said coldly, "Why, you are the only ones allowed to curse, but I am not allowed to talk back, right?" He walked towards Lin Dong step by step, and after standing in front of him, he said word by word, "Listen carefully, I said your father is not like a man, what can you do?" The powerful aura emanated, making people around feel a chill. Lin Dong was scared. He finally understood what murderous intent was. It was not until now that he remembered that this cousin, who was about the same age as him, had single-handedly dealt with 3 serial robbers armed with spray guns. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's whole body began to tremble violently. Looking at Yang Ling's terrifying eyes, he fell to the ground with a plop. Yang Ling looked down at his cousin, then looked at third aunt. Seeing fear on both of their faces, he knew that the effect he wanted had been achieved. Snort! He snorted coldly and said, "For the sake of our 2 relatives, I won't bother with you. But if you dare to speak rudely to my parents again, don't blame me for being rude. As the saying goes, a good man is often bullied, and a good horse is often ridden." In the past, everyone in the family was too honest, but now the situation has completely reversed. Chapter 25 Give up on this idea. Yang Ling's aura was so strong that no one dared to speak for a moment. There were food residues stuck on cousin Lin Xiaoya's skirt. In the past, she would have cried out in anger, but now she looked at Yang Ling with fear on her face and didn't dare to say a word. Yang Ling looked at the stunned third aunt and said coldly, "I won't lend you the money. You better give up on this idea." These words were extremely strong. When third aunt heard them, she was shocked, frightened, and unwilling to accept them. She relied on her own ferocity and the fact that her husband was a businessman, and she always acted arrogantly in front of her relatives. But today this nephew was even more ferocious than him, and he didn't seem to consider the consequences of falling out at all, and he said this so decisively. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Yang Ling's mind, "Ding, you have crushed third aunt's wish to borrow money, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed your third aunt and cousin's wish to taunt you, attribute point +1. Ding, you have fulfilled your parents' wish of not wanting to borrow money, wish value +1. Ding, system prompt, filial piety comes first. You have fulfilled your parents' wishes for the first time, which is very consistent with the 3 views of this system. You will receive a hidden reward, a random maximum level skill. Random skills are being drawn for you, please wait. What? Before Yang Ling could react, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, you have obtained the maximum level skill, Cooking Mastery. Proficient in cooking? Do you want me to be a cook? He was slightly stunned, and then a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is always good to have many skills, and the more rewards like this the better. No longer paying attention to the system in his mind, he looked at his mother and said softly, Mom, don't you have a little notebook for keeping accounts? Take it out and show it to Auntie San. Today we will calculate how much money we owe and when we plan to pay it back. At this time, the third aunt finally came back and said in a sharp voice, Yang Ling, don't go too far. You know who my husband is, believe it or not, I'll ask him to find someone to make you pay. Ha? How dare you threaten me? Yang Ling's face darkened, and he walked towards the third aunt step by step. Facing her frightened eyes, he said coldly, no matter who it is, I hate it most when others threaten me. Come on, tell me again. The third aunt seemed to be stared at by a ferocious beast. She had a feeling that if she dared to utter a word, the beast in front of her would tear her to pieces without hesitation. She was trembling all over, looking at Yang Ling in fear, and instinctively said in a trembling voice, what are you going to do? Everyone was stunned by Yang Ling's aura. They all stared at the young man in a daze, not even daring to breathe. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Everyone was stunned. Yang Ling's mother instinctively went to open the door, but the group of people standing at the door scared her, a housewife. I saw 7 or 8 men and women in suits walked in. The leader was a kind-looking middle-aged man who often appeared on TV. He turned out to be the top leader. Behind him are Song Baoyi and his immediate superior, the beautiful Captain Su Qiuxia. Although he didn't know the others, he could roughly guess their identities by looking at their temperament. Yang Ling suddenly remembered that Su Qiuxia had greeted him that day and said that the superiors would visit him and his family in the near future. He didn't expect them to come so soon. Chapter 26 Let him show you his skills. The kind middle-aged man who led the group was slightly startled when he saw Yang Ling, then he said with a smile, Xiaoyang, right? I heard about your deeds. You really helped your superiors a lot. Very good, you are doing good for the people and you are young and promising. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Yang Ling hurried forward to shake his hand and said, thank you for the compliment. This is what I should do. Everyone come in and sit down. Don't mind if it's a bit messy. Everyone then realized that the living room was indeed a bit messy, with spilled food all over the floor. The senior superior laughed and said, Xiaoyang, who is so careless? Yang Ling scratched his head embarrassedly, while Song Baoyi behind him kept winking at him. He reacted immediately, everyone wait a moment, I will clean it up. After tidying up quickly, the kind middle-aged man sat on the sofa and talked cordially to Yang Ling and Yang Jianjun and his wife. The third aunt was shocked, and so were her cousins and the sixth aunt who came to make up the number. The biggest superior in S City actually came to visit Yang Jianjun's home and brought a camera with him. Could that young girl be a reporter? That would be fine, but the most crucial thing is the attitude between Yang Ling, Song Baoyi, and Su Qiuxia. That's just old acquaintances chatting. These two are also famous figures in S City. Could it be that Yang Ling is friends with them? How can this be? Sangu and others couldn't believe their eyes, but the facts were right before their eyes, forcing them to believe it. Now, they couldn't stand or sit. The key point was that there were 2 superiors chatting at the door, so they didn't even have the courage to leave. Now third aunt finally realized how childish what she had just said was. It was so childish that it was ridiculous. Her husband runs a small business and does know a lot of people outside, but compared to the people in this room, he is nothing. I once heard a saying on TV, a jackdaw is better than a phoenix, and a slow horse is better than a unicorn. Now she has a deep understanding of this. Yang Ling took in the expressions of these people one by one and couldn't help laughing in his heart. However, when he saw Lin Dong's expression, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the camera woman with shining eyes without blinking. Yang Ling followed her gaze and was slightly stunned. The girl filming the video was indeed very pretty, not much different from Su Qiuxia next to her. She was young and pretty, no wonder this guy was watching so intently. At this time, an angry voice came from my ear, Yang Ling, the superiors are here, what are you looking at? It was Su Qiuxia who spoke. Yang Ling instinctively shrank his neck and quickly looked away. Seeing this, Suchosha snorted and rolled her eyes at Yang Ling. Then she seemed to realize something and her face turned slightly red. At this time, Yang Ling's mother, who was receiving cordial greetings from her superiors, suddenly said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you have a simple meal at home?" The kind middle-aged man looked at Yang Ling, who was talking to Suchosha not far away, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This young man left a very good impression on him. He was neither humble nor arrogant in front of him, his speech was elegant, and most importantly, he had ability. For the first time ever, he said to Song Baoyi beside him, "Old Song, how about we have a meal before we leave?" Song Baoyi laughed and said, "Okay, Sister Yang, we have a lot of people, so I'll trouble you." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling's mother sighed and was about to go to the kitchen to cook, but at this time, Third Aunt's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, "You don't know, my little Yang is a very delicious cook. Today, let him show you his skills." Chapter 27. I have never eaten such delicious tofu. Oh? The kind middle-aged man, the senior supervisor, asked curiously, "Xiao Yang, I didn't realize you had this skill? It seems like we are in for a treat today?" Even Suchosha looked over with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Yang Ling frowned slightly when he saw this. He couldn't cook, and this woman clearly wanted him to embarrass himself in front of his superiors. After all, we are relatives, this kind of behavior is really cruel. Having said that, it felt like he was forcing someone to do something. However, if it was the previous Yang Ling, he might have been at a loss, but now he stood up and smiled. "Then wait a moment, everyone. I'll go cook for you." After these words were spoken, Yang Ling's parents looked at each other. Others might not know what their son looked like, but how could they not know? Yang Ling has hardly ever been to the kitchen since he was a child. How could he possibly cook delicious meals? Yang Ling's mother wanted to help, but the boss smiled and said, "Let the young people do the cooking. Xiao Yang has helped you so much, go and help him today." Suchosha was slightly stunned, because Yang Ling caught the robber, and she was commended by her superior and was about to be promoted. She had always wanted to thank this subordinate. And she also wanted to see how this Tai Chi master cooked, so she stood up, answered, and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing that Yang Ling really wanted to cook for himself, the third aunt's evil plan succeeded and a sneer appeared on her face. In the kitchen, Yang Ling looked at the pile of food in front of him, smiled, picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and started to work. Ding, the cooking mastery skill is activated. Along with the system's prompt sound, he cut a piece of winter melon at a speed that was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Seeing this, Suchosha opened her mouth wide and showed an expression of disbelief on her face. Yang Ling's knife-wielding technique was simply superb. Not only was his speed so fast that it was hard to see clearly, but each slice of winter melon was cut evenly, as if it was machine cut. It was unbelievable. What surprised her even more was that the sound made when the kitchen knife hit the chopping board seemed to have a special rhythm that made people feel intoxicated. The highest secret of a chef, whether he is preparing ingredients or cooking, every step is an art and a pleasing sight. Suchosha stared at Yang Ling in a daze. She found that she could not help at all and did not even dare to make a sound, as if once she spoke, she would break the beautiful rhythm and ruin a work of art. A moment later, with the sound of frying, a scent of food wafted through the room, making people's appetites growl. The people in the room were talking incoherently, but their minds were already elsewhere, and they were all swallowing their saliva secretly. Half an hour later, looking at the table full of fragrant food, the superior quietly swallowed his saliva and laughed. "Xiao Yang, you are really amazing. Not only can you bravely fight the robbers, but you also have such a unique skill. Then let me taste your cooking first." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of tofu skin, and when he put it into his mouth, the boss was stunned at first, then his eyes narrowed, and an expression of great enjoyment appeared on his face. After savoring it for a while, seeing that everyone at the table was looking at him, the kind superior looked at Yang Ling and said seriously, "I have never eaten such delicious tofu in my life." Hiss. The others all gasped. For such a high-ranking superior to say such words, it was obvious that the dishes in front of them were truly delicacies on earth, the ultimate delicacies. Chapter 28. If you want to step on me to the bottom. Seeing this, Song Baoyi couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. "Old superior, is it really so delicious? Let me try it too." As he spoke, he quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. His expression was even more exaggerated than that of his superior, but the difference was that he did not say any comments. He just kept eating with his head down, as if he wanted to swallow even his tongue. When everyone saw this, they didn't even wait to be called, and quickly picked up the food and stuffed it into their mouths, followed by a burst of exclamations. Everyone ignored their identities and started eating, gobbling up the food. Suchosha chewed the winter melon slices in her mouth, her eyes narrowed into slits. She had a complicated background and had eaten many delicacies from land and sea, but compared with the home-cooked dishes in front of her, there was a world of difference. She became more and more satisfied with her subordinate Yang Ling. Yang Ling's parents breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and looked at their son with a smile. Their child finally grew up and became successful. Ding, you have fulfilled everyone's wish to eat delicious food, wish value +1. But at this moment, Third Aunt's face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? Doesn't Yang Ling never go into the kitchen? She picked up a piece of winter melon and put it in her mouth. The next moment, she was shocked, then enjoyed, and finally an extremely ugly expression appeared on her face. Seeing this, Yang Ling sneered and said, "Why, Third Aunt? Is it so unpalatable? I know you wanted to embarrass me, but I'm sorry to disappoint you." These words were said in front of everyone. Although family disgrace should not be made public, this woman dared to embarrass him in front of so many superiors, so Yang Ling was going to fight back. Either you stay on good terms with each other, or once the relationship breaks out, there is no point in being polite and I'll just trample you to the ground. Hearing this, everyone looked over in surprise. Everyone present was a smart man, and they understood after thinking about it. While chewing the delicious food in their mouths, they looked at the woman with a half smile. The big boss naturally guessed everything. He laughed and said, "Xiaoyang, this is your relative, right? What's going on? Tell me about it." Yang Ling smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my third aunt owed my family tens of thousands of yuan and came to borrow money again. It just caused a little conflict with me." "Oh?" The senior supervisor frowned and looked at the third aunt and said, "You are such a comrade, we are all family. If Xiaoyang doesn't want to lend it to you, why do you have to make things difficult for him? Besides, we Chinese people believe in repaying debts. Xiao Yang's family is also in financial difficulty, so we should return the money to them if there is no special reason." The superiors have an art to their words. Even though the words were spoken in a subtle way, it was clear that they wanted to help Yang Ling. The third aunt looked as uncomfortable as if a fly had been eaten. In front of this table of people, her husband's connections meant nothing. She didn't dare to refute at the moment, but just tilted her head and nodded. At this time, Suchosha smiled and said, "Leader, young people nowadays use mobile payment. This money can be paid back with just a scan." Although Suchosha is like an iceberg in the law enforcement team, she is very protective of her subordinates. How could she let her subordinates suffer? It was obvious that what he said was to make Third Aunt pay back the money on the spot. The third aunt was stunned, and Lin Dong and Lin Xiaoye were both bewildered. The senior superiors all spoke up for Yang Ling. In just 2 months, this kid had established a terrifying network of relationships. Everyone at the table looked at Third Aunt, and there was a faint sneer on Song Baoi's lips. At this point, Third Aunt knew that she had no choice but to pay back the money. "If I say no today, I won't be able to do my husband's business tomorrow." Chapter 29, Winning Over. She took out her phone with gritted teeth, and Yang Ling also calmly took out his iPhone 10 and smiled slightly. "Third Aunt, WeChat or Alipay?" The third aunt smiled bitterly. There is a saying that goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't look down on the young and poor. Over the years, she has always looked down on her brother Yang Jianjun and her nephew Yang Ling, but now it is this nephew who has the guts to force her to pay back the money. I'm afraid that from now on, I will have to be extra cautious in front of my nephew. Soon, 50,000 yuan entered Yang Ling's account. He smiled slightly, feeling satisfied. "Ding, you have fulfilled your parents' wish for Third Aunt to pay back the money, and your wish value is +1. Ding, you crushed the wish of the third aunt to borrow money and not pay it back, attribute point +1. This was just a minor incident." The big boss ate his food while laughing and said, "Xiaoyang, you are such a good cook. If you open a restaurant in the future, you will be able to feed people into poverty." Song Baoi laughed when he heard this and said, "If he really opens a restaurant, old Song, will go to his restaurant every day." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Suchosha chuckled and said, "Director Song, aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will make you kneel on the washboard?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed even more happily and the atmosphere became lively. After hearing this, Yang Ling was silent for a moment, then said, "My superiors, there is something I have been wanting to talk about these days." The big boss laughed and said, "Xiaoyang, you are a little hero. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. We will definitely help you solve them if we can. Yang Ling smiled bitterly and said, I have already signed up for the college entrance examination and am preparing to go to university. I want to quit my job in the team. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and the big boss smiled and said, this is a good thing. It's good that young people want to make progress. With your ability, if you pass the college entrance examination and then become a civil servant, you can serve the people in the future. Song Baoyi pursed his lips and said, Xiao Yang, academic qualifications are very important. Are you interested in applying to the Law Enforcement Academy? Yang Ling was a little dazed. He thought his superiors would be unhappy about his resignation, but he didn't expect that they would win him over before he even went to college. Yang Ling's parents were extremely happy. Their son was so well liked by his superiors, which made them proud when they told others about it. Moreover, the biggest surprise was that their son finally realized that he wanted to go to college. Yang Jianjun secretly made up his mind to take on a part-time job to support his son's college education. Ding, you have fulfilled your parents' wish for you to take the college entrance examination. Wish value +1. However, the third aunt and her son widened their eyes. Lin Dong snorted disdainfully. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. How can you get into college with this condition? I can't even get into a junior college. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Su Qiuxia had a complicated expression. On the one hand, she hoped that Yang Ling would have a better future, but on the other hand, she felt uncomfortable when she thought about Yang Ling resigning. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. The beautiful female reporter slipped and fell to the ground, apparently spraining her ankle. Lin Dong's mind was always on this girl. Seeing this, he was the first to rush over and help her up. The girl seemed to be frightened. After being helped up by Lin Dong, she said a string of words of thanks in English, which made Yang Ling and others slightly stunned. Seeing that the girl was fine, Song Baoyi laughed and said, This is Li Xiao from our propaganda department. She grew up in the United States and just returned to work. She doesn't speak her native language fluently yet. No wonder they speak English. Yang Ling nodded, but Lin Dong seemed to want to show off in front of his superiors and began to communicate with Li Xiao in English. Chapter 30, His English is so good. Even though Lin Dong had good academic performance, he was still lacking in English when it came to communicating with Li Xiao, who grew up in America. Li Xiao blinked her innocent eyes, and it was obvious that she didn't understand what Lin Dong said. Seeing this, Yang Ling smiled slightly, walked up, and started communicating with Li Xiao in English. He basically asked if she was injured, if her feet hurt, etc., and politely helped the girl sit on the sofa. Li Xiao was very excited to meet a peer who could communicate with her fluently in English. Yang Ling was humorous and had a charm value of 3 points, which made him an invisible attraction to women. After a few words, Li Xiao started to laugh. The superiors looked at Yang Ling in surprise at first, and then they all smiled with satisfaction. The big boss smiled and said to Song Baoyi, Xiao Yang is young and speaks English so well. I am a little tempted to hire him as my secretary. Song Baoyi laughed and said, Don't argue with me. Xiao Yang will be assigned to the municipal bureau in the future. The big boss burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the more he looked at Yang Ling, the more he liked him. Su Qiuxia was also looking at Yang Ling. She didn't expect that this subordinate was more outstanding than she imagined. But when she thought of this bad guy who was hooking up with beautiful women studying abroad, she felt bad. On the other side, Lin Dong widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ling in disbelief. He has always been confident in his English, but Yang Ling, the former poor student and cousin whom he despised, is actually so good at English. With such fluent speech, exquisite grammar, and the ability to make jokes in English, if you don't know him you would think he is a foreigner of Chinese descent. Being ruthlessly defeated in the field he was best at, Lin Dong was angry and hateful, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Ling's parents were overjoyed, their faces beaming with joy. Their son was indeed the best. As for the third aunt and the sixth aunt, their mouths were so big that they could swallow eggs. Yang Ling was too powerful today, and the shock he brought to them was probably more than they had ever experienced in their entire life. Ding, you have fulfilled Li Xiao's wish to communicate with people of the same age, wish value +1. Ding, you crushed Lin Dong's wish to show off in front of a beautiful woman, ability value +1. Yang Ling raised the corner of his mouth, chatted casually for a few more words, and then sat back in his original seat. As it was getting late, the superiors talked to Yang Ling for a while, gave him some encouragement, and then said goodbye and left. Before leaving, under Su Chaoxiao's unfriendly gaze, Yang Ling and Li Xiao exchanged WeChat messages and sent them downstairs. And the third aunt and other relatives also left in shame. This time, third aunt really lost both the wife and the army. Not only did she not borrow any money, she also lost 50,000 yuan. After returning to the house and waiting for his parents to clean up, Yang Ling transferred 50,000 yuan to his father. After chatting for a while, they finally got to the point. He asked curiously, "Dad, didn't you say you had something to announce today?" Yang Jianjun slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about this." He took out a yellowed letter from the drawer, handed it to Yang Ling and said, "Read it yourself." Yang Ling took it and looked at it, then smiled bitterly. "This yellowed letter is in my grandfather's handwriting. It says that two brothers who had sworn brotherhood had agreed to be married to each other since birth. Unfortunately, both of them had boys as their first babies, so they could only agree to marry their grandchildren offspring." Yang Jianjun sighed and said, "Your grandfather passed away many years ago, but this uncle has not forgotten this matter. The letter was sent today. He will bring his granddaughter to see you in a few days. I also sent your photo and phone number to him. Be prepared." Yang Ling knew very well that this person must be the beautiful wife of the CEO with a net worth of 4 billion given by the system. He didn't expect that she would do such a thing. It was too cliché. But now that things have come to this, he can only accept it. Chapter 31: The one seeking revenge has arrived. After chatting for a while, Yang Ling helped with a lot of housework, and then planned to go back to the hospital to sleep. It's not that he doesn't want to live at home, but he is worried that if Tian Juoyan comes to seek revenge, it will scare his parents. This is a time bomb, and he knows it will explode sooner or later. The parents now have complete trust in their son. Until he left home, they never asked him about the 100,000 yuan, and Yang Ling did not tell them what his next plans were. Walking on the sidewalk under the cover of night, he began to take stock of what he had just reaped. The wish value is now 5 points, which is a big step closer to the next wish. The key is that he also gained 3 points of attributes. Without much hesitation, he added another point of strength and 2 points of agility. His current attributes are Strength, 14. Agility, 19. Stamina, 11. Charm, 3. Wish value, 510. Skills: Tai Chi proficiency, throwing proficiency, injury recovery proficiency, cooking proficiency, photographic memory, and deduction proficiency. It has only been 2 or 3 days since he got the system, but Yang Ling is very satisfied with the results. Just as he was walking and thinking about his troubles, suddenly 3 black cars rushed over and stopped beside him. A dozen men in various clothing jumped out of the car. The middle-aged bald man who seemed to be the leader snorted coldly, "Are you Yang Ling?" This middle-aged bald man has a black snake tattoo on his arm and looks tough, and it's obvious that he's a gangster. Moreover, Yang Ling seemed to have heard of this person. He was a well-known thug in the area, nicknamed Black Snake, and was very vicious. It is already past 11 o'clock in the evening. There are few pedestrians on the street. Moreover, this place is remote and there is no one nearby. This group of people came to look for me by name, and it was obvious that they had bad intentions. Yang Ling said calmly, "Yes, I am Yang Ling. What do you want to do?" After these words came out, Black Snake and the other idiots were slightly stunned. Black Snake mocked, "Stay calm in the face of danger? Boy, you are quite brave, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that we brothers have been entrusted by others to destroy you." "On someone's behalf?" Yang Ling said calmly, "Did Tian Juoyan ask you to come?" Black Snake sneered, "You know exactly what you did." As he spoke, he said to one of his men beside him, "Record it, and ask Master Tian for money when you're done." Immediately, another younger brother took out a camera and his posture was quite professional. It seems that he has done this kind of thing quite often. Seeing Yang Ling's calm expression, as if he didn't take this group of people seriously at all, Black Snake said coldly, "You look like you deserve a beating. No wonder Tian Juoyan said he wanted to destroy you. He told me to tell you something. As long as you do 3 things, the brothers will let you live. But now I want to add one more thing." Yang Ling said calmly, "Oh? There is such a good thing? Which 3 things? Tell me about them." The more Black Snake looked at Yang Ling, the more he disliked him. An ordinary person would have been scared to death by his legs when facing a group of thugs like him, but this kid remained calm and collected. He was too good at pretending. He wished he could chop this guy to pieces right now. But if you take money from others, you have to do it well. He grinned and said, First of all, slap yourself in the face. Don't stop until 10 teeth are knocked out. The second thing is to find a stick and break your own legs. The third thing is to kneel down and call me Grandpa, and say, Master Tion, I was wrong. From now on, I am your dog. After you complete these 3 tasks, I will cut off your other leg and give you a chance to live. Chapter 32. Is this still a human? Seeing that Yang Ling was just looking at him indifferently, Black Snake said angrily, but in view of your bad attitude, I added an extra one. Take off your clothes and pants and run naked to make us happy, and you can still keep your life. If you dare to say no, I will break all the bones in your body and make you live a life worse than death. Yang Ling sneered and said, Really? Then you try and see whose bones are harder. You little brat is looking for death. The Black Snake was extremely angry and shouted, Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind blowing in his ears, followed by a pain in his forehead. He saw stars and could hardly stand. Looking down, I saw a coin rolling down to my feet. The next moment, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and Yang Ling's fist hit him hard in the face. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the Black Snake fell to the ground with a nosebleed without even a scream. Instant kill. Yang Ling sneered, and dodged the steel pipes thrown by the gangsters like the wind, and threw another coin. Ding! Throwing mastery skill activated. The system voice rang out, and a man fell to the ground, screaming and unable to stand up. But this time Yang Ling was already surrounded. This group of people were able to make a name for themselves because they were extremely vicious. Every move they made was aimed at the vital points. Even a Sanda champion might not be able to withstand the beating from so many armed men. But who is Yang Ling? Ding! Tai Chi mastery activated. Yang Ling's whole body was filled with a surge of energy. His palms sometimes pushed out and sometimes turned into fists. He performed Tai Chi to perfection. With his agility of 19 points, it was difficult to hit him with the steel pipe machete. And his strength of 14 points far exceeds that of a normal adult male. Being hit by his punch is like being hit by a hammer, and bones are broken on the spot. The Black Snake, who was lying on the ground and had not yet completely fainted, was frightened pale by the scene in front of him. He was fighting against more than a dozen people alone, almost one by one punch. And his own little brother couldn't even touch a hair of the other party. Is this person Huang Fei Hong or Ip Man? Or some god-level soldier king? Is this something a human can do? He wanted to faint on the spot, but after meeting Yang Ling's cold eyes, his hair stood on end and he didn't even have the courage to faint. In just 10 minutes, no one was left standing on the field except Yang Ling. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ling stepped on the Black Snake's face and said coldly, Why? Aren't you going to break all my bones? And now? The kick took quite a bit of force, and the Black Snake screamed in pain, Brother Yang, Master Yang. We were blind and didn't recognize a great man, and we offended you, old man. Ah, please forgive me and let me go. Let you go? Yang Ling sneered, Just now, you guys were using steel pipes and machetes, did you ever want to let me go? He raised his voice and stomped his foot down, breaking one of the Black Snake's arms on the spot. Ah! After a heart-wrenching scream, the Black Snake cried out in pain, Please spare my life, Master Yang, please spare my life. Money, I'll give you money. Please let me go. At this time, a gangster climbed up, howling in fear, and rushed away. Walk? Yang Ling kicked a steel pipe, ding, throwing mastery activated. The steel pipe seemed to have eyes. It flew straight towards the man with the small stick and hit him hard on the leg. The man fell to the ground with a thud, screaming and covering his leg. Judging from the bend, it must be broken. Chapter 33. Gaining Game Mastery. Retracting his gaze, Yang Ling looked at the Black Snake under his feet and sneered, Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Listen carefully, I'm going to give you a chance, take off your clothes and pants, and run naked. Ah! The little hooligans were all dumbfounded, but looking at Yang Ling's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Black Snake knew that if this gentleman was unhappy, his other arm would definitely be lost. He endured the pain and actually started to take off his clothes. The next scene was truly a spectacle. The scoundrels took off all their clothes and stood in front of Yang Ling. However, Yang Ling unceremoniously used the camera they brought to record the scene and transferred it to his mobile phone. After doing all this, Yang Ling sneered and said, Open your eyes a little more in the future. If I see you again, you will be more than just an arm. Get out of here. The vagrants were as if they had been pardoned. They reluctantly picked up their clothes and didn't even dare to drive in front of Yang Ling. They limped away. Looking at their backs, Yang Ling's expression was terrifyingly calm. Dang, you crushed those idiots. Wish to teach you a lesson. Attribute point +1. You crushed Tian Juoyan's desire for revenge. Attribute point +1. Yang Ling directly added 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. When he was about to leave, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, one of your attributes has reached 20 points, and you will receive a random reward. Do you want to draw now? Yang Ling was delighted when he heard this, and immediately asked, System, what does this reward mean? Ding, when a certain attribute of the host increases to an integer such as 20, 30, or 40, you will receive a random reward. The reward could be a certain skill, or 1 wish point or 1 attribute point. It all depends on your luck. Yang Ling nodded and said, Then let me draw it. Ding, the rewards are being drawn for the host, please wait. I got a skill. Yang Ling kept praying in his heart, as if his sincerity moved the heavens. The system's pleasant voice rang out, Ding, you have obtained the skill, Game Mastery. What? Are you good at games? Do you want me to play League of Legends or Honor of Kings? Yang Ling opened his mouth. He did draw a skill, but it was an unnecessary skill. It's much better than drawing 1 wish value. After comforting himself, he smiled slightly, then his face darkened again. Tian Juoyan. Yang Ling showed a sneer on his face and walked in the opposite direction of the hospital. Repulse Bay Villa area. This place is a gathering place for the wealthy in S-City, and all the residents are rich and powerful people. Such a place naturally has perfect security measures, with surveillance cameras everywhere, security guards patrolling at night, and dense infrared sensors. A gust of wind blew by, and the security guard on duty seemed to sense something. He looked around, found nothing unusual, and then lowered his head and dozed off again. In front of a large independent villa, Yang Ling stood at the door, took a deep breath, and kicked out fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked to the point of being shaky. Then, after a few more kicks, the high-end door collapsed with a loud bang. The Tian Juoyan family was awakened from their sleep. The bodyguards sleeping in the living room reacted quickly and rushed over immediately, but what greeted them were flying coins and Yang Ling's iron fist. Chapter 34, Revenge Never Waits for an Expiration Date. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, the 2 bodyguards were knocked unconscious to the ground. Tian Mingji and his wife rushed out to check the situation and were shocked to see the young man on the first floor. He knew about Tian Juoyan's affairs, and he had also sent the Black Snake Group to avenge his son. How could he not recognize Yang Ling? Yang Ling stood proudly in the living room, raised his head and looked at Tian Mingji, with a hint of murderous intent flowing in his eyes. Tian Mingji's heart skipped a beat, knowing that something terrible was going to happen today. Boss Tian. Yang Ling raised the camera in his hand and said coldly, It's all done, why don't you come down and talk? Tian Mingji has been in the business world for decades and has seen many ups and downs. Even in such a situation, he is still relatively calm. He whispered to his wife beside him, Take our son and go out the back door. But before they could finish their words, a coin flashing with a cold light brushed past their ears and directly shattered a beautiful crystal chandelier behind them. Yang Ling said with a half smile, Aunt, I came here specially, are you leaving now? This doesn't seem like a good way to entertain guests, does it? Tian's wife was just a noble lady. How could she have heard such murderous words? Her legs went weak and she almost couldn't stand. At this time, the security guards of the villa area also rushed here after hearing the news. The security captain looked at the scene in front of him and said in surprise, Boss Tian, this is? Tian Mingji was delighted, but when he saw Yang Ling playing with the camera in his hand, he knew that this guy must have some evidence in his hands, so he took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He said with a trembling voice, Captain Liu, a friend's child is playing around. It's okay. You can go now. The security captain is not a fool. If nothing happens, then something must be wrong. But everyone who lives here has secrets. Since Mr. Tian has spoken, he naturally doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. He looked at Yang Ling and nodded, saying, I'm glad you're okay. Then you guys chat. As he said this, he let his men out, and before leaving he lifted up the door panel and leaned it against the gate. Seeing this, Yang Ling smiled and said, Boss Tian has thought it through. Where is Tian Juoyan? Don't you want your cripple to come down and reminisce about the past? It was obvious that these words meant they were going to completely break off relations, and Tian Mingji couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew very well that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. The fact that this kid was able to deal with the bodyguards in just a few moves was impressive enough. The key point was that he had the camera that he had given to Black Snake. To put it bluntly, this is hiring a killer, the nature of which is so heinous that it is outrageous. Once this gets out and exposed by the media, the losses of their group will be astronomical, and they may even end up in jail. After figuring this out, he sighed and said, "Go and bring Yenner out. I believe this little brother is a reasonable person and will not embarrass us." Yang Ling laughed and said, "It seems that you, Mr. Tian, have also figured it out. However, you are wrong about one thing. I am not a reasonable person. I, Yang Ling, never wait until the next day to take revenge." After these words were spoken, Tian Mingji was fine, but the lady's whole body went limp and she collapsed directly to the ground. After a while, Yang Ling sat on the sofa with great fanfare, and Tian Mingji's family sat opposite him. Tian Juoyan looked at Yang Ling with his whole body trembling. He could never have imagined that a loser could push him to this point. Even the chairman's father couldn't solve it in person. He was very afraid. He was afraid that Yang Ling would beat him to the point of paralysis in a rage. After all, he had the evidence in his hand. Even if he was beaten on the spot, the chairman beside him would probably choose to swallow his anger for the sake of the group. Chapter 35, He Who Kills Will Be Killed. Silence, mysterious silence. Tian Mingji looked at Yang Ling, who was sitting opposite him, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He knew very well that in this kind of negotiation situation, whoever made a request first would be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. He thought that the young man opposite him would not be able to help but speak first since he had all the advantages. But I didn't expect that this person would be so calm and composed, without any of the impetuousness of an ordinary teenager. With a sigh in his heart, Tian Mingji spoke first. "Tell me, what do you want?" Ding, you crushed Tian Mingji's wish to gain an advantage in negotiations, attribute point +1. Yang Ling sneered in his heart, but said calmly, "Master Tian, I heard from Black Snake that you want me to do 3 things, and if you can satisfy him, he will only break one of my legs." "Is that true?" Tian Juoyan's heart skipped a beat and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Yang Ling said calmly, "I am a fair person. I will return the 3 things you asked me to do to you intact. You don't have to do it. I won't break all your bones. But the headlines of tomorrow's news will be about a rich second-generation man clashing with his love rival, or the chairman's father hiring someone to kill someone. You understand what I mean." The 3 things that Tian Juoyan asked Yang Ling to do were too horrifying. Now when it came to him, he was so scared that he could not speak. He could only look to his father in panic for help. Tian Mingji looked at his son with some disappointment. Compared with the young man in front of him, his son behaved like a good-for-nothing. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Little brother, let's be frank. I am willing to spend money to get rid of the disaster. Please name a price." Yang Ling sneered, "Did I talk to you? I'm asking Tian Juoyan now." Tian Mingji said angrily, "Yang Ling, don't go too far. Our Tian family is not made of clay." "Okay." Yang Ling sneered and said, "It's okay if you don't want to talk. Goodbye then." As he was about to get up and leave, Tian Mingji was shocked. He knew that if Yang Ling left, things would get serious, so he hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I know those 3 things too. I'll give you 200,000 for each one. How about that?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, 600,000 is nothing to your Tian family. You don't think I'm an idiot, do you? Hearing this, Tian Mingji was delighted. If the money is small, he can add more. It will be fine if there is any. He said in a deep voice, "How much do you want? Name your price." Yang Ling looked at the self-proclaimed shrewd businessman and laughed, "Boss Tian, it seems you misunderstood me. I will indeed talk to you about money, but not about these 3 things." Seeing the man's stunned expression, Yang Ling said calmly, "I read a sentence, those who kill people will be killed. If you dare to do something, you must bear the consequences. Your son needs to be disciplined. If you don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he won't learn his lesson." Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people from the Tian family gasped. Yang Ling's meaning was very clear. He wanted to return these 3 things intact. When he thought of those 3 things, Tian Juoyan collapsed on the sofa, shaking all over like a sieve. Ding, you crushed Tian Mingji's wish to spend money to ward off disaster, attribute point +1. Tian Mingji clenched his fists, and after meeting Yang Ling's cold gaze, he was actually a little afraid to look him in the eye. What he read in the young man's eyes was contempt, as if he, a rich man, was no different from an ant in his eyes. What kind of person can have such a disdainful look? Chapter 36 I Can Never Be More Cruel Than You. This powerful man who was well known in the business world is a little scared at this moment. A businessman is a businessman. No matter how rich he is just a businessman. He could negotiate business, but faced with such a dangerous situation, he was a little overwhelmed. Seeing that the whole family was stunned, Yang Ling sneered and said, "What? Is there anything to hesitate about? I'll count down to 3. If you don't make a decision, you'll be on the headlines. 3, 2, 1. Wait a moment." Tian Mingji seemed to have made up his mind. Without saying a word, he slapped his son hard in the face, knocking his teeth out. Seeing this, Yang Ling was slightly stunned, then sat back on the sofa and watched this good show. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of continuous slaps rang out. Tian Mingji ignored his wife's crying and wailing and his son's screams. He seemed to be venting his anger and slapped them hard. After a while, Tian Zhuoyan's cheeks were swollen so high that even his screams were muffled, and he finally stopped. Yang Ling glanced at the flying teeth and the pig-faced Tian Zhuoyan on the ground, and nodded. "Boss Tian, you are really willing to do this for the sake of the group. You are a ruthless person." As he said that, he stood up and walked to the still unconscious bodyguard, picked up a shrinking baton, threw it in front of Tian Mingji and said, "The second thing, let's start." "No." The noblewoman Zhang Chuanxia suddenly hugged her husband's legs tightly and cried, "No, my son can't stand it anymore, no more." Tian Mingji pushed her away with all his strength and angrily said to Yan Ling, "No matter how cruel I am, I can't be more cruel than you." As he said this, he picked up the short stick and chopped down at his son's legs. "Ah!" Zhang Chuanxia screamed. Seeing the short stick about to hit Tian Zhuoyan's leg, she suddenly saw a cold light flash before her eyes. A coin hit Tian Mingji's hand holding the stick accurately. He lost control of the stick due to the pain and it fell to the ground. Yang Ling played with another coin in his hand and said with a faint smile, "I was just joking, why should Mr. Tian take it seriously? Forget it. After all, Master Tian and I are acquainted. His legs don't need to be broken. I can't bear to be called grandpa. Compensate me for some mental damages, and the matter will be over." Looking at Tian Zhuoyan, whose face was covered in blood, Yang Ling continued, "But I hope he can take care of himself. If he dares to retaliate, it won't be as simple as breaking his leg." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the field breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Chuanxia collapsed and just cried while holding her unconscious son. "Ding, you have fulfilled Tian Mingji and Zhang Chuanxia's wish of not wanting their son to have a broken leg. Your wish value is +1. Tian Mingji sat down on the sofa with a wry smile on his face. "Brother, why didn't you say you were joking earlier? You're just saying this now because your son knocked out all his teeth. You're kidding me." People are always a little bit mean. He didn't know why Yang Ling chose to stop him at the last moment, but at least his son's legs were saved. He inexplicably wanted to thank the culprit. After a long sigh, Tian Mingji forced himself to calm down. "Yang Ling, how much money do you want? I'll transfer it to you." Yang Ling was slightly stunned, then his face darkened and he said, "Boss Tian, if the transfer exceeds 1 million, the bank will call the police. Do you want the Economic Crime Division to investigate me? You still want a plot against me after this? I underestimated you." Chapter 37 Obtaining a huge sum of money. Tian Mingji was shocked when he heard this. His little thoughts were actually seen through. How could Yang Ling have such awareness at his age? Unfortunately, Yang Ling has the skill of proficiency in deduction. In this case, he has activated the skill. Every word of Tian Mingji will be scrutinized by the skill of proficiency in deduction, and then the purpose behind this person will be calculated. "Ding, you crushed Tian Mingji's wish to plot against you, attribute point +1. Yang Ling's control over the situation and his ability to think deeply and foresee the future made Tian Mingji dare not play tricks. He sighed and said, "Little brother, let me tell you the truth. There are 3 million cash available at home now. I will give it all to you as compensation for your mental damage. But I hope you can give me the camera in your hand. How about we leave it at that?" Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "Boss Tian is a straightforward person. I just said more than 1 million in cash, but if it's 900,000, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Tian Mingji smiled bitterly and nodded, "Okay, 3 million in cash, plus a transfer of 900,000, I'll give it to you now." Then he said to Zhang Chuanxia beside him, "Go and take out all the money at home." Zhang Chuanxia nodded when she heard that, looked at Yang Ling meaningfully, then cheered herself up and walked upstairs. At the same time, Tian Mingji asked for Yang Ling's bank card account number and transferred 990,000 yuan to him. Yang Ling was quite surprised to see him being so straightforward, and wondered if he asked for too little. However, he had come to the Tian family and made a big scene, vented his anger, taken the money, and achieved the purpose of deterrence. Now it would be a good choice to call it a day. After a moment, he took the 2 suitcases, opened them, nodded with satisfaction, and then threw the camera in his hand into Tian Mingji's arms, smiling slightly and said, "Mr. Tian, you've suffered such a big loss, you won't just let it go, right?" Tian Mingji was about to say something, but Yang Ling waved his hand and said, "Don't be so hypocritical with me, but I advise you not to become my enemy, or you will end up in trouble." Tian Mingji shook his head and suddenly said seriously, "I wish you were my son." Yang Ling was slightly stunned when he heard this. After looking at him, he didn't say anything and turned into the darkness. After returning to the house, Tian Mingji hurriedly turned on the camera, and after watching for a while, he smiled bitterly again. There was no evidence in it, but there were nude photos of the Black Snake group. I was also confused. How could Black Snake, as a famous figure, leave any evidence behind? He walked to the window and looked in the direction where Yang Ling disappeared, feeling hatred and fear. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. "Ding, you have fulfilled Tian Mingji's wish for a camera, wish value +1, current progress 710. When he returned to the hospital, Yang Ling was in a good mood. He hid the 2 suitcases containing 3 million yuan under the bed and lay down on the bed. In addition to the 3.9 million tickets, this trip also gained 2 wish points and 2 attribute points. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Ling added the attribute points to physical strength this time. His current attributes are Strength, 14. Agility, 20. Stamina, 13. Charm, 3. Wish value, 710. This time, he was besieged by the Black Snake group. Although he successfully dealt with them, Yang Ling clearly felt a little tired. High agility and high strength are good, but to fully utilize these 2 attributes, they require physical support. Chapter 38: Renting a House. As the saying goes, a tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. If he does not have enough physical strength and there are many opponents, then things will become difficult. Yang Ling now possesses a mastery of deduction skills and can draw inferences about many things. He has completely offended the Tian family. Even though Tian Mingji is honest now, it is not difficult to see from the fact that he hired a group of thugs to deal with him in order to avenge his son that he is a vengeful person. Maybe he will take revenge someday, and next time he won't just be a gangster. Although he was not afraid, he could not be completely unprepared, so he planned to improve his physical strength and first eliminate the opponent's tactic of using a large number of people to exhaust him. A warm current flowed through his body, and Yang Ling clearly felt that his breath had become longer. With a slight smile, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, he left the hospital with the cash box and deposited the 3 million in cash in batches into different banks. It was already afternoon when he finished all this. Looking at the huge sum of nearly 4 million in his account, Yang Ling was so satisfied. "I am considered a wealthy man." After wandering around the park, he gained 2 wish points and ability points for the day from various small animals. His wish slot increased to 910, and his physical fitness also increased to 15 points. It was really easy. After hesitating for a moment, he had an idea and did not go to Xinhua bookstore to continue browsing books, but walked towards a nearby real estate agency. He originally lived in the patrol dormitory for the convenience of work, but now that he has money, it is time to consider changing his living environment. Of course, he didn't plan to buy a house right now. Although 4 million could buy a nice house in S-City, he would have little savings. The money has just been received and it's not even warm yet. It would also be troublesome to explain to his parents, so he planned to rent a house first and then buy one after he had a stable income. A moment later, at the real estate agency, Yang Ling walked to the counter and asked politely, "Miss, I'm planning to rent a house. Does anyone have any recommendations? This is a high-end real estate agency and there are not many customers." The woman at the front desk who was playing with her phone looked up at him and saw that although Yang Ling was good-looking, he was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like a rich man. She habitually glanced at the door again. There was not even a car. She snorted and threw a real estate agency information sheet over and said, "Here, take a look for yourself." Yang Ling was not angry. He smiled slightly and started to look through the messages. He had a photographic memory, and he made his discovery after just a quick glance. A 101 square meter, 3-bedroom, 1 living room, fully decorated house on the 3rd floor of Tiancheng Garden is for rent at a price of 5,500 yuan per month, but the rent must be paid for half a year in one lump sum. Tiancheng Garden is a recently launched residential community. The location is not bad, and most importantly, it is very close to Donghua University. Donghua University is the school he applied for, and he has a good chance of getting in, so this house is just right for him. He was planning to rent the house, but at this moment, the roar of a sports car engine suddenly sounded outside the hall. I saw a Mercedes-Benz sports car parked in front of the agency, and a young, fashionably dressed couple walked out, apparently wanting to look at a house. Seeing this, the waitress didn't even bother playing with her phone. She ran over to greet him and started with words like welcome. This treatment was completely different from Yang Ling's. Chapter 39. I'll pay 500,000. Led by the waitress, the two men walked in arrogantly, and other customers in the hall looked at them sideways. Walking closer, the young man wearing sunglasses glanced at Yang Ling, pushed him aside without any hesitation, and then said in a very cool tone, "Is there a house near Donghua University? Pick the best one for me, I want to live there." Upon hearing this, the waitress snatched the real estate agency book from Yang Ling's hand, flipped through it for a few times and said, "There are only school district houses near Donghua University, and there is only one house still for rent. You are lucky to have come here." "Oh?" The man in sunglasses said happily, "Then I want it. Money is not a problem. Find someone to bring this with me to look at the house." Yang Ling frowned when he heard that. He said, "Sorry, I saw this house first." After these words were spoken, several people were slightly stunned. The fashionable young woman glanced at Yang Ling with a hint of disdain in her eyes, and the man in sunglasses said with disdain, "You still want to rent a school district house? Just find a shanty town to live in. What a disgrace." The waitress also chimed in, "My dear guest, although you came first, the rent for school district housing is high and it doesn't seem suitable for you. Wait a moment, please. I'll help you pick out a suitable one later." "Oh?" Yang Ling turned a deaf ear to the waiter's words. He looked at the man in sunglasses and said calmly, "What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly." The man in sunglasses was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked at Yang Ling and said, "I said you are a disgrace, what do you want? How about it?" Yang Ling laughed and said, "Even Tian Mingji doesn't dare to talk to me like this, you are really brave." Hiss. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Who is Tian Mingji? He is a famous tycoon in S City. The man in sunglasses was surprised. He was indeed rich, but compared to Tian Mingji, it was nothing. For a moment, he was unsure of Yang Ling's origin, and his momentum weakened. Yang Ling sneered, looked at the waitress and said, "The rent is 5,500, right? I'll pay 10,000 and I'll take the house." The waitress opened her mouth and looked at Yang Ling in disbelief. Others might not know, but she knew that this agency was the property of the Tian family. If Yang Ling really had a relationship with Tian Mingji, she would be fired on the spot with just one word. She looked at Yang Ling, then at the man in sunglasses, and she froze there, feeling a little overwhelmed. The man in sunglasses glared at Yang Ling. It was obvious that this man wanted to make things difficult for him today, and his new girlfriend was still around. He was already in a difficult situation. He said angrily, "Stop pretending, kid. I'll give you 20,000. Yang Ling's face darkened. He stretched out 5 fingers and said, "I'll give you 500,000. What? Everyone gasped again. 500,000. This is no longer just renting a house, this is the rhythm of buying a house. The man in sunglasses' face suddenly turned pale. He was just an ordinary rich second generation, and could not compare to a real young master like Tian Zhuoyan. After Yang Ling directly called out this sky-high price, he immediately became dejected. Seeing this, Yang Ling sneered, "Weren't you very crazy just now? How about this, you apologize to me and get out of here with your girlfriend, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, these 500,000 can only be used as your medical expenses." Chapter 40. Now that you are here, why are you leaving? Threat. Naked threat. The man in sunglasses had a red face, and the woman next to him looked at Yang Ling with some fear. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and laughed. "You said there were 500,000 just by talking? Take it out and show it to me." The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and he said loudly, "If you can really come up with 500,000, I'd be willing to kneel down and call you master, not to mention apologizing to you." Everyone suddenly realized what was happening, even the waitress came to her senses, and they all cast questioning looks at Yang Ling. The waitress said, "Sir, this is an agency center, not a bragging tea house. Please don't disrupt our normal business, okay?" Yang Ling glanced at her and sneered at the man in sunglasses, "Kneel down and call me master." "You said so." As he said that, he took out his cell phone directly from his pocket. When he held the iPhone 10 in his hand, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This phone is not cheap, maybe this guy really has $500,000. As expected, Yang Ling directly brought up the page showing bank deposits, which showed the balance, $3.97 million. Hiss. There were gasps in the room, followed by complete silence. The waitress's face turned red, then pale. The man in sunglasses was stunned, and the next moment his face turned purple. Thinking of what he had said before, he really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After the initial shock, the female companion next to him looked at Yang Ling with a different look in her eyes. If Yang Ling's aura wasn't too strong, she would have come closer to him. "Ding, you have satisfied the wishes of the spectators. Your wish value is +1. Your current progress is 1010. You can make a wish." "Ding, you crushed the sunglasses man and the waitress's wish to taunt you, attribute point +1. Yang Ling put away his phone, looked at the man in sunglasses with a pig-like face, and said calmly, "Kneel down and call me grandpa. You said so yourself. Let's start." The man in sunglasses' face turned pale and blue. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't leave or stay. It was really a dilemma for him. Just then, a group of people suddenly came in from the door. A beautiful lady walked in accompanied by several bodyguards in black. When the waitress saw him, she quickly responded, "Hello, Mr. Zhang." The lady nodded and said, "Put my villa in Repulse Bay up for sale, ah." Before she finished her words, she suddenly saw Yang Ling not far away and exclaimed, Yang Ling, why are you here?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Boss Zhang, you guys are open for business, can I come?" This noble lady was none other than Zhang Chuanxia, who was frightened by Yang Ling last night to the point that her legs went weak and she could barely walk. Zhang Chuanxia reacted and turned around to leave with her bodyguards. But at this moment, Yang Ling's voice came from behind, "Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zhang Chuanxia was shocked when she heard this, and she really didn't leave. She said with a trembling voice, do you have anything else to say?" This woman's reaction was truly shocking, and everyone's mouths were open so wide that they could almost swallow an egg. Who is Zhang Chuanxia? She is Tian Mingji's wife and the vice chairman of Tian Group. She has been on TV several times. Who in S City doesn't know her? But at this moment, such a noble lady, a well-known figure, actually knew Yang Ling, and looked quite familiar with him. More importantly, she seemed a little afraid of Yang Ling. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yang Ling. Who exactly is this handsome young man in ordinary clothes? Chapter 41. Who is the chairman? After the initial shock, the man in sunglasses and the waitress looked as ugly as if they had eaten half a worm and an apple. The man in sunglasses was even trembling slightly. There was a huge gap between his father's wealth and the Tian Group. Yang Ling took in everyone's expressions. He said calmly, "Boss Zhang, I heard that your family is the boss here? You open your doors to do business and still look at people? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served?" As he said this, he looked at the waitress with a smile, and his meaning was self-evident. Zhang Chuanxia's heart was beating wildly at this moment. Although she knew that Yang Ling would not do anything to her, she was still afraid. She took a deep breath secretly and finally calmed herself down. Then she looked at the waitress next to her and said bluntly, "You are fired." Ah. The waitress's face turned pale, and she was so anxious that tears came out. As if she was grasping at the last straw, she suddenly grabbed Yang Ling's sleeve and said, Master Yang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked down on you. It's hard to find a job outside. Can you please forgive me and let me go? Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a meal to make amends." Yang Ling frowned, watching the waitress who was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She even said to have a meal to apologize. Isn't this implying that she can apologize with her body? It seems that this job is really important to her. After a light sigh, Yang Ling said, "I don't want to talk to you about any big principles. Forget about the meal. You are not my employee. It is not my decision whether to fire you or not." As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Chuanxia and said, "Don't you have rules and regulations for such a large group? Mr. Zhang, you fired me straight away. Isn't that too hasty? Zhang Chuanxia is actually a strong woman. After calming down, she finally understood that it must be her employees and this seemingly arrogant rich second generation who provoked Yang Ling and were punished by Yang Ling. But it was useless to figure it out. In her eyes, Yang Ling was already a powerful being that even her husband was afraid of. She was afraid that if the young man got upset, he would come to cause trouble again. Hearing this, she nodded hurriedly and said, "Xiao Yang, you are right. I will definitely take care of this matter." Everyone opened their mouths wide when they heard this. Those who didn't know would have thought that Yang Ling was the chairman. The waitress breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Ling with gratitude. "Ding, you have fulfilled the waitress's wish of not wanting to be fired. Wish value +1. Current progress, 1110. After one person is dealt with, it's the next person's turn." Yang Ling looked at the man in sunglasses calmly but said nothing. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on this previously arrogant rich second generation. He clenched his teeth and looked extremely ugly. He looked at Zhang Chuanxia, then at his girlfriend who was at a loss beside him, and finally, after meeting Yang Ling's half-smile, he knew that if he didn't kneel down and call him grandpa, he would not be able to pass this level. Apart from anything else, Zhang Chuanxia has the upper hand in dealing with her own father, and can bankrupt her father in a matter of minutes. With his mind made up, the man in sunglasses' legs actually softened and he was about to kneel down, but before he could finish the action, he was lifted up by a big hand. Yang Ling picked him up in his hand like a chicken, took off his sunglasses and threw them aside, then said calmly, "A man's knees are made of gold. Can you still hold your head up after you kneel down?" He threw it away like trash and sneered, "Take your woman and get out of here. Don't let me see you again." Upon hearing this, the man in sunglasses said sorry and crawled away. Chapter 42. Am I really old? Ding, you have fulfilled the wish of the man in sunglasses who didn't want to kneel down. Wish value +1, current progress, 1210. Zhang Chuanxia looked at the calm-faced young man in front of her, feeling a little curious. Whether it was speaking for the waitress or seemingly lifting up the man in sunglasses but actually preventing him from kneeling, it made her re-understand Yang Ling. Thinking back to last night when she stopped her husband from breaking their son's legs at the critical moment, she saw another side of Yang Ling. This young man did not kill all the people, but showed mercy when possible. From this perspective, he is not that scary. Thinking of this, she didn't feel scared anymore, but instead wanted to get to know this young man better. At this moment, Yang Ling was too lazy to pay attention to the lady's thoughts. He said to the waitress who was still in a daze, "What are you doing?" "Go through the formalities. I want to see the room." "Ah. Good. Do it now." The waitress was shocked. She certainly didn't dare to mention anything about the $500,000, and she quickly completed the formalities. "Sir, please wait a moment. An agent will take you to see the house soon." Before Yang Ling could say anything, Zhang Chuanxia suddenly said, "Shall I drive you there?" "Ha!" Yang Ling was slightly stunned and frowned at the woman. She was scared to death just a moment ago, so why did she want to accompany him to look at houses now? A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. Even if he is an expert in deduction, he cannot guess what this woman is up to. But he had his own plans. After taking the key from the waitress, he smiled and said, "I have legs, so there's no need for Mr. Zhang to make a fuss." After saying this, he didn't even look at her expression, but walked out of the hall leisurely. Yang Ling's 3 charms will inevitably make girls feel good about him. When he smiled, Zhang Chuanxia, the waitress, and other women in the hall all felt their hearts skip a beat for no reason. Zhang Chuanxia stared blankly at Yang Ling's back. Besides her heart beating a little, she also felt a little uncomfortable inside. When she first said she would send him there, she was shocked by her own words, but she didn't expect Yang Ling to refuse and he didn't even bother to look at her? This caused her to feel a strange emotion. Am I really old? After walking out of the hall, Yang Ling looked back at the real estate agency, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was the property of the Tian Group, so he came here on purpose to rent a house. The purpose was very clear, to let Tian Ningji know where he lived so that he wouldn't come to his house to seek revenge in the future. His family has always been his weak spot. After he really makes some money, he plans to buy a high-end villa with complete security so that he can feel completely at ease. While walking on the road, Yang Ling said in his heart, "System, I want to make a wish so that I can have the ability to move quickly." Ding, the wish is successful, the host obtains the skill, Light Footsteps. Light Footsteps, after the skill is activated, the movement speed increases by 300% and the dodge chance increases by 100%. Note, The duration of this skill is based on the host's physical strength. The skill stops when the physical strength is exhausted. Yang Ling was delighted. He had long wanted to have such ability so that he could protect himself and escape. If something happened somewhere, he could also rush there quickly. What surprised him most was that the chance of dodging increased by 100%. If he wants to stand out in the future, he will definitely offend people, and someone might even use a gun against him. If he could dodge the bullet, that would be a blessing. After carefully inquiring the system, he found that the dodge probability was based on agility. Chapter 43: The Beautiful Girl Who Ran Away from Home. After calculating with his deduction proficiency, Yang Ling found that his current 20 points of agility was not enough to activate light footsteps. To avoid bullets at close range, he needed at least 40 points of agility. If he encountered a few charging shotguns, he would need 60 points of agility or more. In addition to agility, one also needs strong instantaneous reaction ability and sharp eyesight. If one wants to truly protect oneself, there is still a long way to go. I walked unsteadily to Tiancheng Garden and showed the door number and key before the security guard let me in. Regardless of what the house was like, the standard of the property management seemed to be quite high. After finding the house he rented, Yang Ling opened the door and saw that it was well decorated, with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, a master bedroom and a guest room. Nodding with satisfaction, Yang Ling pushed open the door of the master bedroom, but the scene that came into his sight surprised him. He saw a white body lying on the big bed, and his first reaction was that he had encountered a murder case. But the slight snoring made him feel relieved, and then he frowned slightly. How could there be a woman sleeping in the house? He thought he had walked into the wrong room, so he went back to check the house number. It was indeed correct. After hesitating for a while, he decided to wake up the woman and ask her clearly. Bang! With a crisp sound, Xu Xiyin, who was sleeping, felt her body being slapped. She jumped up like a frightened little white rabbit, and then saw a strange but good-looking boy looking at her. She instinctively covered her body with the quilt and opened her mouth to shout. Unfortunately, this boy was faster. He jumped up directly and covered his mouth with his big hands, so he could only make a humming sound. Xu Xiyin's tears welled up in fear. Was the innocence that she had guarded for 20 years going to be taken away today? Yang Ling looked at the tearful girl, feeling both angry and amused. She must have thought of herself as a rape victim. At that moment, Yang Ling said unhappily, I am a new tenant. I will let you go, but don't shout, okay? Hearing this, Xu Xiyin breathed a sigh of relief and then nodded vigorously. Yang Ling loosened his hand, glanced at the girl who was still wrapped tightly, and said with a smile, I've seen it just now, there's nothing to see, there's no need to wrap it up. What did you say? Xu Xiyin heard Yang Ling mocking her small breasts, and she was no longer afraid. She showed her small fangs and said angrily, Don't you know that it's rude to say that? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for molestation. Yang Ling laughed and said, If you sue me for molestation, I will sue you for trespassing. Tell me, why are you here? Seeing that her attempt to complain failed, Xu Xiyin showed a pitiful expression and said, I ran away from home and had nowhere to go. You know what, this girl is very beautiful, and she has such a pitiful and delicate expression that no one has the heart to chase her away. Yang Ling was slightly stunned, then he said with some amusement, running away from home? Miss, isn't your excuse too old-fashioned? It's true. Then, Xu Xiyin began to talk about the reason why she ran away from home. Basically, her parents wanted to immigrate to the Maple Leaf Country, but she didn't want to, so she left a note and secretly ran back from the Maple Leaf Country. This house originally belonged to her family, but she sold it to an agency at a low price because she was planning to immigrate. She didn't bring much money back home with her and it was quickly spent. Chapter 44: Beautiful Roommate. Because she had nowhere to live, this place was empty, and she happened to have the key to this place, so she moved in secretly. Moreover, the security guard knew her and let her through quite naturally. However, she had only been back for about a week, so the agent didn't notice anything. Yang Ling frowned slightly. He used his proficiency in deduction to make a calculation and found that there was no flaw in what he said. He glanced at the ID card and passport placed casually on the bedside and couldn't help but believe it about 70%. But what is this? Even if this girl is pitiful and beautiful, why should I let someone else live in the house I rented? Xu Xiyin seemed to see what Yang Ling was thinking, and said a little aggrievedly, I'm not living here for free. When I make money, I will pay you the rent. Make money? Yang Ling asked curiously, how do you make money if you sleep in the house in broad daylight? Unexpectedly, Chu Xin pointed at the computer and said proudly, "Become a host? I'm a League of Legends master. Do you want me to help you rank up?" Ha! Yang Ling smiled. He was a man who was proficient in gaming skills. Did he still need you to guide him? But seeing how pitiful this girl is, it would be too inhumane to kick her out. But he doesn't really want to share a house with others, after all, he is a person with secrets. Just as I was struggling with this, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Energy crystals detected. What is it? Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this. Ding, the system requires energy to upgrade, and energy crystals can provide the required energy. For every unit of energy crystal the host hands in, he will randomly gain a full level skill. So good. Yang Ling was delighted when he heard this and asked hurriedly, "Where is the energy crystal?" "It's hanging around Chu Xian's neck." Yang Ling looked in the direction of the sound and saw a jade pendant hanging around the girl's neck. Needless to say, it should be the energy crystal. Under the temptation of the skill, Yang Ling laughed and said, "If you want me to take you in, it's not impossible, but..." Seeing Yang Ling staring at her chest, Chu Xian quickly covered it with her hands and said in a trembling voice, "Don't even think about it." Yang Ling laughed and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I want the jade pendant on your chest." Jade pendant? Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the jade pendant hanging on her chest. She asked curiously, "I bought this before." "It's only a few hundred yuan and not worth much. Why do you want it?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it. Leave the jade pendant to me. If you don't give it to me, just leave. I won't send you off. Make your choice. Only a fool would not give it to me." Chu Xian giggled, took off the jade pendant and handed it to Yang Ling, saying, "Here, you can go out, I want to sleep." Yang Ling took the jade pendant with satisfaction and handed it directly to the system. Ding, the host handed in the energy crystal and obtained a random skill. "It is being drawn for you. Please wait." Ding, the host has acquired a skill, mastering a musical instrument. Instrumental mastery, you can play music on any instrument you want. Will you let me make music? Although I didn't draw any skills that would enhance my combat power, my proficiency in musical instruments is pretty good too. As the old saying goes, it's always good to have many skills, and who knows, they might come in handy someday. He collected his thoughts and wanted to ask Chu Xian to give up the master bedroom, but he found that the girl had fallen asleep, and it seemed that she was very tired. With a slight smile, Yang Ling didn't care about these little things. It was just a guest room. They were the same size anyway and there was no difference. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xian's wish value +1, current progress 310. Chapter 45 I am willing to be your girlfriend. This girl is carefree. She dares to sleep so deeply in front of the man she meets for the first time. She doesn't look like a scheming person. With a slight smile, Yang Ling looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After hesitating for a moment, he walked out the door. He went shopping. Now that he has money, he doesn't have to be so frugal. He moved to a new place and replaced everything he could. Yang Ling first went to an electronics market and bought a computer worth 10,000 yuan. The configuration in all aspects was quite good, and he agreed to have it delivered directly to his home later. Afterwards, I went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities, rice, ingredients, etc. It's not that he likes being a cook, but after mastering the cooking skills, unless conditions do not allow, he still wants to eat the delicious dishes he makes. After doing all this, it was already nightfall when I returned home. The computer had been delivered. I nodded to the mover, and he opened the door and walked into the house carrying large and small bags. But before he could catch his breath, a female voice suddenly screamed, "Ah! This Yasuo is too bad." Needless to say, this beautiful anchor must have started the live broadcast. Yang Ling smiled bitterly and began to prepare dinner. Inside the room, Chu Xian was watching the comments and communicating with the audience. She had been doing live broadcasts for a week and had gained many fans with her beautiful looks, excellent skills, and lively and cheerful personality. The popularity of the live broadcast room has reached about 100,000, and she has also signed a newcomer contract with the platform. Suddenly, a fragrance began to fill the room. Chu Xian wrinkled her cute little nose like a kitten and said with a giggle, "It smells so good. It looks like someone has prepared the meal. Everyone, I'm going to eat first. I'll go live at 9 o'clock. I'll play with Han tonight, hee hee." Ignoring the various greetings on the barrage, she turned off the live broadcast. The moment she opened the door, she looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and she almost felt like she was floating. Hee hee, looks like I don't need to eat instant noodles tonight. Yang Ling glanced at her unhappily, but this glance made him feel quite amazed. If this girl gave him a somewhat natural and messy feeling before, then now Chu Xiyin, wearing a long skirt and light makeup, is an absolute little beauty. Chu Xiyin seemed to see through Yang Ling's thoughts and said with a giggle, "What do you think? Sister is beautiful. It's your blessing to share a house with a beautiful lady like me." Yang Ling smiled when he heard this, while Chu Xiyin unceremoniously served a bowl of rice and started eating. Before she ate it, her stomach was rumbling because of the aroma. After eating it, she felt so ecstatic. Is this the dish you made? Oh my god, this is so delicious. Little brother, if you cook for me every day, I am willing to be your girlfriend. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish to eat, wish value +1, current progress, 410. Yang Ling rolled his eyes at her, served himself a bowl of rice, and said unhappily, "Don't call me that in such a cheesy way. Just call me Yang Ling from now on." Yang Ling. Chu Xiyin responded vaguely and stuffed another piece of braised pork into her mouth. Her little eyes were full of satisfaction and enjoyment. After a while, the beautiful anchor, who had eaten 3 bowls of rice, leaned back on the sofa and looked at Yang Ling, who was cleaning up, admiringly saying, "Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be not only good looking, but also have excellent cooking skills. Don't worry, I won't eat your food for nothing. I'll take you to diamond level within 3 days so that you can have something to brag about in the future. How do you think?" Chapter 46, Double Row Encounter with Professional Players. The game League of Legends is popular all over the world. Having a high rank is not only a source of bragging rights, but you can also make money by playing professionally or doing live streaming. You can also bring a soft girl to play duo with you, which does have a lot of benefits. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Are your skills really that good?" Chu Xiyin patted her chest and said proudly, "I am the Grandmaster player of the Canyon of Heroes and the #1 female ADC." Yang Ling's mind was moved. Top of the canyon? Will I often meet professional players there? Of course. Chu Xiyin chuckled and said, "Hurry up and install your computer. I have already told the audience tonight that I will be in a double row with Han." Yang Ling smiled slightly. He was proficient in the game, but if he couldn't turn this skill into profit, then it would really be a useless skill. An idea formed in his mind, and he nodded and said, "Okay, I have an account in Canyon of Heroes, so I'll play a few games with you." The next step was to install the computer, games, and a series of other steps. When all was done, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish for a double row, wish value +1, current progress 510. After connecting to Chu Xiyin's microphone in his room and adjusting it for a while, he opened the live broadcast platform and found the girls' live broadcast room. You know what, although the popularity is average, there are quite a few comments. I didn't expect that when I was testing the microphone just now, Chu Xiyin had already started the live broadcast, and now all kinds of comments about herself appeared on the screen. "Inin, this little brother has a really nice voice. Does he have a room number? The voice is nice, but he's definitely a rookie. Wow, our Inin is going to be snatched away by someone. I hope I can meet a professional player and beat up this pretty boy." There were all kinds of comments, but most of the people in the live broadcast room were men who came because of Inin's looks, and they were obviously hostile to him. If they knew that they were living under the same roof with this beautiful anchor, I wonder what the barrage of comments would be like. I entered the game selection screen smoothly. At this time, someone suddenly revealed in the barrage that the opponent's south bottom lane was a professional player. Chu Xiyin was shocked when she heard that, and let out a wail when she checked. It's over. The opponent is the PT bottom lane combination of Wanlang and Agwa's Trumpet. I brought a rookie in the bottom lane. This game is over. The reactions in the barrage are also wonderful. Things like GG and immediate exit are all normal. Many people couldn't wait to see Yang Ling being brutally tortured. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Yang Ling's mind, "Ding, game mastery skill activated." The corners of his mouth curled up. He didn't expect to meet a professional player in the first game. It was a pleasant surprise. I entered the game very quickly. The bottom lane on the opposite side was played by 2 professional players playing their Smurfs. They didn't seem to take the people in this segment seriously and directly chose the entertainment combination of Pantheon and Prince. But a great player is a great player after all. Even if he just plays a few heroes randomly, people in this segment cannot compete with him. Xu Xiyin chose her best female J, but Yang Ling chose a big worm as an auxiliary. This made the audience watching the live broadcast almost laugh out loud. The big worm is a support. He runs out of mana after missing a few QS. His ability to protect AD is also average. The opponent's bottom lane is a violent duo. Won't they be beaten? As expected, the situation was fine at level 1 in the bottom lane, but when the prince reached level 2 and had the EQ combo, things started to get unfavorable. Chapter 47, Counterattack. Luck or Strength. Anyone who has played League of Legends knows that if Pantheon's shield stuns the opponent, and Jarvan uses EQ to provoke him, and he can't even use Flash, there's basically no hope if he uses Ignite. This fierce combination directly crossed the line of troops and was about to push Yang Ling and the other two out of the experience zone. At this time, the voice of the system in Yang Ling's mind sounded again, ding, deduction mastery is activated. His eyes suddenly became sharp. He was using this powerful skill to calculate the positions of the opposing duo and Xu Xiyin's movement trajectory. But this is not the case in the eyes of others. What is this big bug doing? A new tactic of pretending to be offline? If you can't use your Q, at least go up and force the ADC to move so he can last hit you. A colored pen is a colored pen. It is a disgrace to the world of escorting girls. It is at most a gold rank. The comments criticized Yang Ling rudely, and although Xu Xiyin interacted with the audience with a normal expression, she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Originally, she was planning to thank Yang Ling and help him gain some points. Besides, if you can lead a rookie to victory, you can also show off your skills, right? But I didn't expect that after just a few minutes, I was pinned under the tower and couldn't move. The live broadcast effect became worse. It seems that I will lose fans tonight. After another stalemate, the cannon cart in front of them was about to run out of health. Xu Xiyin's female J wanted to make up for it by relying on her long arms, and the opponent's positioning was not as aggressive as at the beginning. But at the moment when the spray gun was raised, Pantheon flashed directly with W to ignite. This is obviously a flaw that the other party has sold. Xu Xiyin thought to herself that this was not good, she was within the Princess EQ range. But she didn't expect the big bug to be faster. The moment Pantheon flashed W, he also flashed W to silence him, causing Pantheon to not use any damaging skills except for stun and ignite. And the Q skills were launched almost at the same time. The prince's EQ man was flying in the air and was directly stepped on by the bug's Q skill. In the early stage, the prince, who had no EQ combo and no ultimate move, was not even as good as a super soldier, while Yang Ling counterattacked and used ignite on Pantheon. In a flash, the situation reversed instantly. Xu Xiyin finally reacted, used the E skill to create distance, and then attacked Pantheon crazily. Pantheon didn't have flash, so he couldn't leave. After throwing a Q and piercing the big worm's blood, he fell down unwillingly. The prince saw that the situation was not good and slipped away. Counterattack. With a series of incredible moves, the big bug directly killed a professional player. Xu Xiyin screamed excitedly, and after a moment of silence and the barrage of comments, a 6,666 followed. But there are also many people who think that the big bug was just lucky and it was impossible for it to have such a quick reaction and such perfect operation. Inside the PT training base, the two young men looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The coach happened to be there too, and came over out of curiosity. This big bug is lucky? Wanlang frowned and said, "It's possible. Let's go online and try again." The next moment was for the haters in the barrage to shut up completely, because Yang Ling began to remind Xu Xiyin to move. "Be careful when you kill this soldier later, the prince will come over to EQ you." Sure enough, the female J fired bullets and the prince's EQ combo arrived, but Xu Xiyin was prepared. The moment the flag was planted, she had already ed away. But the opponent is a professional player after all, and he can add a flash after using the EQ combo. EQ flash directly provoked the female J. Chapter 48. Give me all his information in 3 minutes. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up. Pantheon, who wanted to follow up, was directly hit by the QW combo of the big worm, and was eaten by a few attacks. The level 6 bug S damage was pretty good, and Pantheon wasn't at full health, so he was killed instantly. The whole set of operations was smooth and flowing, as if everything had been carefully calculated, and the coherence was unbelievable. Yang Ling's mastery of the game allows him to have extraordinary operation skills. He also knows the experience, attack power and other data of each soldier after his death. He knows the damage of heroes very well. and his mastery of deduction allows him to capture his opponent's next move in advance. The prince used all his EQ and flash, and was a few soldiers short of level 6 without his ultimate. Then he was beaten up and lay on the ground counting the black and white. The barrage was shocked, Chu Xiyin was shocked, the PT bottom lane duo and the coach were also shocked. What a terrifying calculation ability and reaction speed! Chu Xiyin screamed, "Ling, you are too strong. Strong, very strong, extremely strong." The screen was full of 666s in the barrage of comments. I don't know how many diving monsters were blown up by this operation. A small live broadcast room with 100,000 people was actually full of barrages of comments. Wow, what a magical operation! Who just said that Ling is a disgrace to the world of escorts? Come out? Where's the black guy in front? Why doesn't he come out? The barrage was completely shocked by this wave of operations. If they won, they would praise them, and if they lost, they would criticize them. The operation was brilliant. 666, it was so real. Inside the PT club base, the coach wearing glasses said to the team leader beside him, "Do you know what this person's background is?" The team leader shook his head decisively, and the club owner who appeared behind them suddenly said, "Agua, do you think this guy is lucky or does he have the ability?" As a top-ranked support in the national server, Agua still has a good eye. He smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, this isn't the first wave. If you say I'm lucky, do you believe it?" The boss was stunned when he heard this, then turned to the team leader and said bluntly, 3 minutes, I want to know all the information about this person." After showing off such a magical operation, all the teammates in the game gave Yang Ling a thumbs up, and the jungler even asked him if he wanted to get some economic benefits from the jungle. Being a support to the point where teammates in the Diamond Division are flattered by you is a big achievement. Yang Ling was not surprised, as he had expected this situation. But Chu Xiyin's eyebrows curved with smile as she watched the popularity of the live broadcast room continue to rise. "Ling, you are such a genius. I have decided to help you rank up every day. Let's become the top scorer in the country together." Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish value +1, current progress, 610. Chu Xiyin was so arrogant that the comments were full of question marks. However, Yang Ling smiled and said, "When did you become my sister? Can you stop flattering yourself?" Her voice was warm and pleasant, with a hint of playfulness in her calm tone, which immediately charmed many young ladies in the live broadcast room. "Hey, Ling, start the live broadcast. I want to send you rockets." "Ling, do you have a girlfriend?" "It doesn't matter if you don't, you have one now." The comments were very enthusiastic, and the previous haters wisely changed their tone and praised the comments. Various gifts were flying all over Chu Xiyin's live broadcast room, and there was even a new ID of a little fangirl named Ling who directly sent 2 rockets. This little fangirl has already become Yang Ling's die-hard fan at first glance. Chapter 49, Invitation from a Professional Club. There were no surprises in this game. Pantheon, the prince in the bottom lane, was directly defeated. Yang Ling used the big worm to go to the top lane to set the pace twice. The game ended as soon as the Rift Herald was taken. By the time the game was over, the popularity of Chu Xiyin's live broadcast room had reached 200,000, which had doubled. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. Wish value +1, current progress, 710. Chu Xiyin smiled as bright as a flower and insisted on pulling Yang Ling to continue playing in a duo. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room asking Yang Ling not to leave, and there was even a rich man who said that he would give a rocket for every hit. Yang Ling already had a plan in mind, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to just queue up. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish. The current progress is 810. Sometimes it's so easy to earn wish points. In the next few games, Yang Ling used LeBlanc, Gangplank and Yasuo respectively, and his position was also changed from support to mid. With these 2 great skills in hand, not to mention diamond players, even professional players will be beaten to a pulp if they meet him. In total, he got more than 70 kills in 3 games, with various extreme operations and brilliant predictions appearing at least 10 times, which made the opponent's scalps numb. The 666 in the barrage never stopped. In just over an hour, Chu Xiyin received 8 rockets, 5 of which were sent by that little fangirl of Ling. The entire live broadcast room was filled with excitement, with people asking Yang Ling to show his face and send rockets, and asking him to go live and send rockets. Finally, Yang Ling couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the audience and promised that he would do a live broadcast with Chu Xiyin after the college entrance examination, but not every day and at a fixed time. Xu Xiyin was so happy that her face was smiling from ear to ear. Thanks to Yang Ling, the popularity of her live broadcast room was growing at a geometric rate. She received at least 50,000 yuan in gifts in one night. Yang Ling also successfully obtained some wishing points. The current progress is 910, and he will be able to make a wish again soon. After playing a few games, perhaps due to excessive use of skills, Yang Ling felt a little dizzy. After saying goodbye to Xu Xiyin, he took a shower and went to bed. This sleep was particularly deep. Early the next morning, although Yang Ling was asleep, he keenly noticed footsteps in the room. He opened his eyes suddenly and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Xu Xiyin. Then he asked unhappily, "Don't you know it's rude to enter someone else's room without permission?" Xu Xiyin said with envy, "Don't mention this, Ling, your luck has come. The managers of the PT and CMG clubs contacted me early in the morning. After watching your performance yesterday, they hope you can come out for a tryout." Yang Ling was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I accompanied Xu Xiyin to do the live broadcast last night, not on a whim, but because I had my own purpose. He doesn't want to play professionally, but he wants to make money by mastering the game." He just smiled and said, "Tell the two managers that I don't want to be distracted by the college entrance examination. Can we wait until I finish the college entrance examination before we discuss this?" Through chatting, Xu Xiyin also knew that Yang Ling was a candidate. After hearing this, she nodded and suddenly said, "By the way, your little fangirl gave you 6 rockets yesterday. I will transfer the money to you after the account is credited." Yang Ling looked at the beautiful girl and nodded secretly in his heart. A gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. Since she took the initiative to bring this up, she is not a girl who would take advantage of others. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "I heard that your gift money is paid every 6 months? You just started live streaming, let's talk about this later." Chapter 50, Driving Mastery, Even Aircraft Carriers Can Be Driven. After that, he asked curiously, "Do you have any money on you now?" "Ah." Xu Xiyin's face turned red, she lowered her head and shook her head gently. Yang Ling smiled slightly when he saw this, and transferred 10,000 yuan to the beautiful anchor via WeChat, saying, "I borrowed it from you, remember to return it to me." Xu Xiyin opened her mouth and stared at Yang Ling blankly, tears flickering in the corners of her eyes. She stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say. Yang Ling laughed and said, "Why, do you want to see me get dressed?" "Ah." Xu Xiyin came back to her senses, blushed and snorted, Who wants to see you?" "I'm going to bed." With that he turned quickly and pushed the door open. Before walking into her room, she rubbed her eyes, looked back at Yang Ling's room, and after a moment's pause, she seemed to have figured something out and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After breakfast, Yang Ling went directly to the small park and earned 2 attribute points and a wish value. Add 2 attributes directly to physical strength. The current attributes are as follows. Strength, 15. Agility, 20. Stamina, 15. Charm, 3. Skills, Injury Recovery Proficiency, Tai Chi Proficiency, Throwing Proficiency, Deduction Proficiency, Musical Instrument Proficiency, Game Proficiency, Cooking Proficiency, Photographic Memory, Light Footsteps. At this time, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind, "Ding, the host's current wishing progress is 1110, you can make a wish." Yang Ling now has 2 choices. First, to acquire another skill to enhance his combat effectiveness and strengthen his own strength. Second, choose a practical skill to enrich yourself. After hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "I want to make a wish so that I can have superb driving skills." In modern society, a driver's license is a must. Many people can not only drive a car, but also drive a yacht or even an airplane. Yang Ling's family was poor, and before, it was difficult for him to even get a driver's license, let alone buy a car. Ding, the wish was successful, the host gained the skill, Driving Mastery. Driving Mastery, you are able to skillfully drive all means of transportation that have appeared on the blue planet from ancient times to the present. Ding, you gain 1 charm point. A cool feeling surged through his body, and he was horrified to discover that he could not only drive a car, but also airplanes, ships, aircraft carriers, and even man-made space stations. And they are all top-notch driving techniques. This is too strong. He himself couldn't believe it. Just as he was excited, the system's prompt sounded suddenly, "Ding," it was detected that the host had overused mental power before, causing fatigue. The spiritual power attribute is now enabled. Please check the instructions for details. What? A new attribute? Yang Ling hurriedly checked his panel and found that below the physical strength value, there was an additional attribute of mental strength. It was now a little more than a normal person, at 12 points. After reading the instructions carefully, he suddenly understood. No wonder I felt dizzy and swollen after playing a few games yesterday. It turned out that my mastery of the game and the deduction consumed a lot of my mental energy. This is like the blue bar in the game. How can you use skills without blue? After the mental power attribute is activated, other skills that require brain power will consume mental power. 12 points of mental power can maintain a skill for 4 hours, which means 1 point of mental power is 20 minutes. When 2 skills are activated at the same time, mental energy consumption will be doubled, and 1 point can only last for 10 minutes. Without mental power, skills that consume brain power cannot be used. From this point of view, this is also a very critical attribute. Chapter 51 The female president wants to see me. Yang Ling frowned and thought carefully about how to increase these attribute points in the future. He is now a completely different person. Before, he was a poor man fishing, and even after getting the system, he was still thinking about how to make money. But now it's different. Money is important, but it's not the most important thing. He had already learned from the system that if he handed over 10 energy units, the system would be upgraded and he would get a huge benefit. As for what the benefits are, the system has already made it clear that the field domination function will be activated. As long as he dominates a certain field, his cultivation level will be improved. This is not physical abilities such as strength and agility, but realm. With this realm, he will have magical powers. If he dominates many areas in the future, he can even become an immortal. The sun and the moon decay, but I am immortal. The heaven and earth perish, but I am immortal. This is the ultimate goal he pursues. Compared to becoming an immortal, what is money? He makes money in order to buy energy crystals and hand them over to the system, so as to earn 10 energy units as soon as possible to upgrade the system. The broadening of horizons is inevitably accompanied by a change in state of mind. The Yang Ling of the past is long gone. So no matter whether it was Tian Mingji or Zhang Xuanxia before, they were just ants in his eyes. It's a mentality. Strong mentality. After struggling for a long time, he decided to develop in a balanced way and turn his 4 dimensions into a square monster. After realizing this, he smiled and walked towards the bookstore. There is still a long way to go, and we have to take one step at a time. The most urgent task now is to be admitted to Donghua University. It would be best if I could get the top score in the college entrance examination, which would also be considered as dominating a field. I had been reading in a bookstore for the whole morning and was about to go out for something to eat when my cell phone suddenly rang. It was my dad calling. "Ha! That female CEO wants to see me." Yang Jianjun's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. I never thought that the old man would actually arrange a marriage for his children with the Liu family. You have to dress yourself up and be there on time for your appointment at 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ling showed a bitter smile. What was just a joke back then has now come true. Speaking of the Liu family, it is truly a giant family. The old man of the Liu family was a big leader in Yanjing City back then. Although he has retired now and is living in Jiangnan province, if he stomps his feet, not only a city, but even the whole Jiangnan will shake 3 times. This old man has 3 sons. The eldest son is a politician and is currently the number 1 figure in a certain province. The second son joined the army and is now the youngest and most promising general in the Jiangnan military region. The third son was engaged in business, but unfortunately died young. However, he had a capable daughter. Lu Muchan, chairman and general manager of Mahua Group, openly holds assets and stocks worth 4 billion yuan, but because of family reasons, the power behind him is so strong that it is outrageous. Compared with his female president, Tian Mingji is far inferior, very far inferior. I didn't expect that the system would arrange this young lady to be my wife. Putting aside other things, the young men, big bosses, and big men from all walks of life who want to marry this female president can line up from S-City to Yanjing. Isn't he suddenly at the center of the storm? And I heard that Lu Muhan is extremely beautiful and has no interest in men. With a wife like this, wouldn't she be a widow forever? However, the benefits are also obvious. He can use the Liu family's huge network to find energy crystals, and he can also get help from here when he wants to enter various industries in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Ling looked up at the sky. After a long silence, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the coffee shop where they had agreed to meet. This is the most upscale coffee shop in S City, and most of the customers here are well-known figures. Chapter 52. You are late, let us get divorced. The waitress looked at the ordinary dressed teenager in front of her with some surprise. Although there was a hint of disdain in the depths of her eyes, she still asked politely, "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Someone should have made a reservation. May I ask where Lu Muchan is sitting?" "Director Lu." The waitress was surprised, and then hurriedly asked, "Are you Mr. Yang that Director Lu is waiting for?" "Ah, I'll take you there right away." Upon learning that Yang Ling knew Lu Muchan, the waitress' attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. A moment later, she took Yang Ling to a secluded corner of the coffee shop, where 5 people were already waiting at a round table. An old man who was dressed casually but obviously had held a high position for a long time was sitting in the main seat, looking at him with a smile. Sitting on either side of him were a man and a woman. The man was about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a suit and had a handsome face, but the look in his eyes was full of indifference and a hint of imperceptible hostility. The other woman was wearing a light black casual outfit, with her long hair casually draped over her head. She was truly beautiful. This woman was Lu Muchan. Yang Ling thought he had seen many beauties, but no matter whether they were his ex-girlfriend, the young nurse or the beautiful anchor, they all pale in comparison to this great beauty. Only Su Qiuxia, the female prostitute, can be compared. However, the look this beautiful lady gave him was rather unfriendly. And a beautiful girl next to her simply looked at Yang Ling with disdain. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "A poor boy like you is worthy of Lu Muchan?" The waitress tactfully retreated, and the first person to speak was not Mr. Lu at the main seat, but Lu Muchan. She snorted, "You're late. I hate people who are late. Please go through the divorce procedures with me later." The first thing he said when they met was divorce. What a show of power. Yang Ling was slightly stunned and looked at the clock hanging in the hall. It showed 2:03. So he was really 3 minutes late. He smiled slightly and said, "Director Lu, we haven't even gotten married yet, why do we need to go through the divorce procedures? If you don't want to see me, just go away." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. This kid actually dared to speak like this in front of Mr. Lu. Is he ignorant or brainless? The young man sneered, and the beautiful girlfriend next to Lu Muchan sneered. She didn't know how many times she had seen this way of attracting attention. Lu Muchan glanced at Yang Ling and said, "Okay, I'm sorry I won't accompany you." He stood up and was about to leave, but as soon as he made a move, old Master Lu frowned and said, "Sit down." Hearing this, the woman gritted her teeth, looked at Yang Ling hatefully, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally sat back obediently. Old Master Lu laughed and said, "Xiao Yang, my granddaughter has a bad temper. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. By the way, should we introduce ourselves?" Yang Ling smiled and said, "You are too polite, old man. I have heard your names so well that I know them. You have devoted your life to the motherland. We all admire you very much." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Muchan and said, "Director Lu often appears on TV. He is a nationally renowned young entrepreneur and the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. Who doesn't know him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Muchan just looked at Yang Ling coldly without saying a word. Chapter 53. The marriage certificate has been photoshopped. Yang Ling didn't care. He looked at the young man next to Mr. Lu and said, "I guess this must be the famous vice chairman of Muhua Group, Mr. Wang Chao, right?" Wang Chao nodded slightly, and the disdain and hostility in his eyes became more and more intense. His grandfather and father were both Mr. Lu's confidants, and his generation even sat on the high position of vice chairman. He is also one of Lu Muchan's many suitors, and with his family connections, it is rumored that he has a great chance. When Yang Ling saw this look, he just sneered. No matter whether he is this president or that director, it is best if they don't provoke him. If they dare to provoke him, he will send them all to death. Then, he looked at the girl next to Lu Muchan. This girl was also very beautiful. If she was taken out alone, she would definitely be a goddess-level figure, but next to Lu Muchan, she looked a little pale. He smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this young lady should be the daughter of the chairman of Yushuan Group, Lin Xiaoshuang?" Lin Xiaoshuang snorted. She was an outsider who grew up with Lu Muchan and was very familiar with the Lu family. She said bluntly, "Yang Ling, right? We have already figured out your background. I don't want to say anything unpleasant in front of the old man. Given your status, family background, financial resources and abilities, it is absolutely impossible for you and Muhan to be together. I advise you to give up this idea." Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, I've heard of you, but that doesn't mean I know you. Let's not talk about whether you have the qualifications to persuade me. Even if you do you think I will pay attention to you? You. Lin Xiaoshuang was hit back by this sentence, but she didn't know how to refute. She glared at Yang Ling hatefully, as if she was brewing some words to fight back. Lu Muchan frowned slightly. She knew her best friend too well. She was used to the temper of a young lady. Once she got angry, it would be very embarrassing. She gently squeezed Lin Xiaoshuang's hand under the table, signaling her to stay calm. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshuang snorted and simply turned her head away without looking at Yang Ling. The atmosphere was very awkward as soon as they met, but Mr. Lu nodded slightly in his heart. He had met many young men who were interested in Lu Muchan, but no matter which family they were from, they were always respectful in front of him and kept a low profile. Facing the granddaughter's best friend Lin Xiaoshuang, she was too busy trying to curry favor with him. He agreed to let Lin Xiaoshuang come today because he wanted to take the opportunity to see Yang Ling's temperament and character. Now it can be seen that Yang Ling's attitude and tone are neither humble nor arrogant. After being ridiculed, he immediately retorted and refused to suffer any loss. In addition, he had a feeling in his heart, as if the young man in front of him didn't care about the identities of them at all. Even in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of disdain and a hint of pride. He was surprised and curious that a child from an ordinary family could have such a magnanimous character. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Old Master Lu laughed and said, All right, stop talking. Xiaoling, you and Muhan should know about your marriage, right? You said something wrong just now. I, the old man, have taken it upon myself to complete the marriage formalities for you. As he spoke, he nodded to Wang Chao. Wang Chao took out a red booklet from his briefcase with a gloomy face and handed it to Yang Ling without saying a word. When he looked at it, it turned out to be his and Lu Muchan's marriage certificate. The date was today, and there was even a photo of them together. It was really photoshopped perfectly. Chapter 54: The System's First Mission. This also indirectly demonstrates the strength of the Lu family. In a word, they can even get a marriage certificate. This. Yang Ling smiled bitterly and said, Old man, are you too anxious? Old Master Lu laughed and said, Your grandfather and I have a lifelong friendship. We have already agreed on it. I'm just afraid that my granddaughter won't agree. Lu Muchan's face was dark. She was a virgin who had never even had a romantic relationship but was forced to get married. How could she not be angry? She looked at Yang Ling, the culprit, with hatred, wishing she could divorce him immediately and send this damn man abroad, never to come back for the rest of his life. When Yang Ling saw the murderous look in the female president's eyes, he touched his nose and felt a little uneasy. On the surface, he was also a victim of an arranged marriage, but he really did it. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind, Ding, it is detected that the system-related person Lu Muchan has a negative opinion of you, and the first system task is now issued. If you can change her attitude and make her view you positively within 30 days, you will be rewarded with an unlimited wish opportunity. If you fail, 3 of your skills will be randomly deducted. Current intimacy between Lu Muchan and you, 70, mission target, intimacy above 50. Yang Ling was taken aback. He didn't expect the system to issue a task, and that it involved the concept of a system-related character. I think it was because of the previous unlimited wishes that the system scan determined that Lu Muchan was a suitable candidate, so he became a related person. Speaking of which, what the hell is a negative 70 intimacy? Isn't this already hatred? System, where is my charm value? Why is it not working? Ding, it is detected that Lu Muchan's charm value is higher than yours. Your charm value cannot have any effect on him. Yang Ling suddenly realized after hearing this young lady is extremely beautiful, capable and rich, and her charm is definitely very high. Whether it is Mr. Lu or the other 2 people here, one has a very high leadership charisma, and the other 2's charisma is definitely not low either. No wonder they don't have the same natural and close liking for me as ordinary people. For the first time, he felt that the attribute of charm value seemed not bad. Seeing Yang Ling was a little dazed, the old man thought that he could not accept such an arranged marriage, and laughed, Xiaoyang, you don't have to worry. After marrying Muhan, you will work at Muhua Group in the future. I will also make proper arrangements for your parents and sister, so don't worry about that. Also, I will have someone take care of your wedding photos, wedding ceremony, and wedding house, but you guys have to pay attention to it too. Yang Ling smiled bitterly when he heard this, while Lu Muchan's face became increasingly darker. If her grandfather wasn't the person she respected the most, she would have left long ago. Lin Xiaoshuang sneered repeatedly, and Wang Chao looked at Yang Ling with resentment. Needless to say, this vice president hated Yang Ling to the core. The old man seemed to turn a blind eye to all this, or he deliberately did not point it out, wanting Yang Ling to solve it himself. The more he talked, the more excited he became, even talking about the future child's surname and education. Yang Ling's scalp tingled when he heard this, and he wished he could leave right away. After chatting for a while, the old man chuckled and said, "I'm going to the bathroom, you young people can have some conversation." Having said that, he stood up and, without asking anyone to accompany him, walked towards a place not far away in a good mood. As soon as he left, the situation immediately became awkward. Chapter 55 I am someone you can't afford to offend. Wang Chao seemed to have endured it for a long time, and he just sneered and said, "Yang Ling, I have already investigated your background. You have poor grades, a poor family, and you have no ability at all. I heard that he had a fight with a bunch of idiots a few days ago. With your character, let alone being Muhan's husband, we don't even want you to clean toilets in our group. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. 1 million. Tell the old man that you want a divorce." These words were somewhat hurtful. Lu Muchan frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. Yang Ling just looked at Wang Chao calmly and said calmly, "What if I don't want to? You think the money is too little?" The one who spoke was Lin Xiaoshuang. She sneered and said, "How much do you want? Name your price." Seeing that Yang Ling was indifferent, she became even more angry and shouted, "Yang Ling, I won't talk about your family background. According to our investigation, you had below average grades in high school, a weak personality, and you don't even know how to behave. To say that a toad wants to eat swan flesh is flattering you. Sister Muhan is the phoenix in the sky, and you are just an ant on the ground. People should have self-knowledge. Don't you have any idea at all?" Yang Ling's expression turned cold, and he sneered, "Isn't it too early to draw conclusions about who is the ant and who is the phoenix? If it weren't for the old man's sake, you two bastards would have to leave lying down." "You." Lin Xiaoshuang's face turned pale. Wang Chao said coldly, "Yang Ling, we are scumbags, so who are you?" "What am I?" Yang Ling said calmly, "I am someone you can't afford to offend. I'm warning you one last time. If you dare to buzz my ears again, you'll suffer the consequences." When he said this, a faint aura burst out from Yang Ling. The two were shocked and did not dare to refute for a moment. The disdain in the eyes of the young man in front of him was like a dragon in the sky looking at an ant on the ground. Even Lu Muchan was a little frightened. He had met many important figures with his grandfather since he was a child. This look seemed familiar, but also a little different. But she was angry and she refused to accept it. She suddenly stood up and said, "Enough, what's the point of you saying these things now? What can you prove? I don't despise you because you have no money, nor because you have no ability, but because you are not like a man. How can you give me happiness when you can't even protect your own girlfriend?" These words were extremely heartbreaking and directly hit Yang Ling's sore spot. He fell silent. Fang Yue was kidnapped by someone. Although he beat Tian Zhuoyan severely, he still lost his girlfriend in the end. This was his failure, there is no denying it. And he has made up his mind that one day he will take back his lost dignity. But he really can't prove anything now. Seeing that he said nothing and showed a bitter smile, Lu Muchan realized that her words were too harsh. Her expression eased and she sighed softly, "Let's get a divorce. We are really not suitable for each other." Yang Ling exhaled a breath of foul air, looked at the cold but beautiful woman in front of him, and smiled faintly. "You are capable of getting a marriage certificate. I think a divorce certificate should not be difficult, right? Whether we want a divorce or not is just a matter of a word from you, Mr. Lu. But I hope you won't regret it in the future." Lu Muhan said calmly, "I never regret anything I do." Just as she was about to continue talking, Wang Chao's phone suddenly rang. He stood up hastily and said, "I'll go see the old man," and walked quickly to the toilet. After being interrupted, both of them calmed down. No one spoke for a while and the scene was very awkward. Yang Ling was angry in his heart, but he drank his coffee calmly with a nonchalant expression and said nothing. A moment later, both Mr. Lu and Wang Chao came back. The old man laughed and said, "Xiaoling, I heard that you solved 3 robbers by yourself. I also watched the video. It's true that heroes emerge from youth." Yang Ling smiled and said, "It's just luck." "Thank you for the compliment, old man." Mr. Lu became even happier when he heard this, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with his grandson-in-law. Chapter 56 Kidnapping, Emergency. At this moment, Wang Chao's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and his face changed drastically. "Oh no, ma'am, the ma'am has been kidnapped." "What?" When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The lady he was talking about was Lu Muchan's mother, Xiaofian. Lu Muchan's face darkened, and he immediately picked up his phone to call his mother, but Wang Chao said in a trembling voice, "Chairman, the kidnappers used your wife's phone to call." Hearing this, Lu Muchan's face turned pale. She was a strong woman and a female CEO, sure, but she was just a girl in her early 20s after all. When faced with this situation, she suddenly became at a loss. At this time, the old man said in a deep voice, "Give me the phone." After a moment, Mr. Lu angrily threw his phone to the ground and said through gritted teeth, "There are still people in today's society who dare to do this kind of thing. Wang Chao, call the police immediately and bring these criminals to justice." Wang Chao smiled bitterly and said, "Old man, the kidnappers clearly said that we cannot call the police, otherwise they will kill us. Should we?" At this time, Lu Muchan, whose face was defeated, also said anxiously, "Grandpa, if they want money, just give it to them. You can't risk mother's safety." After hearing this, Mr. Lu was silent for a moment, as if he had aged several dozen years in an instant. He waved his hand and said, "The kidnappers want us to stay in the coffee shop and not go anywhere else. Muhan, call back and raise the money. They want 100 million. Send the money here. Wang Chao, go and book all the coffee shops, and don't make too much noise." The two nodded hurriedly. Old Master Lu smiled bitterly and sat down. He looked at Yang Ling and the pale and frightened Lin Xiaoshuang and said, "I'm sorry, the kidnappers are afraid that they will call the police after you leave, so they asked you to stay here too. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'll make it up to you later." Lin Xiaoshuang had lost her composure and nodded hurriedly in panic, while Yang Ling's face was calm, but there was a faint gleam in the depths of his eyes. One has to sigh that the Lu family is really powerful. Within 2 hours, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle filled with cash was parked outside the coffee shop. At this time, the kidnapper's phone rang again, asking everyone to stay 30 meters away from the business car. The Lu family had no choice but to do as they were told. A moment later, an ordinary van drove over and a man wrapped in black and wearing a Zhu Beiji mask got out. He walked quickly to the front of the commercial vehicle and started the car directly, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Mr. Lu received a call from the kidnappers. They changed their minds and wanted not only 100 million in cash, but also 100,000 shares of Muhua Group stock. But there is a prerequisite, that is, they can catch up with the business car full of money to the signing place. If they can't catch up, they will lose the cash and the hostages. In addition, they are not allowed to drive their own luxury cars and must drive that van. This is clearly an attempt to make things difficult for the Lu family. Old Master Lu was furious. Who was he to realize that these kidnappers were so arrogant? Under normal circumstances, with just one phone call from him, the kidnappers would not be able to escape even if they fled to heaven or hell, but now the Lu family's weak spot has been found. He had no choice but to compromise. Glancing at the young men behind him, he shook his head slightly. The old man had served as the captain of a driving company during the battle to aid North Korea. When it comes to driving skills, I'm afraid none of the young men here can compare to him. But his old bones. That's all. Old Master Lu Baichuan sighed and said, "Muhan, Wang Chao, please follow me into the car. Xiaoling, Xiaoshuang, everything is fine here, you should go home quickly." Chapter 57, The Speeding Van. Lu Muchan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she said anxiously, "Grandpa, you have an old injury, if. Let me drive it." The old man shook his head and said, "You, a girl, can't do this, let me do it." But. Lu Muhan wanted to say something else, but the old man shook his head and said, "Stop talking, get in the car." As he said this, he walked ahead. Lu Muchan didn't dare to disobey and followed with a wry smile. Behind him, Yang Ling said calmly, "Boss Wang, you can't drive?" Wang Chao glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "My skills are not even as good as Muhan's, so I won't delay the business." "Yeah?" Yang Ling smiled without comment, glanced at the pale-faced Lin Xiaoshuang beside him and said, "Go home." After saying that, he walked up quickly, got into the driver's seat before the old man, and said calmly, "I'll drive." "You?" Several people were slightly stunned. Wang Chao sneered and said, "According to my investigation, you don't even have a driver's license. How can you hold the steering wheel correctly? I'm afraid you won't be able to drive more than a few meters before there's an accident. Lu Muhan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and scolded, Yang Ling, stop messing around, get out of the way immediately. Old Master Lu also sighed and said, Xiao Ling, I know your feelings, but this is not a joke. Go back. This matter has nothing to do with you. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, I haven't resigned from the law enforcement team yet. Since I have encountered this, how can I say it has nothing to do with me? Several people were stunned when they heard this, and then they remembered that this young man was a hero who dealt with serial robbers by himself. Seeing that he looked calm with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, his confidence and composure made people feel at ease. After a moment of silence, Mr. Lu nodded and said, Okay, old man, I trust you. Get in the car. As he said this, he was the first to sit in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Lu Muchan didn't say anything more and also got into the van. Yang Ling saw that Wang Chao had not yet gotten into the car, and asked in surprise, Boss Wang, aren't you going? Wang Chao said seriously, the old man always said that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. I will drive my own car and follow you from a distance. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu nodded and said, don't get too close. Xiao Ling, let's go without further delay. Yang Ling raised his lips, and the system prompt sounded in his mind, ding, driving mastery starts. Then, he held the steering wheel with one hand and quickly shifted gears with the other hand. The clutch made a loud noise. After a series of smooth operations, the van rushed out like a sports car. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, the van directly shifted to the highest gear. Hiss! The old man gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had seen many driving experts, but there was no one who could drive such a shabby van to full speed within 10 seconds. Although Lu Muchan in the back seat didn't understand much, she also had a driver's license, so she was also surprised by this set of operations. The van was seen speeding at a speed of 100 yards on the busy road, and its movements were as amazing as those of a world-class football star running past opponents on the football field. Many passers-by almost popped their eyes out. Damn, that's a van? Oh my god, why do I feel like this broken van is flying? Honey, that Schumacher you like isn't in the car, is he? Passers-by were amazed and the traffic police were also dumbfounded. There are quite a few traffic violations on this road section and during this time period, but this is the first time I've seen someone speeding by 50%. The key point is, this is a damn loud van. Chapter 58, even when the sky is falling, he remains calm. Inside the car, Lu Muchan's pretty little mouth opened into an O shape, her face full of disbelief. When I get back, I must fire the guy who investigated Yang Ling's back. No driver-s license? With this skill, not to mention a car driver-s license, even a Formula 1 racing driver-s license is within reach. The old man's eyes widened. He stared at Yang Ling's operation intently, as if he had forgotten that his daughter-in-law had been kidnapped. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Yang Ling's series of operations can no longer be described as smooth as flowing water, they are called magical skills. The way this car is driven is like art, it moves swiftly and easily in a flash, and finds a way to seize the opportunity when there is hardly any chance of success. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone drive a car to this level. Ding, you have fulfilled the old man's wish to appreciate the art of driving, and your wish value is +1. Although he earned another wish point, Yang Ling showed a bitter smile. Seeing this, the old man asked curiously, Xiao Ling, what's wrong? Yang Ling sighed and said, the brakes of this broken car are broken. What? The old man and Lu Muchan were horrified. The current speed is 110 miles per hour. If the brakes are broken, the car cannot slow down. Needless to say, what this means. Lu Muchan's face turned pale. After all, the old man had experienced many ups and downs. He frowned and asked, could it be that the kidnappers did something to the car? Yang Ling nodded silently. All three people in the car were very smart and they immediately thought of something. The robbers wanted to cause a car accident and let them die. Lu Muhan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She asked in a deep voice, Yang Ling, do you have any way to stop the car? Stop? Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, if we stop now, won't all our efforts be wasted? Hold on tight. As he said this, he actually stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine of the van made a violent roar and rushed out at a faster speed than before. The brakes failed and the small van was speeding like a warrior heading for death. Lu Muchan didn't dare to look anymore. She gently closed her eyes and entrusted her life to the young man in the driver's seat. However, old Master Lu was shocked. Facing such a situation, at such a thrilling moment, the young man beside him smiled faintly, and his eyes always revealed a hint of confidence. At this moment he finally understood what it meant to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. What on earth is this child? After speeding all the way, the van left the central city 5 minutes later. The number of vehicles on the road suddenly decreased, and Yang Ling could clearly see the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle not far ahead. However, he did not notice Wang Chao's car from the rearview mirror. After frowning slightly, he seemed to have thought of something and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feeling that the car was no longer drifting, Lu Muchan instinctively opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the scene in front of him. Mr. Lu also let out a breath of foul air. Xiao Ling, the car in front is slowing down. Change gears and try to slow down first. Yang Ling smiled bitterly and said, the gearbox is broken too. Now the gear position is just a decoration. This. Old Master Lu smiled bitterly. Even the gearbox was broken. It would be difficult to stop the car. Lu Muchan stared at Yang Ling and asked, do you have a way to slow down? If you can successfully take us to the transaction location, I promise to go on a date with you afterwards. Dating? Hearing this, Yang Ling looked back at her and said with a faint smile, Director Lu, don't you want a divorce? Forget it. I don't dare let you, the female CEO, suffer any injustice. Chapter 59, The God of Cars. Divine Skills. Ah. Lu Muchan's face turned pale, and then she blushed. She looked down on Yang Ling before, and it was indeed inappropriate to say such things now. But she knew very well that if it weren't for Yang Ling, if she or her grandfather were driving the car would have been destroyed and everyone would have died. She has witnessed Yang Ling's abilities along the way, and now the only one she can rely on is this young man. Lu Muchan is not stupid, on the contrary she is very smart. If it were someone else, she might have made a promise of a large sum of money. But considering the temperament Yang Ling had shown before and the ability he was showing now, I'm afraid money may not be able to impress him. What she is most confident about is not her identity as a female CEO, but her appearance. That's why she said she agreed to the date. In her opinion, no man could refuse her if she asked him out on a date. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Ling flatly refused and even mocked her. There were countless men who wanted to date her, but now this little man actually refused. This made her a little angry, but she couldn't show it. A strange feeling was growing in her heart. Yang Ling naturally didn't care what the female president was thinking. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he turned the steering wheel sharply. The van spun rapidly on the spot. He wanted to slow down the speed by relying on the strong ground friction. And he actually did it. This is truly amazing. Passing vehicles and pedestrians gasped. God of Cars, this is the God of Cars. Many people took out their phones to film the scene, hoping to upload it to the internet. After a dizzying moment, the car's speed dropped to 60 miles per hour, and then it followed the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle steadily. Old Master Lu had already been numbed by shock. The amazing driving skills displayed by Yang Ling were unheard of. With this skill alone, he could easily win a championship in any rally. The key is that this kid can still fight. He is calm, confident, and composed. He has made up his mind that after this incident, he must tie Yang Ling firmly to his granddaughter's side. Such a granddaughter's son-in-law is many times better than those young masters. 15 minutes later, the business car stopped at the top of a remote winding mountain road. A villa stood alone in front. Yang Ling keenly discovered that in the open space behind the villa, there was a huge object wrapped in oilcloth, but he could not see clearly what was inside. Cheer. The business car did stop, but the van had no brakes, so it seemed impossible to stop safely. Of course, it may seem difficult to do in the eyes of others, but for Yang Ling, nothing is impossible. The van rushed into a building under construction not far away, and something magical happened. After a rotation, 2 steel bars extending from the concrete wall were accurately inserted into the gap between the wheels. The wheels deformed under the tremendous force, and then were firmly fixed in place, and the van stopped instantly. Unbelievable. Bang! With a dull thud, Yang Ling kicked the car door open and was the first to walk out. Grandpa Lu and Lu Muchan shook their dizzy heads and slowly walked down. The old man is still in good health and is fine except for feeling a little dizzy. Ding, you have completed the wish of Lu Muhan and Old Man Lu to get off the car safely, wish value +1, current progress, 510. Ding, you crushed the robber's wish to kill you in a car accident, attribute point +1. At this time, the robber in the business car in front jumped out of the car, gave Yang Ling a thumbs up, and hooked his finger, signaling them to enter the villa. Chapter 60 Yang Ling, never wait overnight for revenge. Seeing this, Mr. Lu, with the support of Lu Muchan, slowly walked towards the villa. When he passed by Yang Ling, he said, "Xiao Ling, you did a great job. The next thing is Muhan and I'll deal with it. You wait outside." Yang Ling fell silent. Indeed, this was not his business. He had already saved the lives of the grandfather and grandson. Even if he turned back now, he would not have any psychological burden. Besides, what Lu Muchan said before would make anyone angry. He looked at old man Lu, whose face was still a little pale, and then at Lu Muchan, who was obviously worried. Although this woman didn't say anything, she couldn't conceal the desire in her eyes. Even she would be afraid in such a situation, and would want to have a man she can rely on. Yang Ling sighed, then smiled, and said, "This gang of robbers almost took my life. I, Yang Ling, never wait until tomorrow to take revenge." As he said this, he took the lead and walked forward. Old Master Lu revealed a relieved smile, while Lu Muchan stared blankly at the back of the man in front of him. She had said such harsh words before, which hurt his heart, but this man still stood in front of her at the critical moment. For a moment, she was filled with a sense of guilt, but also a sense of security. Ding, you have fulfilled Lu Muhan and Old Master Lu's wish for you to accompany them. Wish value +1. Current progress, 610. Bang! With a dull thud, Yang Ling kicked out. The kick was so powerful that it directly kicked the door of the villa away. He jumped into the villa, but the scene that came into his sight gave him a shock. In the empty hall of the villa, there sat a beautiful woman wearing expensive clothes but with her mouth covered with a cloth. The beautiful woman was tied up with strange wires all over her body, and the other ends of the wires were connected to a piano. Around the beautiful woman stood 4 or 5 men in black. These men were wearing masks, but the spray guns in their hands were all pointed at Yang Ling. "Mom!" When Lu Muchan saw her mother like this, she screamed and was about to rush forward, but was pulled back by Yang Ling. The beautiful woman also shook her head vigorously, signaling her daughter not to come over. Old Master Lu walked in slowly, glanced at his daughter-in-law, and then said in a deep voice, "Where is the person who signed the contract? Come out." Pa pa pa. Applause rang out from the second floor, and a young man wearing a monkey mask walked down. He smiled and said, as expected of Mr. Lu, "You are calm. But before signing the contract, I thought of another condition." The man was wearing a voice changer, and his voice was extremely hoarse. He pointed at Lu Muchan and said, "Director Lu, I have admired you for a long time. If you are willing to stay with me for one night, I will ensure that your Lu family leaves here safely. How about that?" Delusion. Old Master Lu shouted angrily, "If you dare to touch my granddaughter, I guarantee you won't be able to escape from S-City." Ha ha ha. The man laughed and said, "Old man, we are all worthless, but you are different. If you piss me off, the worst that can happen is that we die together. You." Old Master Lu was so angry that he could hardly stand. The man sneered and said, "What do you think, Mr. Lu, have you thought about it? If you don't want to, not only will you die, but your mother will also be electrocuted to death by high-voltage electricity. You don't want to see this happen, do you?" Lu Muchan's face turned pale, and her teeth were almost broken. But she looked at old man Lu and Yang Ling beside her, and then looked at her mother who was already crying, and said, Wait a minute." Before he finished speaking, a faint voice sounded. Chapter 61, Substituting One Thing for Another. It was Yang Ling who spoke. He took a step forward, protecting Lu Muchan behind him, and said calmly, "From what you said, if Director Lu doesn't agree, you won't even take the money, and will kill him on the spot? You admire Director Lu, but your other brothers admire money. This is really a sinister statement." As soon as these words came out, several other robbers in the field looked at the monkey-masked man at the same time, and one of them said, "Brother, the stocks are important." The monkey-masked man looked at the brothers, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Yang Ling and said coldly, "Very good, very good. After the contract is signed, I will take care of you slowly." He waved his hand and said, "Bring it up." Ding, you crushed the bandit leader's wish to coerce Lu Muchan, attribute point +1. Yang Ling raised the corner of his mouth. The situation was extremely dangerous now. He directly added the attribute to strength. Now his strength reached 16 points. A moment later, in front of a square table, Lu Muchan looked at the contract in his hand, and the hand holding the pen was trembling slightly. 100,000 shares, that is close to 300 million. Money is secondary, but what is scary is the man with monkey face mask sitting opposite. The pair of eyes looking at her were full of greed. She was really afraid that after she signed her name, this man would kill other people and then abuse her. Mr. Lu, if you don't sign, how are you going to save your mother? Lu Muchan tried hard to calm herself down. She looked at her grandfather beside her, as if looking for support. Old Master Lu sighed and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Muchan took a deep breath and prepared to sign his name. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Muchan's writing style, and the monkey-faced masked man's eyes flashed with an extremely greedy light. But at this moment, a big hand reached out and held Lu Muchan's small hand. Everyone was stunned, and saw Yang Ling picked up the contract, and suddenly pulled the paper hard and tore it. I saw that there was a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing in the contract. Share transfer letter. Lu Muchan exclaimed after taking a glance. The piece of paper turned out to be a share transfer document, and it was a transfer of all shares. Yang Ling looked at the monkey-faced masked man and smiled faintly. This is synthetic paper compressed using banknote photocopying technology. They want to swallow up Muhua Group without making any noise. What a big appetite they have. Is that right, Mr. Wang? Hiss. As soon as these words came out, Lu Muchan and others gasped. The man with the monkey face mask took 3 steps back in shock and looked at Yang Ling in disbelief. Ding, you crushed the bandit leader's wish to defraud Lu Muchan, attribute point +1. Yang Ling said calmly, before you were unwilling to get in the car, I doubted you. Then he disappeared from our sight and took a shortcut to catch a helicopter, right? The man shouted, nonsense. I'll kill you with a gun. If I don't tell you, you won't start trolling? Yang Ling said calmly, you tampered with our van in the hope that we would die in a traffic accident. If you kill my wife, the entire Muhua Group will be leaderless. Won't it be at your mercy? This contract is just your backup plan, right? In fact, the moment we arrived, you had already made up your mind to kill us, right? The monkey-faced masked man had calmed down at this moment. He asked coldly, then how can you be sure that I am Wang Chao? Chapter 62. Have you finished talking nonsense? How can you be sure? Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, Boss Wang, you changed your clothes, pants, shoes, and wore a mask, but it's a pity that you didn't change your socks. Unfortunately, I don't have any other abilities, but I will never forget something I've seen once. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked down and found that the masked man was wearing plaid socks. This pair was a limited edition of a luxury brand. I'm afraid there won't be a second pair in the small city of S. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly took off his mask, revealing his true face. Who else could it be but Wang Chao? Ding, you crushed Wang Chao's wish to disguise himself as a bandit leader, attribute point +1. After getting 2 more attribute points, Yang Ling added them to his strength, and his current strength reached a terrifying 18 points. Wang Chao's disguise was torn off, and he looked at Lu Muchan's crazy way. Why don't you ever look at me? What did I do wrong? Why did you marry Yang Ling? Tell me, why can't you accept me? Lu Muchan calmed down at this moment. She looked at Wang Chao and sneered, you secretly embezzled company assets without telling me and kept 7 lovers outside. Do you really think I don't know? You know? Wang Chao laughed and said, so what if you know? Is there anything wrong with a successful man having 3 wives and 4 concubines? A successful career? Lu Muhan seemed to know that he was doomed at this moment, and just sneered, you can also be considered successful in your career? In my opinion, you are not even capable enough to be a supervisor. Don't you know how you got this position? Wang Chao was hit mercilessly, his face turned grim, he grinned and said, okay, I'll show you what ability is on the bed later. Then he looked at Old Man Lu again and shouted angrily, Old man, my family has paid so much for you. My father died just to block the bullet for you. What did you give me? You know I like Muhan, why do you want her to marry someone else? Old Master Lu snorted coldly, I've seen that you have evil intentions. If it weren't for your father's face, do you think you can become the vice president of Muhua Group? Is your intention evil? Ha 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 ha. Wang Chao laughed crazily and said, yes, you read that right, I have evil intentions. But after today, no matter whether it is Muhan or Muhua Group, they are all mine. As he said that, his face turned cold, he looked at Yang Ling and said, it's you. It is because of your appearance that I have no choice but to take this risk. It's all your fault. You think you can get your hands on Muhan? Who the hell do you think you are? I want you dead. I want your whole family to die. I heard you have a sister. And an ex-girlfriend? I'm going to kill them in bed. I'll let you also have a taste of losing your own woman. Yang Ling looked at this person indifferently and sneered when he heard this. Have you finished talking nonsense? Several people in the field were slightly stunned when they heard this, but Yang Ling had already made a thunderous move. Ding, throwing mastery skill activated. He just raised his hand and 4 coins flew towards the 4 armed robbers. With the addition of 18 points of power, the lethality of the coin should not be underestimated. At the same time, he suddenly jumped up. Ding, light footstep skill activated. With the help of his skills, Yang Ling's speed completely surpassed the limits of human beings. Chapter 63, Instant Kill. Almost at the same time, the 4 coins in Yang Ling hit their respective targets at the same time. The robber's hand holding the shotgun was hit by the coin and he lost control of it, and the shotgun fell to the ground. At the same time, Yang Ling's fist hit Wang Chao's face hard. Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Chao fell to the ground on the spot. His entire face was covered in blood and flesh, and he fainted without even a scream. If Yang Ling didn't want to kill anyone, this person would have been a corpse by now. After dealing with Wang Chao, Yang Ling did not stop. He moved again and knocked all the kidnappers to the ground before they could react. Instant kill. In just a few breaths, all the kidnappers who were so arrogant just now fell to the ground. Silence, deathly silence. Grandpa Lu and the other 2 looked at Yang Ling in disbelief. This young man with a cold expression and a hint of coldness in his eyes looked like a god to them. Lu Muchan covered her mouth with her hands. Perhaps it was because of fear, or shock, or the sudden sense of safety, she was actually in tears at this moment. Ding, you have fulfilled the wishes of Mr. Lu and Lu Muchan, wish value +1, current progress, 710. Ding, you crushed the robber's wishes, attribute point +1. Yang Ling didn't look at them, but stepped on Wang Chao's thigh. The man woke up again due to the severe pain. Boss Wang, what were you going to do just now? Tell me again. Wang Chao screamed in pain, and when he saw his men lying on the ground, he didn't know whether they were alive or dead. He howled, how could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? Yang Ling, you beast, I'm going to kill you, ah. Before he finished speaking, one of Wang Chao's legs was stepped on and broken. Yang Ling said coldly, I am a fair person. You just scolded my sister and ex-girlfriend, so I will step on both of your legs. As he said that, he kicked him again, breaking his other leg. Wang Chao's miserable howls echoed throughout the villa. Lu Muchan seemed to be reluctant and said, Yang Ling, forget it. The authorities will naturally judge him. Yang Ling glanced at her calmly and sneered, Director Lu, this man wanted to kill you just now. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Don't you understand this truth? These words had a tone of scolding, and the voice was not loud but intimidating without even being angry. Lu Muchan's heart skipped a beat. Apart from her family, which man would dare to speak to her like that? But when she met Yang Ling's eyes, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Although she felt a little strange in her heart, she still lowered her head and stopped talking. Ding, you crushed Lu Muchan's wish to beg for mercy, attribute point +1. Yang Ling scolded the arrogant female president. Although he looked expressionless, he was actually secretly happy in his heart. Not everyone can scold a female CEO. Then, he looked at Wang Chao again and shouted, Tell me, how do we untie the mechanism tied to Madam? This person seemed to have known that he was going to die, and he was still cursing. Yang Ling became angry and was about to break one of his arms. At this time, a wah-wah sound suddenly came from outside the villa. He frowned slightly, retracted his foot, and looked out the door. Su Qiuxia led a group of police officers in, but the scene in front of her scared her. The masked kidnappers were lying all over the ground, and in the middle of the hall, Xiaofian was tied up with electric wires all over her body. On the other side, Mr. Lu and Chairman Lu were both looking at him, and Yang Ling was there too. Almost instinctively, Su Qiuxia asked, Yang Ling, what's going on? Chapter 64, a sudden change occurs, countdown to the explosion. Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, Someone's kidnapped. Captain, I helped you solve it. How are you going to thank me this time? Su Qiuxia was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that when she was tracking the speeding suspicious van, she actually caught up with the kidnapper, and the kidnapped person was Xiaofian, the wife of the Lu family. These kidnappers have spray guns. No matter how powerful Yang Ling is, she can't handle it alone. She guessed that it must be Mr. Lu's men who took action to solve the problem. Mr. Lu's guards are elusive and they are all experts. She frowned and said, Yang Ling, stop messing around and get behind me. Then, she said with a slight smile, Old Superior, Xiao Yang doesn't know the rules. I'm sorry to embarrass you. This matter is originally the responsibility of our law enforcement team. We are sorry to trouble you to do it yourself. Leave the rest to us. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu smiled bitterly and said, Captain Su, it was really Xiao Yang who solved these robbers. Old man, I have some personal matters to attend to today, so I asked the guards to take a day off. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Seeing Lu Muchan nodded slightly, Su Qiuxia opened her mouth and looked at Yang Ling with wide eyes. Last time, Yang Ling caught a serial robber and made a great contribution to himself. Now he has solved the problem of the kidnappers who kidnapped the Lu family. This is also a great achievement. The key point is that Yang Ling did not resign and is still her subordinate. No matter how you look at it, the credit should go to her. She looked at Yang Ling somewhat at a loss, and after a moment of blushing, she said, You did a great job. I'll treat you to a meal next time. This was the first time Yang Ling had seen such an expression on the face of a female prostitute. Yang Ling had been criticized by her before. Seeing this, he smiled and moved a few steps closer, whispering in her ear, Forget about the meal. Why don't we make an appointment? Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his foot. It turned out that he was stepped on by a female prostitute. Su Qiuxia glared at him and signaled him to shut up. However, there was no sign of anger in her eyes. Instead, there was some reproach and a hint of shyness. Ding, you crushed Su Qiuxia's wish to treat you to a meal, a tribute point +1. Yang Ling smiled secretly in his heart. He teased the beautiful girl Jie Hua and even got an attribute point. He felt really happy. But he knew that this was not the time to joke, so he said seriously, Captain, the lady has an electromagnetic bomb tied to her body, which may explode at any time. Su Qiuxia also noticed it. She nodded and said, Everyone, take the kidnappers and leave here immediately. Also, call the bomb disposal team over immediately. Everyone immediately took action after hearing this. Su Qiuxia said to Mr. Lu, Old Superior, Mr. Lu, you should leave here first. Old Master Lu glanced at his daughter-in-law and nodded, while Lu Muchan looked at Su Qiuxia, then at Yang Ling and snorted, I want to stay here with my mother. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Why did Lu Muchan suddenly act like a spoiled brat? At this moment, an electronic sound rang out, and the electromagnetic bomb on the lady's body began to count down, and the time was 10 minutes. It is impossible for bomb disposal experts to arrive at the scene in 10 minutes. In other words, Madam is almost doomed to die. Wang Chao's loud laughter rang out in the hall. Yang Ling, I admit that you are very powerful. I lost to you today. But I designed this bomb carefully. Apart from me, there are probably few people in the world who can stop it. Although he looked miserable, he was extremely arrogant at this moment. Chapter 65 Let me come. He suddenly looked at Lu Muhan and said, Muhan, do you remember? You said that your favorite piece is Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. See that piano? This is my last gift to you. I know you've been practicing the piano since you were a child. Only if you play the Moonlight Sonata completely will the bomb stop. If you make a mistake with one note, you and Xiaofian will die. What? Everyone gasped and looked towards the piano, only to find rows of wires extending from it. This bomb can only be stopped by the sound of piano. Everyone looked at Lu Muchan at the same time at this moment. If you play the right answer, your mother will be saved. If you play the wrong tune, both mother and daughter will die. This is a choice between life and death. Of course, she could also choose to turn around and leave, which was the safest option, but she would probably spend the rest of her life in guilt. Xiaofian shook her head vigorously. She hoped her daughter would leave immediately. Lu Muchan's whole body trembled slightly. She looked at her mother, then at her grandfather. After a moment of silence, she finally walked slowly towards the piano. Ha, Lu Muchan, you're dead, you're dead. Who told you to never look at me? Who told you to marry someone else? You and your daughter will die here together. Wang Chao's crazy laughter rang out in the hall. Su Qiuxia suddenly came back to her senses. At this critical moment of life and death, she knew that she could not make a decision for the Lu family. Seeing that Lu Muchan had made up his mind, she waved her hand and said, Everyone leave the villa. The law enforcement team members escorted the robbers silently towards the door. Old man Lu shook his head slightly, indicating that he would not leave. Seeing this, Su Qiuxia had no choice but to smile bitterly. Mr. Lu sighed and said, "Xiaoling, thank you for today. You and Captain Su should leave now. If anything happens to us, you are eligible to inherit half of the Muhua Group's assets. Yang Ling and Lu Muchan are already married, so they are indeed qualified." But he just smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he looked at Lu Muchan, who was sitting in front of the piano. The cold and beautiful woman's hands were still trembling slightly as she held the piano. Her face was pale and there was a faint mist in her eyes. In a life or death situation, anyone would be scared. Lu Muchan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had played this Moonlight Sonata hundreds of times and should have been proficient in it. But now, her hands couldn't stop shaking and she couldn't calm down at all. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Mom, I lost my father, and I can't lose you again. If you want to die, your daughter will die with you. Gently, she placed her slender fingers on the keys and slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears quietly slid down. But when she was about to play the first note, suddenly a big warm hand grabbed her shoulder as if to pull her out of the abyss. Lu Muchan turned his head and saw a pretty face with a faint smile. Yang Ling. Who else could have stopped Lu Muchan if not Yang Ling? Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "Let me do it." Just 3 short words, but every word struck Lu Muchan's heart. She looked at the man in front of her with tearful eyes. In addition to the warmth, the palm of his hand also conveyed irresistible confidence and strength. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears and they burst out, but Yang Ling gently helped her up and pushed her accurately into Su Qiuxia's arms. "Captain Su, take everyone away. Leave this place to me." Chapter 66, Mastery of Musical Instruments. Wonderful moonlight song. But you. Su Qiuxia wanted to say something, but Yang Ling shook his head and said, "There's no time. Don't you believe me?" These few short words made Su Qiuxia's whole body tremble. Yes, the young man in front of her gave her too many surprises and unexpected things. This is a young man who always finds a way out of desperate situations. He is a man full of mysterious confidence. This is his most trusted subordinate. At this moment, she nodded vigorously and said, "Be careful." He waved his hand and said, "Take Mr. Lu and evacuate the villa." Without giving Mr. Lu a chance to say anything, the 2 police officers carried him out. Before leaving, the old man looked at Yang Ling deeply and said, "Kid, survive." Wang Chao shouted, "Yang Ling, you are looking for death, you are looking for death." Lu Muchan was already sobbing. She stared at Yang Ling, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but in the end she kept silent. In an instant, Yang Ling and Xia Fian were the only 2 people in the entire hall. Yang Ling looked at the tear-stained lady and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, madam. It's okay." Xia Fian stared blankly at the calm young man in front of her. She had been on a business trip before and didn't know the relationship between Yang Ling and Lu Muchan. At this moment, she just nodded instinctively. She knew that her life was connected with this young man. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ling raised the corners of his mouth and slowly pressed the notes with his fingers. Ding, musical instrument mastery activated. Yes, the biggest reason why he dared to replace Lu Muchan was his mastery of musical instruments. In addition, he read a lot of books in Xinhua bookstore and had read all of Beethoven's famous works. He even knew the piano score of Moonlight Sonata by heart. As the fingertips fell, a soft and gentle piano sound slowly rang out. Moonlight Sonata was created by Beethoven after he experienced emotional setbacks. The melody is beautiful and soothing, making people feel as if they are in a boat, drifting on the lake sparkling with moonlight. Yang Ling's mastery of musical instruments makes him the best piano-playing skill in the world. To put it bluntly, even if Beethoven were alive again, he might not be able to play as well as he does. The beautiful melody spread out like the sound of a lake, and everyone who had been waiting silently outside the villa stood up at the same time. There was a look of disbelief on Wang Chao's ferocious face. How is this possible? Why can he play the piano? Why can he play it so well? But as soon as he finished speaking, his mouth was covered with a rag. Su Qiuxia narrowed her eyes. The melodious melody calmed her heart. She closed her eyes and listened quietly to this masterpiece of art. Not only her, everyone else seemed to be infected. They all looked peaceful and listened with their eyes closed. Old Master Lu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his granddaughter beside him, but was slightly stunned. Lu Muchan's eyes were tightly closed, tears slowly sliding down her face, but she was humming notes softly, as if she was playing this moonlight song with Yang Ling. Old Master Lu looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. The people outside the wall were immersed in the music, and Xiaofian, who was watching Yang Ling playing from a close distance, was even more so. She stared at Yang Ling, her heart rising and falling with the beating of Yang Ling's fingertips. The feelings that had been sealed for many years, at this critical moment of life and death, gently rippled like the moonlight in the lake. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long night. When the piano stopped, they were still immersed in the wonderful music. Chapter 67. Why does it seem like they are flirting? By the time Su Qiuxia reacted and rushed into the villa, Yang Ling had already unblocked the bomb and was slowly walking out with Xiaofian. Mom! Lu Muchan didn't care about anything else. She rushed forward and hugged the pale-faced Xiaofian. Xiaofian couldn't bear it any longer, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Ding, you have fulfilled Xiaofian's wish to be rescued, wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled Lu Muchan and the others' wish for you and Xiaofian to escape safely. Wish value +1. Ding, you are satisfied. A series of system prompts sounded, and Yang Ling gained 5 wish points and 1 attribute point in one breath. It was really worth the trip. Su Qiuxia let out a long sigh. She looked at Yang Ling and said seriously, "You are the best man I have ever seen." Oh? Yang Ling laughed and said, "Captain, if this gets out, I'm afraid I'll be besieged by your admirers." Are you afraid of being beaten? After hearing this, Yang Ling was slightly stunned, and Su Qiuxia was also stunned, and then her face turned red. Why does this sound like flirting? Seeing Yang Ling blushing slightly, the female Jade Flower stared at him and suddenly burst out laughing. This smile was like a blooming lily, so bright and beautiful. Yang Ling was a little stunned. Ahem. Old Master Lu coughed lightly, pulled Yang Ling to his side and said, "Captain Su, I would also like to thank your law enforcement team this time. Let Xiaosong call me and I'll tell him the details." Su Qiuxia was slightly stunned. From what the old man said, he wanted them to leave? She looked at Old Man Lu in surprise, then looked at Yang Ling and Lu Muchan, who was not far away. She seemed to understand something and her brows wrinkled slightly. But since the old man had spoken, she had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay, I'll report this to you in person when I get back." Yang Ling, let's go, follow me back to the law enforcement team. Good. Before Yang Ling finished saying the word good, the old man laughed and said, "Xiao Ling is our great benefactor. I want to thank him very much. I won't go back with you." When he said this, the old man's eyes flickered. He had lived an upright life, but now he was dragging Yang Ling along for the sake of his granddaughter's lifelong happiness. He wondered how his old comrades would laugh when they found out. Su Qiuxia didn't know what to say. She looked at Yang Ling meaningfully and said, "Call me later. I have something to ask you." Ah. Okay. Yang Ling smiled bitterly and had to agree. Ding, you have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish, wish value +1, current progress 1310. Sometimes, you can make a girl happy just by nodding your head, and this is a vivid example. Female Zhuo led the robbers onto the law enforcement vehicle, but Wang Chao had to be carried on a stretcher because both of his legs were broken by Yang Ling. As he passed by, he looked at Yang Ling with hatred and said with gritted teeth, "Don't be happy too soon. As long as I am alive, I will kill you one day. Kill your whole family." Yang Ling looked at him coldly and said, "There are many people who want to deal with me. I don't think you are anything special. But I guess we won't meet again." Wang Chao hated him to the core. He took one last look at Lu Muchan, then at Yang Ling, his eyes filled with grim intent. "You've ruined our plans. Even if I'm in there, there will be people outside to deal with you." Chapter 68. Earned a helicopter. If you fail to kill the snake, you will suffer from it. The coldness in Yang Ling's eyes grew even stronger. You want to kill my whole family? Then I'll kill you first. Ding, deduction mastery is activated. There was a flash of coldness in Yang Ling's eyes, and at the moment when this person was about to be lifted onto the law enforcement vehicle, he suddenly threw a coin. The coin bounced on the ground in a very stealthy route and happened to hit the calf joint of a police officer carrying a stretcher. The man staggered and the stretcher fell sideways. Wang Chao, who had lost his ability to move, fell on his back on the ground, where there happened to be a protruding hard rock. Puff! With a sound of flesh piercing, the hard stone directly pierced Wang Chao's throat, and blood gushed out. He opened his mouth and covered his throat, turned his head with difficulty to look at Yang Ling, who had a cold face, then looked at the coin that had rolled far away. The light of hatred in his eyes quickly dimmed, and he took his last breath. The scene was in chaos, but Yang Ling showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The law enforcement vehicle carrying Wang Chao and the kidnappers roared away. Yang Ling withdrew his gaze, for he knew that Wang Chao was dead. This was his first time killing someone, but he felt nothing inside, because he who kills will be killed. Moreover, as he became stronger, Yang Ling's mentality had undergone tremendous changes. In his eyes, people like Wang Chao were just ants. However, before he died, this man said that someone would deal with him. It seems that he has accomplices, and he needs to be on guard. A moment later, 2 luxury cars arrived at the Lu family. The old man laughed and said, "Xiao Ling, let's go home." Yang Ling chuckled, walked to the huge machine wrapped in oilcloth, pulled it hard, revealing the true appearance inside. It was indeed a helicopter. He smiled faintly and said, "Captain Su and his men left in a hurry, so this can be considered stolen goods. I'll drive it to the law enforcement team." Mr. Lu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "No need, this helicopter belongs to the company. Since you can fly it, I'll give it to you." "Ha!" Yang Ling was stunned at first, then he said in surprise, "Grandpa, this is the new model of Bell 505, it costs about 10 million. Old Master Lu laughed and said, "You are Muhan's husband, my grandson-in-law, what is a helicopter? It's rare that you can drive it. I won't be happy if you don't accept it." Yang Ling smiled and said, "In that case, I thank you, old man." Ding, you accepted the helicopter and fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish. Wish value +1. Current progress, 1410. When the system spoke, Yang Ling was slightly stunned. "I got a helicopter for free, and it also comes with wish points? What is this operation?" Old Master Lu was in a good mood. He patted Yang Ling on the shoulder and said, "From now on, just like Muhan, call me Grandpa. This is completely treating them as one of our own." Yang Ling is not a person who doesn't know what to do. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, Grandpa." Ding, you have fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish, current progress is 1510. The old man smiled even more happily upon hearing this, and called out, "Fei Yan, Muhan, come over and thank Xiao Ling." The two of them were much better now. Xiaofian stared at Yang Ling, blushing slightly for some reason, but she was much older than him after all, so she said softly, "Xiao Ling, thank you." Yang Ling smiled and nodded, "You're welcome, madam." Then he looked at Lu Muchan. Although the female president stopped crying at this moment, her little face was as red as a cat. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start. Chapter 69 Sorry, and thank you. After all, I used to look down on Yang Ling, but if it weren't for this man, my mother, and my grandfather would probably all. Yang Ling seemed to see what she was thinking. He suddenly took a few steps closer and chuckled in Lu Muchan's ear, "If you can't say it now, you can say it when you get home tonight." Ah! Lu Muchan heard the hidden meaning behind these words, and her face turned red. She stamped her feet and snorted, "You wish. I won't follow you." Before she finished her words, she saw Yang Ling smiling faintly. She reacted and realized that he was trying to help her resolve the embarrassment. This little man. Although Lu Muchan's face was still red and he was pretending to be angry, there was a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. When she passed by Yang Ling, she said softly, "I'm sorry, and thank you." At this moment, she returned to her female CEO self, and then said to the employees who came over, "Drive the car with the money back, and we will go back to the company." Having said that, he got into the Rolls-Royce with confidence. Ding, it is detected that Lu Muchan's favorability towards you has increased by 100. The current favorability has changed from 70 to 30. After a while, seeing his daughter-in-law and granddaughter getting in the car, Mr. Lu patted Yang Ling on the shoulder and said, "This helicopter has a flight permit. As for the pilot's license, I'll help you sign up. I'll send someone to bring you all the documents for the helicopter in a little while, so you can just fly it without worry. Also, come home on time for dinner at 7 o'clock tonight, and we will thank you again." After seeing Yang Ling nod, he laughed with satisfaction, waved his hand, got in the car and left. Watching the luxury cars ahead gradually disappear from sight, Yang Ling smiled slightly and got on the helicopter. Ding, driving mastery starts. The helicopter slowly took off and flew straight towards Tianqing Garden. It was Yang Ling's first time flying a plane, so he didn't do anything fancy. He just flew steadily. His mind was already elsewhere at this point. System, I want to make a wish, so that I can have the ability to predict danger in advance. Ding, everything in the world has its own destiny, and the host cannot see the future. The system can only make you so perceptive. Yang Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. It turned out that he couldn't predict the future, but his keen perception ability was not bad. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." Ding, the wish is successful, the host obtains the skill, Range Perception. Range Perception, passive skill, the host can predict danger within a 1 kilometer radius 3 seconds in advance. Ding, the host gains 1 charm point. Not bad. Yang Ling smiled slightly, and then added the 4 free attribute points he had obtained to his mental strength. His panel changed again. Strength, 18. Agility, 20. Stamina, 15. Mental strength, 16. Charm 5. Wish value, 510. After doing all this, his cell phone rang. It was Chu Xiyin calling. "Yang Ling, where are you?" Yang Ling was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "I'm in heaven." "In the sky?" There was a giggle from the other end of the line. "Are you spiraling into heaven?" "Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. The live broadcast last night was very good. I have something to tell you. Starbucks in Wanya Plaza is waiting for you. It seems like I'm really on a spiral upward." Yang Ling touched his nose and said, "Is there anything that can't be said over the phone?" Before she could finish her words, Chu Xiyin hung up. He smiled bitterly, looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he decided to go. Then it turned the plane and flew towards Wanya Square. Chapter 70 turns out he's just a loser. Coincidentally, Wanya Plaza happened to be the property of the Liu family. There was an open-air football field nearby. No one was playing football at the moment, so Yang Ling parked the helicopter directly on the field. When the stadium manager saw that it was his own company's helicopter, he didn't dare ask any more questions. A moment later, Yang Ling arrived at the main entrance of Wanya Plaza and saw Chu Xiyin as expected, but she seemed to have had an argument with someone. A young man wearing glasses and a suit looked at Chu Xiyin and sneered, "Xiyin, the contract clearly states in black and white that you signed a 5-year contract with the company. You can go back on your word if you want." Chu Xiyin snorted and said, "That was signed by my parents, not me. If you want to find it, go find them." A sexy woman wearing fashionable clothes and sunglasses beside the man sneered, "Looking for them? They've gone to Maple Leaf Country. Where can we find them? Don't you want to be a star? After signing a contract with the company, you can have whatever you want. The young master is also interested in you, why would you refuse?" Chu Xiyin looked at the sexy girl and said disdainfully, "I do want to be a star, but not a star like you who drinks and sleeps with others. Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. I won't sacrifice myself for the false reputation of a 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier star. You." The sexy woman was furious, but the man said sarcastically, "So you don't want to do it? The penalty for breach of contract is 5 million. If you can't pay it, don't blame us for using force." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 big men rushed out of the van behind him. It was afternoon at this moment and there were not many people in the square. Seeing this, the remaining onlookers all walked away. Chu Xiyin's face turned pale and she stepped back quietly. The man snorted coldly, "Young master wants to see her, grab him and put him in the car." The 2 big men rushed towards Chu Xiyin on the spot, but at this moment, 2 stones arrived first and hit their hands accurately. A young man in ordinary clothes slowly walked over from a distance. Chu Xiyin shouted in surprise when she saw him, "Yang Ling." "Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish to be rescued, wish value +1. Yang Ling nodded slightly, walked closer, looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "In broad daylight, you are too blatant, aren't you?" After the young man and the sexy girl looked Yang Ling up and down, they both showed disdain. The sexy girl sneered and said, "So you are just a loser. Stop meddling in other people's business and get lost." Yang Ling was not angry either, and said calmly, "If I am not mistaken, you should be the 3rd-rate actress named Gupailan from Chengxin Entertainment Company? The person next to you seems to be some agent Qin Hongba." "I'm sorry, Xiyin and I have an appointment, please go back." Qin Hongba sneered and said, "Poor bastard, you don't even have a car, and you want to chase girls like others? Chu Xiyin is a contracted artist of our company. You have nothing to do here. Get out of here if you know what's best for you." Yang Ling sneered, "Artists from your company? As far as I know, a contract is invalid if it is not signed in person. Just now I heard Xiyin say that her contract was signed by her parents. How come she is a member of your company? You." The 2 were furious when they heard this, but Yang Ling's words were well reasoned and there was no way to refute them. Standing behind Yang Ling, Chu Xiyin felt a sense of security in her heart. Ding, you have shattered the fallacy of Gu Pailan and Qin Hongba, a tribute point +1. Chapter 71 I would rather ride a bicycle than a Mercedes. Seeing that the people opposite him were speechless, Yang Ling sneered and said to Chu Xiyin behind him, "Come on, I'll take you home." Chu Xiyin nodded vigorously, pulled Yang Ling's sleeve, and followed behind obediently. Walk? Qin Hongba said coldly, "Your name is Yang Ling, right? Can you handle this?" Chu Xiyin is the person my young master specifically asked for. Do you really want to die? Yang Ling didn't bother to pay attention to these people and pulled Chu Xiyin straight towards the football field. Gopailan said angrily, "You are just a loser, why are you pretending to be so cool? What are you still standing there for? Hit me." The two big men were about to fight, but were stopped by Qin Hongba, who said coldly, "There are too many people here, don't fight yet. This stinky loser has no car but still dares to act cool. There are plenty of places to start fighting around. Just follow them." The two men did not lower their voices at all when they spoke, as if they had already defeated them. They were calling each other stinky loser left and right, and Yang Ling treated them as flies, but Chu Xiyin couldn't help it. She shouted softly, "Keep your mouth clean. A Ling is poor, but all his money is clean money earned by himself. One of you is doing illegal things, and the other is a prostitute, and you still want to pretend to be a good person. No matter how much money you make, it's still rotten. This girl is actually very tough." Gopailan sneered, "Haven't you heard the saying that people laugh at poverty but not at prostitutes? Poor is poor, why are you pretending to be noble here? This poor loser probably can't even afford to buy me a lipstick even if he put all his money together. How dare he laugh at me? If he had a car, you two would have left long ago. Why are you still talking to me about something noble? You. Society is sometimes very realistic." Chu Xiyin was so angry that her face turned red. "I would rather ride Xiaoling's bicycle than ride that person's Mercedes. A dead duck is still stubborn." Qin Hongba sneered and said, "What future do you think you have in live streaming? Don't you know the influence of the young master in the esports and live broadcast circles? With just one word from him, your live broadcast room will be immediately blocked. I advise you to follow the young master obediently. Don't regret it if you follow this poor bastard and beg for food in the future." Chu Xiyin gritted her teeth, but she knew that all this might come true. Not only would the live broadcast room be blocked, but it might even implicate Yang Ling. If that person gets serious, I'm afraid that few companies in the entire city will dare to hire Yang Ling. For the first time, her heart wavered. Yang Ling remained calm. He said calmly, "You all keep calling me young master. I wonder who this person is." Gopailan said with a little pride, "My young master is the young director of Feiyang Group, Gao Xiaohao." Gao Xiaohao? Upon hearing this, Yang Ling suddenly realized that this person was from the neighboring city H, and was in the same circle as Tian Shuoyan and his group of rich second generations. His power was much greater than Tian Shuoyan's. Because he mainly engages in the entertainment industry, he is considered a top figure in the entertainment industry. However, in Yang Ling's eyes now, such a person is just an ant, at best a stronger ant. He glanced at the two of them, a half smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked forward calmly. Chu Xiyin beside him fell into silence. She looked at Yang Ling, feeling extremely conflicted. This big boy might ruin his future for the rest of his life for her, which made her feel very uneasy. The stadium was not far from Wanya Square, and there were not many people there at the moment. Seeing Yang Ling coming here, Qin Hongba sneered and said, "There is only one exit here." "What? Have you figured it out? Are you not going to run away anymore?" Chapter 72 This is my helicopter. Yang Ling glanced at the two of them coldly, then said calmly, "Run? Do you think you are worthy of asking me to run? In my eyes, you are nothing more than two dogs. Dogs bark at people, but can people bark at dogs? What did you say?" The two were furious, and Qin Hongba shouted angrily, "Go ahead, beat this kid hard." Upon hearing this, two big men rushed up on the spot. Ding, Tai Chi mastery activated. Yang Ling sneered, and after just one encounter, the two big men lay on the ground motionless. Jaw-dropping. Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's eyes almost popped out. These two men were the bodyguards of the young master, and they were specially assigned to them this time. Who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? Chu Xiyin opened her mouth into an O shape and looked at Yang Ling with a stunned expression. Yang Ling clapped his hands calmly, as if he had done something insignificant, and pulled Chu Xiyin towards the helicopter not far away. It was not until now that a few people discovered that there was a private helicopter parked in this empty stadium. Standing in front of the helicopter, Xu Xin said anxiously, Xiaoling, this is someone else's stuff, we. Before he finished speaking, Yang Ling took out a sensor key from his pocket and pressed it naturally. With a beep, the helicopter door opened on the spot. Ah! Xu Xin's eyes widened, and Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan, who were not far away, were so shocked that their jaws almost dislocated. Xu Xin stammered, Xiaoling, is this plane yours? Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, yes, someone gave it to me. Come on, I'll take you home. Xu Xin was stunned. Someone gave you a helicopter. You are kidding me? Yang Ling smiled and shook his head, do you think I'm joking? What happened now was beyond the understanding of this beautiful anchor. Yang Ling, who looked like a poor boy, actually owned a helicopter. Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Our young master is considered a pretty impressive guy, but when he goes out he's usually seen with luxury cars and beautiful women. But this kid actually drove a helicopter for a date. This is too exaggerated. Thinking that people who could own such a private jet were extraordinary beings and definitely not people they could afford to offend, the two of them began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Qin Hongba seemed to have discovered something and laughed. This plane belongs to the Muhua Group, right? You're probably a helicopter pilot, why are you acting so high and mighty? When these words came out, several people were stunned. Gu Pailan also reacted and said sarcastically, oh, it turns out to be a pilot. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are some young master from some family. It was given to you by someone else? Do you have any shame? Lu Muchan must be crazy to give you a helicopter. Yang Ling's expression turned cold. He was not going to argue with them. These two people were not going to stop. Just when he was about to teach this couple a lesson, Xu Xin beside him suddenly pulled his sleeve and said with a wry smile, Xiaoling, I know you are doing this for my own good. But this is my own business, and I don't want to cause you to lose your job. I'll go back with them. I don't believe they will do anything to me. Yang Ling frowned slightly when he heard that. At this moment, two Mercedes-Benz cars drove over to the entrance of the stadium. Chapter 73 Hello, Mr. Yang. The black Mercedes drove straight towards the helicopter. After the car stopped, four men in suits got out. Qin Hongba guessed who it was when he saw the person. He sneered and said, it's Yan Xing from the security department of Muhua Group. He is one of the top executives of Muhua Group. Why did he come out in person? Gu Pailan laughed and said, I think this guy secretly flew out the group's helicopter just to show off. This time we're going to have some fun. Yan Xing walked up to Yang Ling with a serious face. The two were about to watch Yang Ling being taught a lesson, but what happened next almost made them spit out blood. Yan Xing bowed respectfully and said, Hello, Mr. Yang. The people behind him shouted in unison, Hello, Mr. Yang. Silence, dead silence. Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan were filled with disbelief. Yan Xing was the director of the security department of Muhua Group and one of the real top executives of the group, but in front of Yang Ling, he was so respectful. Gu Pailan instinctively took a few steps back and said in a trembling voice, How is it possible? How could this stinky loser be the CEO of Muhua Group? This must be a mistake. Stinky Dick? Yan Xing's face suddenly darkened, and he went up and slapped the third-tier star, causing him to see stars and fall to the ground. He said coldly, Gu Pailan, who do you think you are? You are just a mistress of Gao Xiaohao. You dare to insult Mr. Yang? Believe it or not, I will have someone tear your mouth apart. The slap was not light, and it completely woke the woman up. She looked at Yan Xing, who had a bad look on his face, and then looked at Yang Ling, who had a calm face. After a shudder, she suddenly knelt down and cried, Boss Yang, I was wrong. I really didn't know you were a senior executive of the Muhua Group. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to offend you even if I had 10 times the courage. I look down on people with my dog eyes, please forgive me for my mistakes and let me go this time. This woman knew very well that the Muhua Group was far from being as simple as it seemed. There was something fishy behind it that made one's back cold. Not to mention a third-tier celebrity like herself, even Gao Xiaohao didn't dare to offend the people of the Muhua Group easily. As long as the Muhua Group is willing, they will be completely banned by creating any scandal. She is scared now, really scared. Yang Ling glanced at her coldly, then looked at Qin Hongba, his expression calm and without saying a word. The reason why Yan Xing was able to reach this position is that, besides his strong abilities, he also has a good eye. Who is Yang Ling? He is the benefactor who saved the old man, his wife, and the chairman, and he is also the chairman's husband. Although this gentleman is silent now, as his subordinate, Yan Xing cannot do nothing. He slapped Qin Hongba again and shouted angrily, "What's the matter? You Fei young people want to make things difficult for our Mahua group. Who gave you the guts to talk to Mr. Yang like that?" Qin Hongba slumped down on the ground, staring blankly at Yang Ling. He knew that he was doomed this time. From the moment Yan Xing called Yang Ling Mr. Yang, Chu Xiyin's mouth has never been closed and her brain is in a semi-shutdown state. At this moment she finally came back to her senses and glanced at the two people on the ground. These two big shots in her eyes were now so obedient that they didn't even dare to breathe. Besides being shocked by Yang Ling's identity, she was also very happy. Chapter 74. You have fulfilled Yan Xing's wish to cling to someone powerful. She turned her head to look at Yang Ling. The young man beside him had an indifferent expression, as if this kind of thing was just a trivial matter to him. He's so handsome. An idea suddenly popped up in Chu Xiyin's mind, and she blushed immediately, but her little hand holding Yang Ling's sleeve became tighter and tighter. Ding, you have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish of not wanting to return to the entertainment company. Wish value +1, current progress, 710. Ding, you crushed Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's wish to mock you, attribute point +1. Ding, you crushed Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's wish to take Chu Xiyin away. Attribute point +1. Yang Ling raised his lips slightly and said to Yan Xing, "Director Yan, they are just two scumbags. Beating them will only dirty your hands. What do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, Yan Xing took the briefcase handed over by his subordinate and said, "Boss Yang, these are some documents for the helicopter. The old man asked me to bring them to you. Would you like to take a look?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "No need to review it, but there is one thing I must remind you of." "Ah? Mr. Yang, please tell me." Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "I'm not from your company yet, don't call me Mr. Yang. Also, I have to consider whether to work in your company or not." When these words were spoken, everyone in the field was stunned. Both Chu Xiyin and Gu Pailan on the ground widened their eyes. What kind of status does a senior executive of Mahua Group have? People with real talents and knowledge in the society are trying their best to get in, but this gentleman actually wants to consider it? This is too powerful. Yan Xing laughed and said, "Young master is right. With your relationship with the old man and the eldest lady, it doesn't matter whether you come to work or not." This person changed his tone very quickly, and went straight from Mr. Young to young master. Chu Xiyin was stunned when she heard this, while Gu Pailan and the others were going crazy. When he comes to work, he is Mr. Yang, and when he doesn't go to work, he is even higher up and becomes the young master. Who on earth is this guy? Yang Ling looked at Yan Xing in surprise. This person called Lu Muchan Miss instead of chairman, and he also knew about his relationship with the Lu family. It seemed that he must be a confidant without a doubt. And this person is so enthusiastic, needless to say, he is naturally trying to flatter someone. He took the briefcase, smiled and shook his head, saying, "You can yell whatever you want." As he spoke, he patted Yan Xing's shoulder and smiled slightly, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You guys can go about your own business." Don't underestimate these two pats on the shoulders. Yan Xing felt refreshed. This means that Yang Ling understands what it means to lean on him. If he can really lean on this big, thick leg, he will definitely be able to make further progress in the future. It is even possible that he may be able to serve as the general manager of a subsidiary company. He became more respectful and said hurriedly, "Master, the old man wants you to have dinner tonight. This time it's a family dinner and your parents are also invited. You must not forget it." "Okay, I'll go." Ding, you have fulfilled Yan Xing's wish to cling to someone powerful. Wish value +1. Current progress, 810. Is this possible? Yang Ling raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the stunned Gu Pailan and the other two, then pulled Chu Xiyin, who was still in dementia, started the helicopter and slowly took off. On the ground, Yan Xing wanted to laugh out loud 3 times in excitement, but considering his image, he held it back. Chapter 75, Great Strength Technique, Double the Strength. Then he looked at the two people on the ground and the 2 strong men who were knocked unconscious by Yang Ling, and grinned, "Who do you two think you are? How dare you offend my young master? Did you ask someone to attack you? Today I will let you know my Yan Xing's methods. Carry these scumbags into the car." Needless to say, Gu Pailan and others will be in a terrible situation next. Sitting in the helicopter, the originally carefree Chu Xiyin now looks like a young wife. Yang Ling looked at her with amusement and said, "Don't you have something to ask me?" Xu Xiyin whispered, "I didn't know you were such a powerful person. I'm afraid you don't care about these things now." Yang Ling was stunned when he heard this. "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Xu Xiyin looked at him curiously and said, "The leader of the PT club contacted me this morning and hoped to meet with you. But with your status, you probably won't go professional, right?" "My identity?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "I'm almost unemployed, what kind of identity can I have?" "You reply to him and arrange a time to meet." Xu Xiyin smiled and nodded vigorously, then suddenly asked seriously, "Xiao Ling, you are so outstanding, do you really not have a girlfriend?" Yang Ling looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Why? Are you interested in me?" "TSK, there are so many people chasing after me." Xu Xiyin blushed and said, "But if you want to pursue me, I can consider it reluctantly." Yang Ling laughed and said, "Okay, I'll consider it." As the two were talking, the helicopter had already arrived at the roof of Tiansheng Garden. As a relatively high-end residential area, there is a special helicopter landing spot on the roof, and it is equipped with an elevator. After Xu Xiyin jumped off the plane, she turned around and looked at Yang Ling with a red face. Suddenly, she took a few steps forward and lightly touched Yang Ling's face with her red lips. She lowered her head and said, "Thank you today." Having said that, he turned around and ran quickly towards the elevator. Yang Ling was a little dazed, touched his cheek, then chuckled and shook his head. Back in the helicopter, he began to allocate attributes directly. Now he had 3 free attribute points, so without hesitation, he added 2 points of strength and 1 point of stamina. In this way, his strength and agility both reached 20 points, his physical strength and spirit were 16 points each, and his 4 dimensions were developing like a square. With 20 points of strength, his strength is already twice that of a normal middle-aged man. He estimates that his strength is now about the same as that of an ordinary weightlifter, but may still be a little worse than those world-class double muscular men. Ding, it is detected that one of the host's attributes has reached 20 points, and the random reward is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Great Strength Technique. Great Strength Technique, after activation, strength instantly increases by 100%, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Yang Ling chuckled. This skill is great. It doubles your strength within 10 seconds. With 40 points of strength, a few punches might be enough to kill a big yellow cattle. Nodding with satisfaction, he opened the briefcase that Yen Xing had brought him, which contained, in addition to some documents regarding the helicopter, a business card. Since Yen Xing is trying so hard to get close to me, it's not impossible to take him in as my younger brother. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Flying a helicopter at night is always unsafe and too conspicuous. There was still some time, so after getting off the elevator, he didn't take a taxi, but just walked leisurely towards the Chu family's villa. Chapter 76. Your son also wants to be the leading actor. The Long Wangshan Villa district has beautiful scenery, is surrounded by mountains and water, and is truly a feng shui treasure land. As the most upscale villa area in S City, there are only 18 villas here. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them. Only the real upper class of society can live here. There is no doubt that the Lu family is a big family in S City, and even in the whole Jiangnan area. Villas number 1 and number 2 in the villa area are both owned by the Lu family. Villa number 1 is where Grandpa Lu lives, while villa number 2 belongs to Lu Muchan and his daughter. Lu Muchan's villa is decorated in an elegant and simple style, which matches the owner's temperament. At this moment, many people have come to the huge living room. Almost all of Lu's relatives and close friends in S City had arrived. They said they were inviting Yang Ling to dinner, but it was actually a family banquet. Everyone attending the family dinner was wearing expensive clothes, holding wine glasses and chatting with people around them. The atmosphere was very harmonious, but there were 2 people who seemed out of place. Yang Jianjun and Wang Yueju were picked up by Mr. Lu's butler. As Yang Ling's parents, they were naturally qualified to attend such a banquet. But both of them were ordinary people and had never seen such a scene before. At first, it was fine with old man Lu chatting with them for a few words, but then the old man suddenly left for something, and they suddenly became restrained. The 2 of them were neither able to sit nor stand, and they seemed afraid to even eat the fruit on the table. They were dressed like ordinary people, and although the upper echelons of society here knew that they were Yang Ling's parents, no one came up to talk to them. From the eyes of these people, one can see the deep sense of superiority and disdain that comes from their bones. Wang Yueju gently pulled Yang Jianjun's corner and said, "Dad, why hasn't Xiao Ling come yet? Should we go back?" Yang Jianjun rolled his eyes at her and said, "What do you know? Xiao Ling is the protagonist tonight, so of course she has to appear last. Let's just stay here and don't embarrass Xiao Ling." "Ah, okay." Wan Yueju sighed lightly, nodded and stopped talking. At this time, several ladies not far away seemed to have heard their conversation and started laughing. One of the ladies in a red dress came over and said with a smile, "You two, are you the parents of Yan Ling? Don't you think it's disrespectful to wear the uniforms of civilian workers at an occasion like tonight?" Another noblewoman chuckled and said, "Sister Yuerong, don't say that. They can't even afford a decent piece of clothing with their annual salary. Are you making things difficult for them?" As soon as these words were spoken, a group of noble ladies started to giggle, attracting many people's attention. Yang Ling's parents' faces turned red, but they were just ordinary people. How could they dare to talk back in such an occasion? The red-dressed noblewoman Zhuang Yuerong pretended to have spoken out of turn, covering her mouth and saying, "Oh, I forgot you were low-income people. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 each. How about you go buy some decent clothes and come back?" The ladies burst into laughter again, and the contempt in their eyes almost overflowed. One of the ladies scoffed, "And he's the male lead. How can someone like your son be qualified to be the leading actor?" Someone immediately said, "That's right. I heard that Yang Ling is only good at fighting, has no money, and has poor grades. I don't know what the old man is thinking to specially invite such a person to a banquet." Chapter 77 Parents Humiliated. Yes, everyone knows that Sister Yuerong's son Jiahua is the only male protagonist wherever he goes. You two are really shameless. That's right. Even Muhan looks at Jiahua differently. Your lazy toad son wants to eat swan meat? Why don't you go back and look in the mirror? Zhuang Yuerong shook the goblet in her hand and said with a contemptuous smile, "You heard it, this is not a place for people like you to come. Who of you has money on you? Give them 50,000 each and send them away. I'll talk to the old man." Immediately, a lady threw a bank card on the ground and said, "Here, there is 150,000 yuan in it. It's for you to buy clothes. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here." Angry, Yang Jianjun felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This is a humiliation, a naked humiliation using money. He clenched his fist so tightly that his teeth were almost broken, but he knew he couldn't leave. If he left, with Yang Ling's temper, he would definitely fall out with the Lu family. This is the Lu family, this is no joke. Wan Yueju's face turned pale, and there were tears in her eyes. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the people around, and many people gathered around. After learning the whole story, not many people sympathized with Yang Jianjun and the others, but instead showed contempt. This is a banquet for the upper class. In the eyes of these people, these two ordinary people are not qualified to come here. Yan Xing was also here, but he was attending as a staff member. As one of the few people who knew Yang Ling's true identity and strength, he did not come closer. It would be useless to come closer. Instead, he had already filmed everything in a video and sent it to Yang Ling one clip at a time. In the field, seeing Yang Jianjun and his wife motionless, Zhuang Yuerong sneered, "Why, do you think it's too little?" She said loudly, "Who of you still has money? Give it to them and put it on my account when the time comes." Zhuang Yuerong is the eldest daughter of Mr. Lu's wife, and is relatively close to the Lu family. Lu Muchan and her son Jiahua are cousins. In addition to this, Zhuang Yuerong's husband runs a real estate company and has a fortune worth more than 1 billion, so her words still carry a lot of weight. When everyone heard this, someone immediately threw a bank card on the ground and sneered, "There's 30,000 in it, spend it." With someone taking the lead, everyone threw out their bank cards, mocking Yang Jianjun and the other man with both words and actions. Zhuang Yuerong watched all this with a sneer and said, "Is that enough for now? People should know their own limitations. Your Yang Ling is just a toad. Such lowly animals should stay in the sewers forever. How can you and him get your hands on a noble swan? Even staying together is a blasphemy to the swans, do you understand?" Her voice gradually became sharper. "Take the money and get out of here." Yang Jianjun stood up suddenly, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted angrily, "My Shaoling is not a leper." Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden explosion at the door. Boom! The gate of the villa flew directly in, knocking down a number of tables and chairs. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the door, only to see a young man in ordinary clothes and with cold eyes standing there. Yang Ling! Everyone gasped. The door of the villa weighed hundreds of pounds, but it was kicked away. How much strength did it take? Chapter 78 Whoever threw the bank card, please stand up. The entire hall was silent. Yang Ling swept his cold gaze across the room. When he saw his parents with red eyes and a pile of bank cards on the ground, his anger reached its peak. He walked in slowly, and from the moment he appeared, a cold murderous aura spread out. Everyone was instinctively afraid, and no one along the way dared to stop him, and they couldn't even look at him. After walking to his parents, Yang Ling glanced at Zhuang Yuerong coldly, then suddenly reached out his hand and pressed Yang Jianjun, who had stood up, back to his seat. Dad, just sit down. I'll take care of things here. Yang Jianjun's eyes were a little moist. At the most critical moment, his son finally appeared. My son has grown up, so leave everything to him. Yang Jianjun nodded and slowly sat down. Ding, you have fulfilled your parents' wish value +1, current progress, 810. Yang Ling smiled at the two elders, and his face became completely gloomy. He swept his cold eyes over the crowd again and said slowly, who threw the bank card? Stand up. Complete silence. Under the pressure of Yang Ling's momentum, none of the so-called superiors here dared to speak. Zhuang Yuerong looked around. Yang Ling's appearance was so shocking that it frightened everyone. As the instigator of this incident, she knew she couldn't back down. After taking a deep breath, she sneered, Are you Yang Ling? I told them to throw it, so what? Snap. A sound of glass breaking was heard, and Yang Ling slammed the glass in the woman's hand directly onto her face. After a heart-wrenching scream, red wine and blood spilled all over the ground, and the woman fell to the ground screaming. Yang Ling, you dare to hit me? I will. Before he finished speaking, Yang Ling stomped on her arm, and there was a sound of bones breaking. In the intense pain, the girl whimpered and fainted on the spot. Ding, you crushed Zhuang Yuerong's wish to mock your parents, attribute point +1. Hiss. There were sounds of gasps in the field. No one expected that this young man was so tough that he would start fighting without even saying a word. Some people were filled with righteous indignation, but when they thought about Yang Lin being able to kick open the door of the villa with one kick, they dared not speak out in the face of such absolute strength. Yang Ling glanced at the whole place and said coldly, Who else, stand up. There was silence again. Under the pressure of the terrible murderous aura, many people's calves were trembling. At this time, the man who first threw out the bank card couldn't stand the pressure and was about to leave. Run? Yang Ling sneered and threw a red wine bottle directly at the man, hitting him accurately on the back of the head. The man screamed on the spot and fell to the ground, bleeding all over. Ding, you have crushed this person's desire to escape, attribute value +1. The second one. Yang Ling's voice became colder and colder. Several security guards wanted to rush up to stop him, but were held back by Yan Xing. He shook his head, indicating not to act rashly. Seeing the silence in the room, Yang Ling sneered, Didn't you just say I was a toad? Why are you swans so scared that you dare not even fart now? I might as well put it bluntly. Anyone who threw bank cards at me and mocked my parents, every one of you, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave this door. Chapter 79 Who else? These words were filled with murderous intent, and everyone felt terrified when they heard them. Yang Ling's actions were too overbearing, even unreasonable, but they dared to be angry but not to speak out. Wang Yueju whispered, Xiao Ling, forget it, we don't have anything. Yang Ling shook his head slightly at his mother and said, Mom, we don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. I will make them pay you back double for what they did to you just now. Wang Yueju was a woman of modesty. Upon hearing this, she just nodded and said nothing more. Yang Ling retracted his gaze and said coldly, Since you are not aware of it, don't blame me. He suddenly made a move and slapped a noble lady in the face. The woman was very excited to mock him just now, but at this moment she screamed and was knocked to the ground. Several teeth flew out, half of his face was swollen, and he fainted on the spot without saying a word. It looked like he was going to be disfigured. Yang Ling sneered, I'm not a gentleman, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone who dares to step on my head, no matter who it is, whether male or female, I will make you pay the price. Who else threw a bank card? Stand up. The sound was so fierce that several timid ones fell to the ground on the spot, and one of them even peed his pants out of fright. Facing Yang Ling like this, almost everyone was terrified. Seeing that no one stood up, Yang Ling looked coldly at a noble lady not far away. The woman turned pale with fear, and thinking of the miserable state of Zhuang Yuerong and the other person, she trembled all over. Yang Ling sneered, took a few steps forward and said, Do you want to kneel down and apologize or do you want to get plastic surgery? I kneel, I kneel. The woman's legs softened, and she actually knelt down in front of Yang Ling. Don't kneel to me, kneel to my parents. The lady was yelled at by Yang Ling, and she felt humiliated and frightened, and fainted on the ground. Snort! Yang Ling snorted coldly and swept his eyes through the crowd. Everyone he saw was terrified and trembling. Finally, his eyes fixed on a middle-aged fat man, and the fat man's face turned pale. Yang Ling was already furious, and without any nonsense, he directly picked up the more than 200-pound body of the fat man with one hand, threw him in front of his parents, and shouted, "Kneel down and kowtow to apologize." Unexpectedly, the fat man was too fat and his whole body was limp from fear, and he couldn't even get up. Yang Ling became even more furious upon seeing this, and kicked the fat man directly on the pig's head. The man screamed and fainted on the spot. The whole place was silent. For the first time, they felt so helpless. In the face of absolute power, what good could they do even if they were rich? They could only be slaughtered. Yang Ling was able to kick open the door of the Lu family villa with one kick, so the door of his own house would definitely not be able to withstand such a strange force. This young man holds such a grudge. In other words, if I don't make this matter clear today, I'm afraid I'll never have peace of mind in the future. Everyone here is a shrewd person. Such a big thing has happened, and Grandpa Lu must have known about it. But the old man has been slow to come out to stop it. How could these people not know the deep meaning behind this? He clearly wanted to wait for Yang Ling to vent his anger before appearing again. In other words, between this group of relatives and Yang Ling, the old man chose Yang Ling. After thinking through this, everyone could not help but look fiercely at the unconscious Zhuang Yuerong. If it weren't for these women who offended Yang Ling's parents for Jiehua, things wouldn't have come to this point. Chapter 80 Changes Brought by Strength. A man in a suit and glasses came out first. He bowed slightly to Yang Ling and said, "Sorry, young Master Yang, we were wrong in this matter." Seeing Yang Ling's expressionless face, he gave a bitter smile, then bowed to Yang Ling's parents and said, "Brother Yang and Sister Yang, I'm sorry. I, Fong Yu, apologize to you. I will definitely set up a table of wine to make apology some other day." At this point, Yang Ling's parents had basically calmed down, but they were both honest people and had long been at a loss what to do in the face of such a situation. They just looked at Yang Ling, waiting for their son's opinion. Snort. Yang Ling snorted, and although he didn't say anything, he accepted the man's apology. He still understands the principle that everything is excessive or insufficient. He suppressed the arrogance of this group of people with thunderous rage here, mainly for two reasons. The first is to vent my anger for my parents. Secondly, it sent a clear signal that Yang Ling was definitely not a son-in-law who could be bullied at will. It was obvious that he had achieved his goal because someone took the lead in apologizing. This group of Lu family's relatives and friends began to come forward to apologize to their parents, and their expressions were completely different from before. There were all kinds of people who apologized, made peace, and tried to please. The two old men, who were despised and ridiculed in the beginning, suddenly became the center of attention. Surrounded by people trying to please him, Yang Jianjun's face was beaming with joy, and his mood had changed drastically. He was very proud at this moment, proud that he had such a good son. Yang Ling also once again experienced the benefits of strength. Only if you have strength can people fear you and then respect you. If Yang Ling did not have the strength, he would be the one being stepped on today. From now on, he could never raise his head in the Lu family. Ding, you have fulfilled your parents' wish for dignity. Wish value +1. Current progress 910. Ding, you have crushed everyone's wish to trample you underfoot, attribute point +1. Yang Ling's face curled up and he returned to his calm and indifferent state. After everyone felt that Yang Ling's invisible pressure dissipated, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Xing was the happiest person at the moment. He smiled at the security guards beside him and said, "I told you guys a long time ago that you have to follow the right person when following Big Brother. I have a good eye, right? Young Master Yang is so powerful, if we follow him, are we afraid that we won't be able to make a name for ourselves? Go, carry those fainted scumbags away and send them to the hospital." Judging from his expression, he looks like a loyal lackey. Several security guards looked at each other, as if they were thinking of the days in the future when they would follow Yang Ling and bully others with their power. They went forward with smiles on their faces to carry the person, shouting as they were afraid that Yang Ling would not see them. Yang Ling naturally saw all of this. He walked over to Yan Xing, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job." Yang Ling's charm value includes leadership charisma, which may be useless for a goddess like Lu Muchan, but it is a different story for Yan Xing. Yan Xing shuddered all over and said excitedly, "Young Master Yang, are you flattering me? This is what I should do." Yang Ling smiled faintly, and just as I was about to say something to win people's hearts, his eyes suddenly moved and he looked towards another door. I saw a group of people walking there, led by Old Man Lu, followed by Lu Muchan in a pure white dress. Chapter 81. He can't be the old man's illegitimate son. Behind Lu Muchan was a group of young people, both men and women, but all of them were wearing formal clothes. Several young women were very beautiful and would definitely be considered beauties if they were outside. But they seemed a little overshadowed by Lu Muchan. Almost everyone in the field focused their attention on Lu Muchan. Even Yang Ling looked a little stunned. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: a fairy had descended to earth. The arrival of Mr. Lu made the scene quiet down. Several noble ladies who had been hiding before ran over to see the old man as if they had seen a savior. One of them screamed, "Old man, Yang Ling beat someone in public. You have to help us. Call the shots?" Old Master Lu sneered, "Without Xiaoling, I would be dead. I'm telling you, from now on Xiaoling is a member of my Lu family. A direct descendant of the Lu family. Why should I make the decision for you?" When these words were spoken, the lady was stunned, and everyone in the audience was stunned. They knew that the old man favored Yan Ling, but after such a big incident, in order to appease people, he should at least say a few harsh words to Yan Ling, right? At the very least, you can reprimand me a few times, right? But what was unexpected was that the old man came to recognize Yang Ling on the spot and said bluntly that Yang Ling was from the Lu family, and a direct descendant. Wouldn't he that be the same as Lu Muchan? Everyone's eyes popped out when they heard this. They didn't know the relationship between Yang Ling and Lu Muchan, but they knew that the old man was a person who valued gratitude the most. These words were both unexpected and reasonable. The way everyone looked at Yang Ling changed again. If it was fear before, now there was a hint of fawning. Everyone looked at him, but at this moment, Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "Old man, your words are too serious. After all, my surname is Yang. When the two families get close, I will need the old man and the elders to take care of me." Everyone was shocked. This was said in a tactful way, but the implication was, "I, Yang Ling, am from the Yang family, not from your Lu family." Others are trying their best to squeeze into the Lu family, and even if there is only a slight connection, they feel that their ancestors' graves are smoking. However, Yang Ling politely declined the opportunity to enter the core circle of the Lu family. Looking at his indifferent expression, it seemed that he did not have any hesitation when making the decision. What kind of self-confidence does this young man have? Everyone here was shocked, but Old Man Lu looked at Yang Ling's clear eyes and smiled. Everyone is selfish. One of his two sons is in politics, and the other is in the army. The granddaughter left by his third son runs the Mohua group. Even the old man himself cannot see how powerful Yang Ling's ability is. If one day he passes away and Lu Muchan can no longer control Yang Ling, then the Mohua group is likely to separate from the Lu family. But at this moment, the young man's eyes were clear, and he said such words in public, which made it clear that he would not try to seize the assets of Mohua group. This made him value Yang Ling even more. As long as he can win over this young man, the old man is confident that even if he dies, the Lu family will not fall. He laughed and said, "Xiaoling, you are right. The old man was too hasty. Let's talk about this later." Then he took a few steps forward and grabbed Yang Ling's arm and said, "Come, I have a few bottles of good wine hidden, have a few drinks with me tonight." Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this action. Yang Ling refused to join the Lu family's core circle, but the old man was not angry. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic. If Yang Ling's parents hadn't been here, they would have thought that Yang Ling was the old man's illegitimate son. Chapter 82. It's Yang Ling again. Ding, you have fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish, wish value +1, current progress, 1010, you can make a wish. Yang Ling smiled slightly. He knew what the wish was. Behind them, Lin Xiaoshuang said in surprise, "I can't believe this guy isn't the kind of person who curries favor with the powerful." She was one of the few people who knew about the relationship between Lu Muchan and Yang Ling. She looked down on Yang Ling before, and although she still looked down on him now, her attitude had changed a little after experiencing some things. Lu Muchan looked at Yang Ling's back and a faint smile appeared on his face. Ding, Lu Muchan thinks that the host is a person with independent ideas and does not covet wealth. His favorability towards you is +5, currently at 35 points. Yang Ling looked back in surprise, but happened to meet the girl's gaze. A blush flashed across Lu Muchan's beautiful face, and she looked away shyly. Yang Ling was slightly stunned when he saw this, then smiled and shook his head. The arrival of Mr. Lu and others put the party on track, but it was obvious that Yang Ling was the protagonist of the night. These celebrities gradually moved closer to Yang Ling, and many of them took the initiative to extend olive branches, hoping to establish good relationships with him. But they couldn't be too blatant in front of the old man. In the end, Old Man Lu thought they were too noisy and simply dispersed them. Then, these people turned their attention to Yang Ling's parents. Because they didn't know the relationship between Yang Ling and Lu Muchan, they even wanted to promote their daughter. What's more, the girls who were being sold were also at the party, and they were all very beautiful and graceful. Yang Jianjun and his wife were naturally grinning from ear to ear, but Yang Ling had already informed them that the marriage must be kept secret, so the two of them just agreed but did not say anything concrete. At the cocktail party, besides Yang Ling, who was the focus, another person who attracted attention was Lu Muchan. Her appearance and makeup were so stunning that young men and middle-aged uncles would steal glances at her from time to time. Beside Lu Muhan, besides her best friend Lin Xiaoshuang, there were also several handsome young men. One of them was tall and handsome, about 25 or 26 years old, and smiled slightly. "Muhan, can I ask you to dance with me later?" Turn a deaf ear. Lu Muchan did not give any response. The people around were stunned. They followed the female president's gaze and saw Yang Ling. It's Yang Ling again. For a moment, the faces of several young masters darkened, and the face of the handsome man who invited Lu Muchan was even gloomier than before. This person is Zhang Jiahua, who is always the leading man wherever he goes, as mentioned by all the ladies. And many people had previously believed that he was the man most likely to win Lu Muchan's heart. But at this moment, this almost perfect male god in everyone's eyes was very unhappy. His mother was taught a lesson by Yang Ling. Although the examination showed that her mother only had a broken arm and would be fine after some rest, this lesson was like a hard slap in the face to him. In the past, he was always the center of attention wherever he went, but now the one being praised was obviously Yang Ling, not him. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Lu Muchan kept looking at Yang Ling and didn't even hear what he said. "Sister Muhan?" Lin Xiaoshuang said somewhat unhappily, "Brother Jiahua is talking to you." "Ah?" Lu Muchan exclaimed softly, and came back to his senses. He found that everyone was looking at him strangely, and said with a slightly blushing face, "Brother Jiahua? What's the matter?" This reaction made several people even more unhappy. Chapter 83. This is not a key, it is my granddaughter's innocence. But even if he was unhappy in front of the goddess, he couldn't lose his manners. Zhang Jiahua politely invited again, "Muhan, can I ask you to dance with me later?" Lu Muchan was slightly stunned, and blurted out almost instinctively, "I already have an old." Halfway through his words, he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and after shaking his head with a chuckle, he said lightly, "Sorry, I don't want to dance today." This. Zhang Jiahua frowned. Although Lu Muchan had always calmly rejected his invitations before, he knew that it was due to the goddess's personality. The hint of apology in his eyes showed that Lu Muchan at least cared about what he thought. But today, the frost goddess looked unusually cold. Not to mention apologizing, it seemed as if she didn't even want to talk to herself. He turned around and glared at Yang Ling fiercely, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Ding, you crushed Zhang Jiahua's wish to invite Lu Muchan to dance, attribute point +1. This is really a case of the pot falls from the sky while you were sitting at home. Why did I crush other people's wishes when I was doing fine?" Yang Ling glanced at the few rich second generations who were glaring at him not far away, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "System, I want to make a wish to let me master all talents such as singing, dancing, and acting." "Ding, please don't ask for too much, you can only choose a single item to strengthen." Yang Ling sighed inwardly when he heard this. It turned out that the loopholes in the system were not so easy to exploit. He could only eat the meal mouthful by mouthful. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Then let's dance." Ding, the wish is successful, the host obtains the skill, Dance Mastery. Explanation, you have mastered every dance category invented by humans. Ding, your charm value +1. With a slight smile, he simply distributed the 3 attribute points he earned. In this way, his strength and agility were both 20, his physical strength reached 19 points, and his mental strength was still 16 points. The charm value increased to 6 points. Beside him, Old Master Lu smiled faintly and said, "Aling, what are you thinking about, smiling?" Yang Ling laughed and said, "I just thought of some happy things." Old Master Lu thought he was thinking about his granddaughter, and said with some pride, "Why are you shy? A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman." But your relationship cannot be made public for the time being. Muhan is in a high position, and any of her private actions may affect the group's stock price. She just took over the group not long ago. Let's wait until everything is stable before holding the wedding. Logically speaking, Yang Ling didn't want to get married so early, so he smiled and said, then how should we get along? Old Master Lu laughed and said, Fei Yan and I have discussed this matter. Although it cannot be made public yet, you have already obtained the marriage certificate. You will live in this villa with Muhan from now on. You will also be the vice president of the group. I will give you an annual salary of 1 million. What do you think? As he spoke, he stuffed the key into Yang Ling's hand. A single man and a single woman were in the same room. What was stuffed into their mouths was not a key, but the granddaughter's innocence was directly put into Yang Ling's hands. Yang Ling took the key in a daze, then smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, you also know that Director Lu wants to divorce me, and I'm afraid she won't want to live with me. Besides, I will be taking the college entrance examination soon, so I am afraid I will not be able to handle the position of vice president. Old Master Lu laughed and said, she really doesn't agree, but I've given you the key. It's up to you whether you want to live here or not. As for going to college, it won't affect your position in the group. Chapter 84, A Stage to Showcase Talents. After Yang Ling hesitated for a moment, he smiled and nodded, saying, since you said so, let's do as you wish. Ding, you have fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish, wish value +1, current progress 110. Although his wish was fulfilled, Mr. Lu saw that Yang Ling remained indifferent and thought that he was angry because he did not make the marriage public. A trace of helplessness and apology appeared on the old man's face. But Yang Ling keenly caught this expression. This is what he was waiting for. Yang Ling took out a jade pendant from his arms seemingly casually, and played with it casually while smiling. I don't know what material this jade pendant is made of, but I like it very much. Grandpa, you have great power, can you help me find a few more pieces? I want to give one to my parents and sister. Old Master Lu took the jade pendant with curiosity. He didn't know much about antiques, but he could tell that jade pendants made of this material were different from the usual ones, so it would be difficult to find. However, he felt that the Lu family owed Yang Ling, and it was not a pleasant feeling to owe someone a favor. The old man was not afraid of anything else, but was afraid that Yang Ling would have a grudge and not speak up, so he laughed and said, okay, I'll do it for you. Ding, you have fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish of not owing anyone a favor. Wish value +1, current progress 210. Yang Ling touched his nose a little embarrassedly. He made a little calculation, but the old man contributed a wish value instead. He is worthy of being a person who has dedicated his entire life to the country. He has noble character and makes people admire him from the bottom of their hearts. The old man was impatient, and he waved to the bodyguard not far away and said, Xiao Wang, give this jade pendant to the purchasing manager and ask him to find a few more according to the material. The more the better. The bodyguard nodded and quickly left the villa. The goal was achieved, and Yang Ling finally smiled. This jade pendant contained the energy needed by the system, and finding 10 units of energy to upgrade the system was his most important goal at this stage. After talking to the old man for a while, my parents couldn't stand being surrounded by people, so they apologized and went home first. When Yan Xing saw that his chance to show off had come, he volunteered to take the two elders home. Not long after they left, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed, and the dance party began with the sound of soft music. As per past practice, the ball was hosted by Han Yakan, the director of the Human Resources Department of Muhua Group, also known as the Huadan of Muhua. Han Yakan was wearing a purple evening dress today. Although she was 37 years old, she looked as bright and beautiful as a girl in her 20s because she had taken good care of herself. As she slowly walked onto the stage, everyone's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and many men's eyes could not hide the burning heat. This woman has a beautiful face, and her figure and temperament reveal a mature charm, which is most attractive to men. Walking onto the stage, under the gaze of the audience, she smiled softly and said, everyone knows that over the years this ball has been a stage for young people to showcase their talents. We must not only have ability, but also talent. Today, the old man specially invited the famous musician Mr. Huang Xiao to the scene. He will comment on the talents of our young people. Everyone should perform well. Chapter 85 You are worse than dogs. As she finished speaking, the lights focused on an old man on the second floor. This man was none other than Mr. Huang Xiao, a well-known Chinese musician. Someone immediately exclaimed, they didn't expect that the old man would actually invite such a powerful person. In fact, family dinners like this, in addition to maintaining relationships and discussing family and business matters, the more important thing is actually the dance. The upper class not only cares about the matching of family backgrounds, but also the cultivation of talents is very important. The performance of every young person at the dance will be recorded and then released. Regardless of whether they are male or female, the more outstanding their talents are, the more popular they will be in their circle. This will give them a lot of extra points in the future, whether it is marriage or cooperation, so everyone takes it very seriously. Now that this music master is here, if I can get a compliment from him, I will have both face and honor. Under the attention of the whole audience, Mr. Huang smiled and said, "Old Lu and I are old friends. Don't be nervous, everyone, show your best side." Below, Mr. Lu laughed and said, "Old Huang, how can they not be nervous in front of a great musician like you? Okay, time is precious, let's get started." The old man gave an order, nodded to Yang Ling, and went upstairs. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Zhang Jiahua. In terms of talent, he is the best among all the young people present, except Lu Muchan. In previous years, he always opened the show and Lu Muchan closed it. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Zhang Jiahua seemed to have turned back into the only male lead. He smiled handsomely, then glanced provocatively at Yang Ling not far away, and slowly walked onto the stage. Someone immediately brought his violin to him, and he took it gracefully and began to tune it. Below, Lin Xiaoshuang chuckled and said, "Brother Jiahua is amazing, even his tuning is so cool." Several rich second generations around him laughed when they heard this. One of them glanced at Yang Ling, who was not far away, and deliberately said loudly, "That's natural. We have received upper-class education since we were young, especially Jiahua, who has an outstanding talent in music. How can some wild boy from the slums compare to him?" Another person immediately responded, "You are wrong. Although the wild boy has no manners, he can fight. He is a vicious dog. It's good to have a vicious dog at home. Come to think of it, I also want to raise a vicious dog for fun." Although no names were mentioned, these words were directed at Yang Ling and were extremely vicious. Lin Xiaoshuang didn't know if she understood or not. She chuckled and said, "You guys can raise one if you want, I won't raise a big dog." Lu Muhan frowned slightly when she heard this, and looked at them coldly and said, "My Lu family doesn't keep dogs, but in my opinion, some people are worse than dogs in other aspects except eating, drinking and having fun." After saying this, he walked away alone. Several people were stunned. Lu Muchan was cursing, and his curse was very ugly. This is clearly to help Yang Ling. The faces of several people turned ugly in an instant. They were holding back a fire of anger in their hearts, but they did not dare to vent it on Lu Muchan. Instead, they glared at Yang Ling. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I turned around I felt like I was falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 86. What are you doing kneeling? Is it kidney deficiency? In addition to Yang Ling's cold eyes, there were 3 lightning-like cold lights shooting out. After 3 dull thuds, the coins hit their knees directly. Then the 3 men's legs went soft and they fell to their knees with a thud. The whole audience's eyes instantly turned to him, and then everyone's eyes widened. Why did these 3 young masters suddenly kneel down out of nowhere? Yang Ling sneered, stood up and stood in front of the 3 people, teasing, "Are you 3 suffering from kidney deficiency? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you?" The faces of the 3 men instantly turned purple. Yang Ling actually used a dirty trick to make them kneel in public. They are still dying and still say they have kidney deficiency. If this gets out, will I still be able to live as a human being in the future? The 3 of them wanted to stand up almost at the same time, but just when they stood up halfway, their knees went weak and they knelt down again. With Yang Ling's mastery of throwing and deduction, he knew exactly what part to hit and how much force to use to make the person unable to stand. Plop! This time, the 3 of them knelt firmly in front of Yang Ling. Everyone's eyes widened. Some of them who didn't know the truth actually thought it was kidney deficiency and that they couldn't stand steadily after drinking. These 3 prodigal sons are living a life of debauchery. They are too young to be good at this, right? Hubby, you're already over 40 and still so great, that's amazing. Everyone began to whisper, and what they said was extremely true. On the stage, Zhang Jiahua shouted, "What's wrong with you 3? Hurry up and get up." The 3 of them were so embarrassed that their faces turned red, but they were too weak to stand up. Yang Ling looked at them calmly and said, "Only dogs kneel to people, not people kneel to dogs. If you 3 don't want to kneel, go back and heal your kidneys before coming back." This was quite vicious, as it pinned the blame of kidney deficiency on the 3 people. Soon, a staff member came over and helped the 3 people up. Although their legs were not weak anymore, they were too embarrassed to stay here. After looking at Yang Ling with hatred, they hurriedly left the villa. Ding, you have fulfilled the wishes of the spectators. Wish value +1, current progress, 310. Ding, you crushed the wishes of 3 people who mocked you, attribute point +1. In fact, a few smart people understood that these 3 people must have offended Yang Ling and were taught a lesson. Being able to make someone kneel down and unable to stand up without anyone noticing, this method was truly amazing. They looked at Yang Ling with even more fear. Yang Ling did not look at the pale-faced Lin Xiaoshuan, but looked at Lu Muchan with some curiosity. Those 3 people who were able to come here must have some background. For her own sake, the female president directly taught them a lesson, which made him have a lot of good impression on her. After this little episode, everyone's attention was once again focused on Zhang Jiahua. After all, the 3 guys just now were just uneducated rich second generations, while this one is a talented and handsome guy. At this moment, Zhang Jiahua had finished tuning the instrument. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly looked at Yang Ling and said, I heard that you, Yang Ling, are proficient in musical instruments. I wonder if you can play the violin. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Yang Ling looked at him in surprise, and then said with a smile, Why, do you want me to play with you? Zhang Jiahua said confidently, There is no need for an ensemble, I just want to make a bet with you. Let's compete to see who plays the violin better. If I win, I will invite Muhan to dance with me. If you win, then you will invite him. Of course, if you get stage fright, just ignore what I said. Chapter 87, Smash the Plan, Reverse the General. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Young people are competitive, and there is nothing wrong with competing, but the stakes were actually the qualification to dance with Lu Muchan. Upon hearing this, Lu Muchan frowned slightly and a look of displeasure appeared on her face. There are few idiots here. If you think carefully, you can guess Zhang Jiahua's purpose. First, he would invite Lu Muchan to dance at family dinners in previous years, but unfortunately he was rejected every time. But now he made this bet in front of everyone. As long as Yang Ling accepted the challenge and he could win, then under pressure, Lu Muchan would definitely not refuse in front of everyone. The second is to take revenge on Yang Ling and get back the upper hand. After what happened before, it is impossible for their family's relationship with Yang Ling to ease. If Yang Ling does not go on stage, it would be like retreating at the last minute and it would be ungraceful. The upper class attaches great importance to a person's courage and bearing. Victory and defeat are common in the military. It doesn't matter if you lose, but stage fright is a taboo and you will be looked down upon. The third point, and the most crucial point, is that Zhang Jiahua cannot lose. Everyone knows what happened during the day. Yang Ling plays the piano very well, but at this age, it is very rare for a person to be proficient in one musical instrument. To be proficient in 2, one must be a genius. Besides, in a sense, the violin is more difficult than the piano. There is no way Yang Ling can beat Zhang Jiahua in the field of violin. This can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, blocking all of Yang Ling's escape routes. Everyone's eyes flickered when they looked at Zhang Jiahua. At such a young age, he had such a plan. He was truly a leader of the younger generation. Seeing that everyone's eyes had forgotten to come over, Yang Ling smiled faintly, looked at Zhang Jiahua and said, Since you are so confident, I can't spoil your fun. Ms. Lu is a beautiful lady, and a man like me would never dream of dancing with her. Let's change the bet. If I win, how about asking you to dance with me for a striptease? Hiss. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Yang Ling actually dared to play such a big game. But after a moment's thought, they discovered with horror the boy's purpose. In just a few words, he first stated in a humble way that he would not force Lu Muchan to do anything, and in comparison, Zhang Jiahua seemed ungentlemanly. The second thing is to let Zhang Jiahua do a striptease. If he really wins, no matter whether he does the striptease or not, he will lose face from then on. In the end, Zhang Jiahua was forced into a desperate situation. If he refused, it would mean he lacked confidence. The key point is that he cannot change the bet and let Yang Ling do a striptease as well, otherwise it means that Lu Muchan's position in his heart is not as important as Yang Ling's striptease. General, you are really a good commander. When someone figured out the key point, his jaw almost dropped. What a scheme, what a calculation, what a deep scheming. Horrible, horrible, who on earth is this Yang Ling? On the second floor, the old man looked at Yang Ling with such a smile that his eyebrows curved. With such adaptability and scheming, this grandson-in-law is truly a hidden dragon. The more he looked at Yang Ling, the more satisfied he was. Huang Lao beside him was also a shrewd man. He sighed and said, Where did you find such a great man? I am really enlightened today. On the stage, Zhang Jiahua looked unhappy, and he felt even more uncomfortable looking at Yang Ling's half-smile. However, he was absolutely confident in his violin skills, and there was no way out now, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. It's settled." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the second floor and said loudly, "Mr. Huang, please be my judge." Mr. Huang nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement. Chapter 88 Sister Muhan, Yang Ling is doomed to lose. Ding, you crushed Zhang Jiahua's wish of killing 3 birds with 1 stone, attribute point +1. Ding, Lumuchan thinks you are more gentlemanly than Zhang Jiahua, favorability +5, current favorability, 40. Yang Ling smiled slightly when he heard that, and suddenly seemed to sense something. He turned around and found that Lin Xiaoshuang was looking at him angrily. He seemed to understand something, and there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Jiahua had a strong psychological quality and was not much affected by the retort. He took a deep breath and began to play the violin slowly. One of the pieces he played was a Polish waltz, which is very well known around the world and displays a unique artistic spark and charm. The piece was a bit difficult, but this person had practiced the violin for more than 10 years, so he played it very smoothly. Many people closed their eyes and listened to the music quietly. On the second floor, the old man asked softly, "Old Huang, what do you think?" Mr. Huang smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "The playing technique and emotional control are very good, and have basically reached the level of a professional violinist." Oh? The old man was slightly stunned. After looking at Zhang Jiahua, he looked at Yang Ling with a hint of worry in his eyes. Lin Xiaoshuan looked at Zhang Jiahua, who was performing with his eyes closed on the stage, with a smile on her face. "Sister Muhan, look how outstanding Brother Jiahua is." Lu Muchan looked calm, but a hint of worry quietly crept into his eyes. After the song ended, the audience burst into warm applause. Zhang Jiahua let out a long sigh, and seemed quite satisfied with his performance. He smiled confidently, looked up at the second floor, and asked impatiently, "Mr. Huang, what do you think of my song?" Mr. Huang seemed to be slightly displeased with his impatient question, but he still smiled and said very professionally, "Your playing skills are good and your technique is very flexible, but your control of emotions is still a little lacking. But at your age, it is very rare to have such an accomplishment. If I were to give you a score, I would give you 75 points. 75 points. Everyone was surprised. Mr. Huang has always been known for his strictness. When he gave young people participating in the program, his score would basically not exceed 70 points, and he could point out a lot of their shortcomings. But at this moment, Zhang Jiahua was given 75 points, which is already a high score. Everyone was whispering to each other, praising Zhang Jiahua endlessly. Lin Xiaoshuan even giggled, not to mention how happy she was. Zhang Jiahua became proud, then looked at Yang Ling and said, "It's your turn." Swish. All eyes were focused on Yang Ling. This young man was scheming and scheming. He could fight and play the piano. To be honest, he was already very good. But it is almost impossible to beat Zhang Jiahua on the violin. Xiao Yang, forget about it if you can't play the violin. Our time is precious. Just admit your mistake and make friends with Jiahua. Yes, Jiahua and Muhan have been playmates since childhood. There's nothing wrong with dancing together. Don't be so petty. Xiao Yang, you should know yourself. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. Don't be so serious. At first glance, these words may sound like advice, but in fact, they all have ulterior motives. They are mocking Yang Ling for overestimating his own abilities, and they even want him to admit defeat and ruin his reputation. Lin Xiaoshuan laughed and said, "Sister Muhan, Yang Ling is definitely going to lose. When you dance with Brother Jiahua later, remember to ask him to treat us to a meal." Chapter 89 Years are getting pregnant. Lu Muchan snorted when he heard this, and the worry in his eyes became even more intense. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Yang Ling smiled faintly, stood up, and slowly walked towards the stage. On the stage, Zhang Jiahua sneered, "You really have the courage to come up." Yang Ling took the violin from him and said calmly, "There are always some people who think they are right, but in my opinion, your so-called self-confidence is completely vulnerable." Snort. As they passed by, Zhang Jiahua sneered in his ear, "This is just the beginning, I will slowly settle the score with you." He snorted coldly and walked off the stage. In Yang Ling's opinion, Zhang Jiahua was no different from the people he had met before, just a bunch of clowns. He sat down calmly, glanced at the people below, and without waiting for Mr. Huang to say start, he casually tried the feel of the instrument, stroked the strings lightly, and slowly pulled them with his right hand. Ding, the instrument mastery skill is activated. As the system's voice fell, beautiful notes burst out from his fingertips. Hiss. The moment the sound of the piano rang out, Mr. Huang gasped. Is this Shakan? But he played it so skillfully. Not only Mr. Huang, the great musician, but even the onlookers who knew nothing about violin all widened their eyes. He can actually play the violin. Wow, this sounds so beautiful. Everyone was surprised at first, but as the notes continued to flow, the shock on their faces began to dissipate, and was replaced by an intoxicated look. The notes on Yang Ling's fingertips were sometimes as clear and ethereal as the spiritual rain in an empty mountain, sometimes as passionate as the scorching sun, and sometimes as lonely and touching as boating on a moonlit night, making them sink into one beautiful world after another as the notes changed. Regardless of gender, they all closed their eyes tightly at this moment, as if they were in a fantasy world, immersed and unable to extricate themselves. The whole scene fell into infinite tranquility, with only the beautiful sound of the violin spreading out bit by bit. Almost everyone was intoxicated, but only one person was awake, and that person was Zhang Jiahua. His face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. With such a melody, he knew without thinking that he was bound to lose, and lose miserably. The elegant violin music suddenly stopped when it was about to reach its climax, as if a good dream was interrupted. Everyone woke up suddenly and looked at Yang Ling with wide eyes. That expression was like that of an unsatisfied woman, it was so painful. Yang Ling smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, I forgot the music score. I'll play it for you next time." Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping in the room, and everyone looked at Yang Ling with resentment. If those present were not people of status, they would have turned into resentful women on the spot. But even though they only played half of the song, the effect was achieved. After they calmed down, the whole audience burst into an uproar. Oh my God, how could there be such a beautiful piece of music in the world? My ears are getting pregnant. Wow, little brother, I still want to listen. Can you please play to the climax again? Hey, how about arranging a time for Yang Ling to meet our daughter? Hubby, are you crazy? Our daughter is only 10 years old. Looking at the expressions of the people below, Yang Ling smiled secretly in his heart. How could he, who has a photographic memory, forget the music score? He did it on purpose. Didn't you just mock me? I won't let you have your ease. What can you do to me? Chapter 90. I am not qualified to rate Yang Ling. Ding, you have crushed everyone's wish to listen to beautiful music, a tribute point +1. Here, Yang Ling laughed secretly in his heart, and on the other side, Mr. Huang finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Ling below with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Genius, this is a genius. After so many years, our Chinese music industry finally has such a genius. Old Lu, let me take him away. I promise to make him famous all over the world within 3 years." Old Master Lu also had a smile on his face. He laughed and said, "I think you want to marry your granddaughter to him. You are such a bad old man." As if his secrets were revealed, Huang Lao blushed and laughed, "Look at what you said. My granddaughter is not yet an adult. But if this kid really wants to do this, it's okay to arrange the marriage first." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu was secretly delighted. He had taken the initiative after all. However, he said unhappily, "Are you the only one with a granddaughter? Okay, stop talking nonsense and start grading." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. After taking a deep breath, Mr. Huang said in a deep voice, "I am not qualified to rate Xiaoyang, because I don't have such performance attainments. But if you force me to give it a score, out of 100, I would give it 120. But since Xiaoyang forgot the music score, I'll deduct 20 points. Let's make it 100. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked again. This music master actually said that his attainments were not as high as Yang Ling's. Although there was obviously some exaggeration in his words, it was enough to illustrate Yang Ling's level. In fact, he doesn't even need to give a score, everyone knows that Yang Ling's violin level is far better than Zhang Jiahua's. But what they didn't know was that Mr. Huang didn't lie, he really wasn't as good as Yang Ling. Everyone began to praise Yang Ling one after another. Some young girls and wives looked at the boy on the stage with shining eyes and began to flirt with him. Lu Muchan heaved a sigh of relief, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was an indescribable emotion in his eyes when he looked at Yang Ling. Lin Xiaoshuan beside her had an expression of disbelief on her face. This poor boy is so powerful that even brother Jiahua can't compare to him. This shouldn't happen. How could it turn out like this? If this continues, Sister Muhan will be doomed. No, we can't let this man succeed in his evil plan. At this moment, Yang Ling heard the system notification sound in his mind. Ding, you have satisfied Lu Muhan and Old Man Lu's wish for you to win. Favorability +5, current favorability 45. Ding, you crushed Zhang Jiahua and Lin Xiaoshuan's wishes, attribute points +2. Yang Ling raised his lips, looked at Zhang Jiahua and said, how about it, Master Zhang, come on stage and dance for us. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Jiahua, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He was the one who proposed the bet, and he also agreed to Yang Ling's change of the stakes. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, he is in a dilemma whether to go on stage or not. He is in a dilemma. Seeing that he didn't move, Yang Ling sneered, can't afford to lose? For ordinary people like us, admitting defeat is the most obvious principle. It turns out that you young masters don't understand it? It seems that some of the so-called upper-class people and social elites are not as good as us ordinary people. Yang Ling's words seemed to be murderous. Those in the audience all considered themselves to be elites of the upper class. Zhang Jiahua had brought shame to the entire circle. Everyone glared at him. Chapter 91, Husband and Wife Playing Together, the Piano and Flute Resonate. Zhang Jiahua's face turned red and his whole body began to tremble. This time in front of Lu Muchan and everyone else, he lost all face, and the image he had built up before was almost destroyed. He looked at Yang Ling and said with gritted teeth, you are really ruthless this time. I wonder how long you can keep doing this. After saying these words to vent his anger, Zhang Jiahua didn't even want the violin anymore and quickly left the villa, looking extremely embarrassed. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this. In fact, in this situation, as long as he bowed his head to Yang Ling, praised him a few times and laughed it off, it would be over. Would he really ask you to do a striptease? I didn't expect this person to be so narrow-minded. Is it true that like mother, like son? He has brought shame to the entire circle. Zhang Jiahua's status in everyone's heart plummeted. The dance continued, and the young people took turns to go on stage to show their talents. However, with Yang Ling's high energy in front, the people in the audience felt bored. Even Lin Xiaoshuan's ballet did not arouse their interest. Mr. Huang also seemed to be uninterested and only made a few pertinent comments. The situation was not reversed until Lu Muchan came to power. Lu Muchan, wearing an evening gown, was seen sitting in front of the piano, with a calm and peaceful expression. The light made her figure particularly clear. This woman is like a goddess under the moon, so beautiful and elegant that it is difficult for anyone to have the slightest thought of profaning her. Suddenly, the old man upstairs laughed and said, Xiaoling, Muhan once said that he wanted to play the Wizard of Oz with someone. Do you know how to play the flute or the bamboo flute? Ha! Yang Ling was slightly stunned when he heard this, and smiled bitterly, I can, but I have never played with anyone. Everything has a first time, if you can do it, it will be fine. The old man laughed and said, come on, play a song together, and we will enjoy a feast for our ears, don't you think? Everyone in the audience was still not satisfied with the shakan that just happened. Now there is a chance for Yang Ling to play another one. Would you let it go? They started to make a fuss and it looked like they had no choice but to go on stage. Yang Ling took the flute handed to him by Han Yakan, smiled bitterly, shook his head, and slowly walked towards the stage. Lu Muchan turned her head away and didn't look at him, but when she got closer, it was not difficult to see that the girl's neck was a little red. Why don't you refuse if you're so shy? Yang Ling muttered to himself, then his eyes swept over the music score standing on the piano. The whole place fell silent. Lu Muchan let out a light breath, glanced at Yang Ling furtively, and then began to play the piano with her delicate fingertips. The song The Wizard of Oz has an ethereal mood. The piano is actually just an accompaniment, while the ethereal sound of the flute is the soul of the song. Yang Ling mastered the playing methods of all musical instruments, lowered his head and brows and played slowly. The sound of the flute is like the whisper of an elf echoing in the valley, so gentle and moving that one will unconsciously fall into it. As if infected by the sound of the flute, Lu Muchan's heart completely calmed down. The sound of the piano was like the tinkling of a spring, adding a bit of tranquility and quietness. The duo's performance of piano and flute brought the audience into a fairyland. They all had looks of intoxication on their faces, as if they were listening to the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After the song was over, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Yang Ling smiled faintly and turned his head to look, only to find that Lu Muchan was also looking at him. There was 7 parts of tenderness and 3 parts of shyness in her eyes, which was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 92 Mission completed, Unlimited Wishes. Yang Ling's face turned red unconsciously, and Lu Muchan seemed to realize something, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She looked away in panic and lowered her head to look at the music score, wondering what she was thinking. Ding, you have fulfilled everyone's wish to listen to the sounds of nature, wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled Mr. Lu's wish value +1, current progress 610. Ding, you played the flute part of The Wizard of Oz perfectly. Lu Muchan's favorability towards you increased by 5. The current favorability is 50. The favorability is automatically converted into intimacy. Ding, you have completed the system task and have been granted an unlimited wish-making opportunity. Tip, you can continue to increase the intimacy of the system-related characters. If it reaches the maximum value of 100, you will receive a treasure chest. Is there such a benefit? Yang Ling was slightly stunned, but when he thought that the target was Lu Muchan, he felt helpless. Speaking of which, it's really hard to improve the favorability of this female president. It's fine that my charm has no effect on her, but not to mention all the things that happened before, just talking about the present, playing a song of The Wizard of Oz together only increased her favorability by 5 points? If it were any other girl, she would have been completely fascinated by him and would even give herself to him. He knew there must be good things in the treasure chest, but if he wanted to touch the treasure chest, he would have to wait until the end of time. Speaking of favorability, he suddenly thought of the little fangirl who sent him a rocket. It would be great if she was also a system-related character. However, what Yang Ling wanted to do most now was to quickly find a place where there was no one and use the opportunity to make unlimited wishes. He was thinking about something, but to outsiders he seemed very gentlemanly as he was waiting for Lu Muchan to step down. On the second floor, the two old men liked Yang Ling more and more. The old man was smiling, but Mr. Huang was resentful of his own son. Why didn't this bastard get married earlier so that his granddaughter could be born sooner? This old man got there first in front of the beautiful Jade. I'm so pissed off. The people below were also discussing the matter at this moment. The talent and cultivation displayed by Yang Ling had completely won their recognition. They naturally regarded Yang Ling as someone like themselves, an elite of the upper class. If someone now said that Yang Ling was a poor boy or trash, they would immediately retort without Yang Ling having to do anything himself. This is the circle. There is no doubt that after tonight Yang Ling will already be a member of this circle. On the stage, Lu Muchan's face was red, and she took a while to calm down. According to the etiquette of this circle, Yang Ling took her hand very gentlemanly, bowed to the audience, and then left the stage together. But when she turned around, she saw that this person was in a daze and had no intention of helping her up. Lu Muchan was stunned when he saw this, thinking that Yang Ling didn't understand, so he stood up with a red face and coughed lightly with a strong hint. Seeing Yang Ling finally come back to his senses, she smiled faintly, but before she could be happy, Yang Ling suddenly said, "Director Lu, I have eaten and played, it's almost time to go home, you should go to bed early too." He walked off the stage and waved to the old man and Mr. Huang, saying, "Old man, Mr. Huang, I'm going home to sleep first. See you later." Then he left the villa without looking back. The whole place was silent. Just leave as soon as you say so? Where is the gentlemanly demeanor just now? Go home and sleep? It's only 10 o'clock. You don't have a wife. Is it good for your health to go to bed so early? Cinderella also has to transform at 12 o'clock, okay? Chapter 93 Lightning at the Fingertips, Controlled by Thunder. The old man laughed and said, "Old Huang, there aren't many young people who are so healthy nowadays. Let's go to sleep too, shall we?" Mr. Huang smiled and nodded, saying, "This young man is good. He goes to bed early and gets up early to keep healthy. Let's call him for morning exercise tomorrow." Looking at the backs of the two elders, everyone was speechless, and then they suddenly realized. The older generation all likes a healthy lifestyle, and Yang Ling caters to their preferences without making a fuss. It's really great. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. How come we don't think of this? At this moment, Lu Muchan felt a little upset. This guy actually abandoned me and ran away, and even made up such a lame excuse. Go home? His wife is here, and his grandfather secretly gave him the keys to the villa. Isn't this his home? He doesn't have a woman outside, does he? Out of female instinct, Lu Muchan became alert, then realized that she was thinking about strange things, and shook her head with a wry smile. Ding, you crushed Lu Muchan's wish to step down with you, attribute point +1. Yang Ling, who had already left the villa area, was slightly stunned, and then realized what he had done wrong. He looked back with a slightly apologetic look, but his pace became even faster. A moment later, he came to the small park where he often refreshed his attribute points. The moon was already high in the sky and there was no one in the park. Standing by the lake, he said in a deep voice, "System, I want to use the opportunity of unlimited wishes to give me the ability to control lightning." He has thought about this wish over and over again. The ability to control thunder is almost a combination of offense and defense. You can release lightning when attacking, or strengthen the coins you throw. When defending, you can set up an electric grid around yourself to affect the surrounding magnetic field. Combined with the ability of range perception, you may be able to defend against even sniper sprayers. There is no other way. There are indeed many people who want to deal with him now. What if he hires someone to kill him? He had to guard against this. After he finished speaking, the system did not respond directly as before, but fell into silence. Infinite Heavenly Venerable, Ba, the Supreme Lord Laozi, please bless me to make my wish come true. May your wish come true, may your wish come true. Yang Ling found his heart beating so fast that he had to start mumbling. It seemed as if a moment had passed, and it seemed as if several long centuries had passed. At this moment, the system's voice finally sounded, "Ding, the wish was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Thunder Control. Thunder Control, possessing the ability to manipulate all thunder and lightning in the world at will. Ding, Thunder Control is an extroverted ability, and the host needs to upgrade it by himself. Current skill level, LV1. The current amount of controllable lightning energy, 1 unit. Ding, your charm value +1. Nice, beautiful." Yang Ling laughed out loud. As the system finished speaking, he felt a mysterious force flowing through his body, and then a sense of enlightenment arose in his mind. He just pointed his finger, and the lightning elements around him instantly condensed at his fingertips, forming a lightning bolt as thick as his little finger. As soon as he thought about it, the electric arc exploded directly on a piece of bluestone not far away, and a small hole was blown out of the bluestone on the spot. Superpower, this is a superpower. Yang Ling laughed loudly. At this moment, he felt as if his life had been sublimated, and his whole body felt extremely comfortable. However, when he wanted to condense more powerful lightning, he found that he could not succeed. It seemed that the power of 1 unit of thunder was only that big. Chapter 94 Yang Ling becomes popular. Restraining his excitement, Yang Ling hurriedly asked, "System, how do I upgrade this skill?" Ding, each upgrade of this type of skill requires a wish value ranging from 10 to 50. After upgrading, the power of the skill increases tenfold. LV1 is the lowest, LV5 is the highest. Each time the host uses it, a certain amount of physical and mental energy will be consumed. Please use it with caution. Yang Ling was surprised when he heard this, then he smiled bitterly. This system is really a rip-off. Although it gives him this ability, there are too many restrictions. Never mind, he will just use 1 unit first. One day he will be able to truly control thunder and call the wind and rain. Now he had 7 free attribute points, and without hesitation, he added 4 points of physical strength and 3 points of spirit. Ding, the host's physical strength has reached 20 points. The reward is being drawn. Please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, strength +5. Yang Ling smiled slightly and accepted this fact. He had drawn skills as the previous hourly rewards, which was a great luck, but he couldn't always be so lucky. It was acceptable for him to get 5 points of strength. After a wave of enhancement, his current attribute values increased again. Strength, 25. Agility, 20. Stamina, 20. Spirit, 19. Charm value, 7. Now this panel looked a little inhuman. He laughed, feeling very happy, and staggered towards the rental house. After returning home, the beautiful anchor was broadcasting live, so he didn't bother her. He just washed up and went to bed. Perhaps because I had expended a lot of mental energy yesterday, I slept particularly soundly this time and was not awakened until almost noon. Yes, he was awakened by Chu Xiyin. When Yang Ling opened his eyes, he saw Chu Xiyin riding on him in her loose pajamas. Her 2 long white legs were clearly visible and her face was flushed with excitement. Yang Ling's first reaction was that he had lost his virginity. After seeing the situation clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then said unhappily, "I said, can you be more normal when you wake people up? What if I can't help myself and something goes wrong? can you afford the responsibility? Xu Xiyin was stunned when she heard this, then she laughed and said, if you can't help it, I'll support you. Hey, stop talking about this. Ah Ling, look at this video. Is it you? Yang Ling took the phone curiously and took a look. The video showed a young man playing the violin. Wasn't that himself from last night? He nodded in confusion. It's me, what's wrong? After hearing the affirmative answer, Xu Xiyin said in surprise, you are famous. Your video is going viral all over the internet. Ha! Yang Ling was startled, and when he opened the barrage, he saw the screen full of 666, and many other words of praise. Heavenly sound, who is this little brother? Why is the little brother's face so blurry? I'm going to kill the cameraman. Fuzzy, I want to be his girlfriend too. This is a true artist. Those young idols are far inferior to him. Aw, why don't you finish playing? Are you trying to drive my obsessive-compulsive disorder to death? Yang Ling glanced at the number of views on the P station and found that it had reached 3 million. Xu Xiyin said excitedly, your video is not only circulated on large video sites like P Station, but also reported on social platforms like WeChat. Go check Baidu, it has been ranked first on the trending search list. Yang Ling was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. It's just playing the violin, there's no need to be so scary. Chapter 95 is the most searched, the whole network is looking for him. In the following time, Yang Ling actually looked at major media websites. The headlines were basically eye-catching headlines such as Mysterious Boy Plays Beautiful Shakan and Who is he who makes your ears pregnant? Where is he? In addition to praising Yang Ling's violin skills, most of the comments below were criticisms. Why wasn't the video recorded completely? Why is the image quality so blurry? This is actually human nature. Imagine that you are lying down and enjoying beautiful music, and it suddenly stops at the most comfortable moment. What is the difference between this and being stabbed? For a time, rumors about the mysterious boy were flying all over the internet. Netizens were looking for him, people from the Music Association were looking for him, and even private detectives were looking for him. Pushing away Xu Xiyin, who was writing on him with great excitement, Yang Ling was silent for a while, then seemed to have thought of something and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the balcony, he called Yan Xing and asked in a deep voice, you know everything, right? Tell me, what's going on? Yan Xing on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly and said, Boss Yang, the clear version of the video recorded at the dance is still in the hands of our security department. The video circulating online was probably filmed privately by a guest last night and posted online. Because this matter concerns you, the old man has issued a gag order. Your identity will not be revealed in the short term. Yang Ling snorted and asked, how do you do things? Do you know how much this will bother me? Such private dances are considered a kind of business secret, and guests have always been prohibited from taking private photos. Yan Xing deserves to be scolded. Yang Ling said, how about this, you bring your colleagues from the Information Technology Department over here, I have something to tell you. Yan Xing shrank his neck when he heard that, knowing that he might be criticized on the spot, but Yang Ling was now the vice president of the group, and he wouldn't dare to refuse even if he had 10,000 guts. He asked tentatively, Boss Yang, can you discuss this matter with Director Liu, or should we have a meeting to resolve it? Yang Ling hesitated for a moment and then said, Director Liu is busy, we can just handle this ourselves. Come right over here. Yes. Half an hour later, at Yang Ling's rental house in Tianshan Garden. In the living room, Yang Ling sat on the sofa. In addition to Yan Xing, there were two other people standing in front of him. One is Zhang Lu from the Ministry of Security, and the other is Wang Wenba, Minister of the Ministry of Information. As for Xu Xiyin, she had already been sent back to her room to sleep. The three of them looked at Yang Ling's indifferent expression, swallowed their saliva secretly, and prepared themselves to be scolded. Yang Ling glanced at the others and suddenly asked, Minister Wang, tell me, what are the well-known websites under our group? Wang Wenba was stunned when he heard this, and replied honestly, Boss Yang, the group has only started to enter the internet field in recent years and has purchased several small and medium-sized media websites. The only one that is a little famous is the TCPL internet platform. He also knew about the TC platform, which was a comprehensive website integrating video, news, social networking and other functions. It could barely be considered a second-rate website in China. He nodded and asked curiously, information is developed in the internet age, and you all know about the video. Minister Wang, do you think we can make a fortune by taking advantage of this popularity? When these words were spoken, several people were stunned, and then they reacted suddenly. In today's internet, traffic equals users, and users equal money. As long as the website has a lot of traffic, all kinds of investors and advertisers will rush to give money to it. Chapter 96: Yang Ling's Money-Making Plan. Yang Ling's words left the three of them dumbfounded, and they were full of admiration. The boss is the boss, he can easily find business opportunities. Yang Ling just had an idea, but as the director of the technical department, Wang Bowen instantly had an idea. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mr. Yang, we can claim that we have contacted you. You will be a guest on our website one day and perform a song live. In this way, the website's traffic will definitely increase dramatically, and we will talk to the advertisers. According to conservative estimates, the revenue from advertising alone may reach 2 million. Yang Ling motioned them to sit down and said with a laugh, "Although your idea is good, it is a one-time deal. How about this? Later on, your department will put the video of my duet with director Liu on the website from a suitable angle. But before you do that, you have to do a few things. First, director Liu and I must have our backs to each other. Second, Mr. Liu's figure must be as blurry as possible so that no one can recognize him. I can be a little clearer, but my face must not be shown. Third, the surrounding scenes and the guests below must be handled so that no one can see any clues. After doing these three things, you can't claim that you have found me. Instead, you have to say that this is a video provided by an anonymous netizen, and he will continue to post the latest video updates on the website, revealing everything bit by bit. Having said that, if they still don't understand, then they don't need to do it." The three of them were dumbfounded. It's just like watching a movie, which becomes more and more fascinating, gradually grabbing the appetite of the spectators and making them unable to stop. Needless to say, with such means, the website's traffic will definitely skyrocket, and it will continue to skyrocket. Yan Xing suddenly reacted and immediately flattered him. "Great, it's really great. Boss Yang's method is simply unheard of. Old Yan, I admire him wholeheartedly." Wang Bowen frowned. This Yan Xing actually flattered him before him? How can this be tolerated? He immediately praised him highly, saying that this person had a very high level of education, and he almost praised Yang Ling as the best in the world, unrivaled in the ages. Yan Xing and Zhang Lu stared at him with their eyes almost popping out of their heads. Why didn't they realize before that this kid had such a talent? Seeing that Wang Bowen was about to talk for hours, Yang Ling waved his hand and said, all right, I understand what you mean, let's get on with the business." Wang Bowen chuckled when he heard that and finally calmed down. "Ding, you crushed Wang Bowen's wish to continue to flatter me, a tribute point +1. Yang Ling rolled his eyes and continued, "What do you think about the profits of this website that is riding on the popularity? Here I come." The three of them had an idea in their minds, and Wang Bowen said on the spot, "Boss Yang, we'll divide it however you say." Yang Ling frowned and pretended to be angry. "Asshole, how can I have the final say? Doesn't the group have a financial system? You are all the backbone of the group. You must take the lead and set a good example. Don't say such irresponsible things to me in the future." The three of them were startled, then reacted. "Wasn't it you who brought up the issue of income? How could it be irresponsible for us to follow your wishes?" However, the three of them were all smart people. Yan Xing knew that his chance to show off had come, so he hurriedly said, "Boss Yang, the group has regulations on this matter. If an employee has a personal project that requires the use of the group's resources, it can be carried out as long as it is approved. The group is not responsible for losses, but if the project is profitable, it will have to hand over 20% of the profits." Chapter 97: Earn 2.8 million. Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, let the technical department go through the process. There's no need to give it to Director Liu. I can just approve it directly. The technical department is responsible for the specific implementation, and the security department assists. As for the profits, 30% will be turned over to the company's finance department, and 10% will be divided between your two departments to provide some benefits to the employees." The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that this project could make a lot of money, and this young master was really bold. He bypassed the group's general manager's office and approved it directly himself. He also handed over 30% to the company's finance department, which gave it a good reputation. His method was very clever, really smart. "But my department can also get a share of the pie, only a fool would not do it." The three of them immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, we will go back and prepare immediately." Ding, You have fulfilled the wishes of 3 people who wanted to make extra money. Wish value +1, current progress, 710. Yang Ling waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, hurry up and give me a plan." After they left, Yang Ling smiled slightly and left the rental house. Calculating the time, there is only 1 week left before the college entrance examination. Although I am confident, I still need to prepare more and strive to get a better score. On the way to Xinhua bookstore, his cell phone rang. It was Jiang Hua calling. "Brother Yang, the store has been found, but the other party is out of town, and it will probably take half a month for him to come back." If Jiang Hua hadn't called, Yang Ling would have almost forgotten about this matter. He chuckled and said, "You come and talk about that matter over there. I trust you. If you don't have enough money, just call me." "Okay." Jiang Hua responded on the other end of the phone, then suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Brother Yang, I heard something. Fang Yue seems to be dumped by Tian Juoyan. Someone saw her going home alone last night, and she was secretly wiping away tears." "Is there such a thing?" Yang Ling frowned, and after a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Forget it, she has nothing to do with me anymore. Just do your thing. I'm going to hang up now." On the other hand, as Yang Ling and Lu Muchan's duet was posted online, an uproar broke out across the internet. This song, The Wizard of Oz, has become completely famous, and netizens have finally heard the complete version performed by Yang Ling. The wonderful music and the elegant back make people intoxicated, and at the same time, they are more eager to see the boy's true face. All of a sudden, the traffic of TC.com skyrocketed, from only tens of thousands of traffic per day to millions of traffic per day now. In just 3 days, the number of newly registered users reached 700,000. The website really became popular overnight. Various advertising contracts and sponsorship contracts flew in like pieces of paper. In 3 days, the website's revenue reached a terrifying 4 million, which exceeded the total of the past year. On the 4th day, a well-known music website wanted to buy the copyright of this video at a sky-high price of 3 million. The general manager's office of the group agreed, but when it came to Yang Ling, it was directly rejected. With the video, the website traffic will continue to rise. Selling it is just a one-time deal, which is not cost-effective. And he had a bigger money-making plan in mind. As the news about the mysterious boy's identity continued to ferment, the website's traffic grew. Although Yang Ling looked calm when he received the general report every day, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. In 5 days, his account had already accumulated an additional 2.8 million in income. Chapter 98. I didn't expect she was still a virgin. On the 5th day, an anonymous netizen broke the news that the person playing the piano in the video was the chairman of Moa Group, Lu Muchan. The boy has a close relationship with the Lu family. He is now a senior executive of the Moa Group and is about to prepare for the college entrance examination. This musical genius is actually still a candidate, but the key point is that he is already a manager of a large group at such a young age. As the news came out, the entire network was shocked again. Netizens are even more eager to see this genius appear, and many of them have asked the boy to hold a concert to give everyone a feast for the ears. On TC.com, the comments section was filled with blessings wishing the young man good luck on his college entrance exams. That night, the calculation of the flowers and other gifts for the video rewards was announced, 1.2 million. According to the proportion, Yang Ling earned another 600,000. Public opinion had fermented to such an extent that Moa Group had no choice but to make a positive response. The spokesperson said that Yang Ling has received everyone's blessings, but he will not appear in public for the time being as he is preparing for the exam. After this statement was made, public opinion gradually calmed down. Early the next morning, Yang Ling checked his account and found that the balance had reached 7.5 million. This is really a huge sum of money. Since the energy stone has been entrusted to the old man to find, the money can be spent. Experience the feeling of being a rich man yourself. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. After washing up, Yang Ling took his admission ticket and staggered towards the examination site. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance on the way to the examination room. Not far away, 2 girls were seen sitting in a taxi, with faces full of fear and anxiety, and the taxi was surrounded by a group of men in suits and sunglasses. The taxi driver had disappeared. Someone beside the vehicle was pointing at the group of men in suits, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. The college entrance examination is important. If there was someone else in the car, he might not even look at it, but the people in the car turned out to be Fang Yue and her sister Fang Yameng. The leader of this group of men in black was Tian Juoyan, who was leaning on a cane. Seeing this, Yang Ling frowned slightly and walked up calmly. At this moment, Fang Yue had already gotten off the car. Tian Juoyan looked at her coldly and said, Fang Yue, you said you want to break up, so what? Who do you think you are? And who do you think I am, Tian Juoyan? Fang Yue had tears in her eyes and said anxiously, Brother Yan, can you please get out of the way? Xiaomeng is going to be late for the college entrance examination. I'll tell you about our business later, okay? Tian Juoyan said angrily, tell me later? Do I, Tian Juoyan, have to wait for you? If it weren't for you, how could I be beaten like this by Yang Ling? How could my family lose so much money? I spent so much money to get you into Donghua University, and you, a bitch, still dare to keep in touch with Yang Ling? Do you think I'm an ATM? I didn't. We really met by chance that day. Fang Yue's tears rolled down. When Tian Juoyan was pursuing her, he was gentle, considerate, sunny and handsome, but now after tearing off his disguise, he turned out to be like this. Tian Juoyan sneered, I finally understand. I've been dating you for a year, but you've never let me sleep with you. So you're still thinking about that little lover? No, it's not like that. Fang Yue kept wiping her tears and shook her head, saying, I just want to save the best things for our wedding night. Master Tian, please get out of the way. My sister will be finished if she can't catch up with the college entrance examination. Yang Ling, who was not far away, looked at Fang Yue in surprise. He didn't expect that she was still a virgin? Chapter 99 Either keep your legs or get out. But Fang Yue's pleading had no effect. Tian Juoyan said grimly, 5 million. If you return the money to me, I will let you go. Otherwise, not only will your sister forget about taking the college entrance exam, but I'm going to make you two bitches accompany me today. Fang Yameng in the car began to tremble, and Fang Yue was crying. She choked up and said, Master Tian, I will definitely pay you back. Please let my sister take the college entrance examination. I will definitely pay it back, please don't hurt her. Return? Tian Juoyan said angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Having said that, he slapped him in the face. But his palm froze in mid-air, and a big hand grasped his hand tightly like an iron clamp. Yang Ling. When they turned around, they all gasped. Almost as an instinctive reaction, Tian Juoyan took several steps back, looking at Yang Ling with fear in his eyes, and was speechless for a moment. The bodyguards around him had already seen how powerful Yang Ling was, and they all retreated in horror. Just a glance and these people who were so arrogant just now were as scared as mice seeing a cat. Yang Ling glanced at the crying woman beside him, then looked at Tian Juoyan. He said with a half-smile, Master Tian, what a coincidence. Tian Juoyan's whole body was trembling slightly, but with so many people around, he still gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, Yang Ling, I take care of my own woman, what does it have to do with you? What does it matter? Yang Ling said calmly, it's none of my business who you care about, but have you forgotten one thing? I told you that if you dare buzz my ears, I'll shut you up completely. It seems that you take my words as wind? Tian Juoyan was horrified. His leg, which was broken by Yang Ling, suddenly started to hurt. He instinctively took a few steps back and said in fear, I didn't know you would pass by here. Yang Ling, you took so much money from my family, don't go too far. Yang Ling sneered, why would I care if you know or not? Now I give you two choices, either get out of here immediately, or leave with one leg. From the moment Yang Ling appeared until now, the onlookers on the side have been stunned. It's incredible that a teenager in ordinary clothes can scare off the rich second generation and so many burly men. Now Yang Ling directly asked Tian Juoyan to get out. Isn't this too powerful? Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Tian Juoyan. In his intense fear, Tian Juoyan no longer cared about his face and wanted to get into the car and escape on the spot. But at this time, Yang Ling's cold voice sounded, did I ask you to take a car and leave? The sound was not loud, but it felt like a fist hitting Tian Juoyan's chest. He was so frightened that he actually didn't dare to get in the car. He didn't dare to look at Yang Ling, but instead said fiercely to Fang Yue, bitch, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because someone is protecting me. I'll slowly deal with you when school starts. After saying this, he fled in a panic with the bodyguards, leaning on his crutches. Ding, you have crushed Tian Juoyan's wish to stop Fang Yue and her sister. Wish value +1, current progress 210. The onlookers were stunned. Fang Yue breathed a sigh of relief, while Fang Yameng in the car looked at Yang Ling with a hint of admiration. Speaking of the wishing value, Yang Ling was busy reviewing this week. Every day he prepared to collect 2 wishing points and a minimum allowance of attribute points from animals. However, even so, he had already filled the wishing slot twice. Chapter 100 I am not a withered flower. On one occasion, he used it to directly upgrade thunder control, increasing the amount of lightning he could control to 10 units. He did not use the other wishing opportunity immediately, but kept it for future use. In addition, he now has 15 attribute points that can be allocated, but he has not used them. He plans to see how difficult the college entrance examination is and whether he should add some mental strength. His goal is very clear, which is to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Glancing at Fang Yue, who was still crying with her head down beside him, he sighed softly, took out a pack of napkins from his pocket, handed it to her, and said calmly, "Get in the car." As he spoke, he walked towards Tian Juoyan's business car. Looking at the back of the young man in front of her, Fang Yue felt even more sad. She stood there motionless, but the more she wiped her tears, the more she cried and she couldn't stop them. It was not until her sister got out of the taxi and gently pulled her sleeve that she mustered up the courage to follow her. Naturally, Yang Ling sat in the passenger seat. Fang Yue knew that he didn't have a driver's license, so she wiped her tears and sat in the driver's seat, while her sister Fang Yuming sat in the back seat. After the business car started, it slowly drove towards the examination room. The car was unusually silent along the way, with only the occasional sound of Fang Yue's soft sobs. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly said softly, "Ling, thank you for today." Yang Ling snorted as a response. Seeing this, Fang Yue burst into tears again, and she choked up and said, "I'm sorry. I did that kind of thing, and you still helped me. I'm so sorry, you must hate me. But I really can't help it. I don't want to be like this." Her emotions were slightly out of control, and her hands were shaking as she gripped the steering wheel. Yang Ling calmly reached out his hand, gripped the steering wheel, and stabilized the car. Then he said calmly, "I said at the time that you should not regret breaking up with me. What's the point of telling me this now?" Fang Yue burst into tears upon hearing this. The sadness and regret in her heart made her feel suffocated. She bit her lower lip hard, trying not to cry out, but she couldn't suppress her emotions. Her little hand suddenly grabbed Yang Ling's hand holding the steering wheel, and she choked up and said, "I regretted it from the first day we broke up. I miss you every night, but I have to go to college, I can't." Fang Yumling behind him also whispered, "Brother Shaoling, what my sister said is true. I often see her crying secretly in the room alone." Yang Ling's heart trembled when he heard this. He stared at the girl beside him who was crying with tears in her eyes, and seemed to recall the time they spent together. Fang Yue was also looking at him, her tearful eyes filled with anticipation. After a long silence, Yang Ling sighed and said, I don't want to be a withered flower." Fang Yue suddenly said excitedly, "I'm not. I'm still a virgin. If you don't believe me, you can." Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Yang Ling's eyes. Yang Ling stared at her for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "But you still abandoned me in the end." Hearing this, Fang Yue's heart trembled violently, and tears burst out like a spring, while Fang Yumeng behind her showed a bitter smile. Seeing the girl crying so sadly, Yang Ling's heart softened. After a long sigh, he suddenly changed his expression and smiled faintly. "You were so outstanding before, I always wanted to work hard to catch up with you." Chapter 101, Sleeping During the College Entrance Examination. Seeing Fang Yue looking at him in a daze, Yang Ling continued, "Now that we have switched places, I wonder if you can keep up with me in the future?" Fang Yue wanted to say something, but Yang Ling smiled and said, "We're here, let's stop the car." Is this the time? A woman's mind is truly ever-changing. Just now Fang Yue was still thinking about sending her sister to the examination room as soon as possible, but now she feels a little disappointed. Dang, you crushed Fang Yue's wish to spend more time with you, attribute point +1. Looking at the young man's back gradually moving away in front of her, Fang Yue seemed to understand what Yang Ling meant. Catch up with you? She rubbed her slightly red and swollen eyes and a faint smile appeared on her face. Ding, you have fulfilled Fang Yuming's wish to arrive at the examination room on time, wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled Fang Yue's wish to pursue you again, wish value +1, current progress, 410. After hearing a series of system messages, Yang Ling smiled slightly and felt much better. The first subject of today's college entrance examination was Chinese. The moment he received the test paper, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Ding, the photographic memory skill is activated. Ding, deduction and mastery skills activated. The two skills were activated at the same time. After scanning the test paper, he started to do the questions, and his mental energy began to be consumed. Driven by his powerful skills, Yang Ling was able to answer questions smoothly. Even when it came to the difficult subject of composition, he was able to write it with ease. The time for each subject of the college entrance examination is 2.5 hours, but Yang Ling finished it in 1 hour, and consumed 12 points of mental energy at the same time. Because the rule was that the paper could only be handed in half an hour in advance, he had nothing to do, so he threw his pen on the table, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tried to recover his mental strength as quickly as possible. This action made the candidates and several invigilators open their eyes wide. During such an important occasion as the college entrance examination, this person actually slept? No way? This guy gave up treatment? But no matter how surprised they were, since this was the college entrance examination after all, no one said anything. 2 hours later, Yang Ling stood up, handed in his test paper, and prepared to leave the examination room amid everyone's incredulous gazes. A middle-aged invigilator couldn't help but ask, "Student, are you sure you handed in the paper? Don't need to check?" Yang Ling looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is there any problem?" Question. You've been sleeping for an hour, did you know that? The middle-aged examiner looked down on Yang Ling in his heart, but still waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go now." Yang Ling looked at him strangely, then staggered out of the examination room. At this moment, the entrance to the examination room was crowded with people, including security personnel, parents, and many reporters. When they saw the candidates coming out, they were all stunned. Fang Yue opened her mouth, walked up quickly and asked, "Ling, why did you come out?" Yang Ling was about to say something when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. I looked in the direction of the sound, but was slightly stunned. Ha! Why is she here? The person who came was Han Yakin, the HR manager of Mohua Group, who was also known as the Huadan of Mohua. Han Yakin walked up quickly, bowed slightly and said, "Boss Yang, Boss Lu knows that you are taking the college entrance examination these days, so he asked me to come and see you. Why did you come out so soon?" Chapter 102, Serial Pretender. Boss Yang? Fang Yue was a little confused. This beautiful sister actually called Yang Ling Mr. Yang? Has he started his own business and hired such a beautiful secretary? She looked at Han Yakin with some jealousy and frowned unconsciously. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "I'll come out after the exam. By the way, did Director Lu really ask you to come? Not the old man?" This. Han Yakin was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, "I really can't hide anything from President Yang. As you know, the company has a lot of affairs, and President Lu has been very busy recently." Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, she's busy with her own things. You go back, I have to go home and sleep." As he was about to leave, he found that he couldn't. There were reporters everywhere, all staring at him with wide eyes. A female reporter was the first to ask, "Student, are you a candidate for today's exam? Why are you out so early?" Yang Ling frowned and said, "I came out after the exam. Do you have any questions?" Everyone looked at each other, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said. Another reporter asked, "It is said that this year's test paper will be more difficult than previous years. Do you think today's Chinese test is difficult?" Yang Ling asked in surprise, "Is it difficult? I think it's simple." Ha! Everyone was stunned again, and a reporter reminded him, "Student, this is a live broadcast." "I know it's a live broadcast, but it doesn't seem too difficult." Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. It turns out this guy is a show-off? Another reporter asked, "You think the test paper is not difficult? How long did it take you to answer the questions?" Yang Ling said honestly, "About an hour." Ah. 1 hour? Not only the reporters and parents at the scene, but also the audience watching the live broadcast on TV had their eyes wide open. "You finished answering it in just 1 hour, you are either a genius or an idiot." The reporter then asked, "So what do you do in the remaining hour?" Yang Ling said somewhat unhappily, "I'm sleeping, is there any problem?" Sleep. Everyone was dumbfounded. You slept in the college entrance examination venue and slept for an hour? Everyone who heard this had only one thought in their mind: this kid is definitely a poor student, and he loves to show off. A young male reporter saw his name on his admission ticket and said with a half smile, "Hello, Yang Ling. I'm Luo Shan, a reporter from Huamao.com. I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think you will continue to sleep during the next few exams?" Yang Ling noticed his expression and said calmly, "The exam is quite demanding. If I can finish it ahead of time, I should be able to continue sleeping." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. "Of course you write fast if you make up nonsense. Come on." He slept in the college entrance examination room, and then came out and boasted that the exam was not difficult at all. "What's this? This is a 2x in Serial Pretender. I guess after the news comes out, he will be one of the various ghost animal stars on P Station." At this moment, even Fang Yue and Han Yakin beside Yang Ling couldn't help laughing. Seeing Yang Ling rolling his eyes at them, Han Yakin suppressed her smile and said, "Oh, I lost my composure. Sorry, we are leaving now. Please make way." Han Yakin separated the crowd and quickly left with Yang Ling. Before they had walked far, they heard bursts of laughter again from behind them. Chapter 103. I slept half an hour longer this time. After Han Yakin drove Yang Ling home, she went straight back to the company. The beautiful anchor at home was sleeping. Yang Ling ate something casually and then lay down on the bed for a nap. When he woke up, he felt refreshed, and the mental energy he had consumed in the morning had been fully restored. He walked unsteadily into the examination room and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, here comes the serial pretender." Many people laughed when they saw him. If Yang Ling hadn't had a charm value of 7, making him the most handsome person in the entire examination room, everyone would have burst into laughter. Yang Ling didn't care about this. "You bunch of scum, you can laugh now if you want. We'll see if you can still laugh when the results are announced." Yang Ling finished the math test in the afternoon in just half an hour because he didn't have to write an essay. He was very simple-minded and threw his pen aside, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. The candidates and the invigilators couldn't help but look at him with a mixture of contempt and amusement in their hearts. He also left the examination room half an hour in advance, and this time reporters swarmed in again. "Student Yang Ling, did you sleep for an hour?" Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, "You slept for an hour and a half this time, right?" Ha 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 ha. The reporters and parents were laughing so happily that they couldn't even express it in words. Some of the audience in front of the TV were laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. This serial pretender had become the funny guy. Sure enough, by the evening, all major platforms had uploaded the video. In particular, Luo Shan of Huama.com wrote a special push article, which was humorous but full of sarcasm. For a time, Yang Ling was promoted as a typical villain among the candidates, which caused laughter on the internet. Late that night, friends on the P site made a ghost video of Yang Ling. The content was funny and humorous, and the barrage was filled with all kinds of talented people, which was really hilarious. In the room, Chu Xiyin was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. "Hey Xiaoling, do you want to make your sister laugh to death? Sleeping during the exam, ha ha ha. How about I give you my pillow so you can sleep more comfortably, cluck." Yang Ling looked at her with disdain and said, "You drool when you sleep, so keep that pillow for yourself." "Oh, Xiaoling is angry." Chu Xiyin said with a giggle, "How about this, if your total score can exceed 400 points, I will fulfill your wish and give you a consolation prize, how about that?" "Oh?" Yang Ling said angrily and amusedly, "Any wish is acceptable?" Chu Xiyin was stunned when she heard this, and her face turned red as if she had thought of something. However, she had figured out that Yang Ling was a poor student, so she suddenly puffed out her chest and said, "Okay, I'm not afraid of you." Puff. Yang Ling laughed out loud, then his eyes fell on the girl's chest, and he teased, "Come on, it's useless to hold it in any longer, go live quickly, I want to sleep." Chu Xiyin pouted when she heard that and snorted, "I also wanted to grow more meat, why is it that drinking so much milk is useless?" She muttered as she walked out of the room. Yang Ling smiled, shook his head, and began to allocate attribute points. 15 attribute points is not a small number. According to the previous square 4-dimensional concept, he directly added 5 points of agility, 5 points of physical strength and 5 points of spirit. His current panel changes are as follows. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Stamina, 25. Mental strength, 24. Charm, 7. Looking at his panel, he was quite satisfied. Chapter 104, 100 units of thunder power. Ding, it is detected that one of your attribute values has reached an integer, and the reward is being drawn. Ding, you get a reward, wish points plus 6. Your wishing slot is full, you can make a wish. Although he didn't draw any skills, Yang Ling still nodded with satisfaction. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, give me 2 wishing opportunities to use them all to upgrade thunder control. Ding, upgrade successful, your thunder control skill has been upgraded to LV3, and you can now control 100 units of thunder power. Pretty. Yang Ling exclaimed excitedly, walked to the balcony of his room, looked at the endless starry sky, and gently pointed with his fingertips. Crack. The sound of electric arc was heard, and a flash of light as thick as a baby's arm shot out from his fingertips and straight into the sky. After using his deduction skills to make some calculations, he found that this lightning could directly smash a large bluestone, or split a large tree in half. This is a true superpower. He walked back into the room, took a deep breath and began to use his thunder control skills. A large net made up of electric arcs slowly formed around him, and all the metal objects in the room began to vibrate violently. Now he is able to set up power grids and change the magnetic field around him. But this was obviously not the place to display his skills, so he put away his skills, suppressed his excitement, and went straight to sleep. The following exams were also uneventful. Yang Ling finished the exam in half an hour, slept for an hour and a half, and then left the exam room early. The reporters were no longer surprised by his behavior. Just like that, the intense college entrance examination finally came to an end, and Yang Ling finally had a complete vacation. City Patrol Brigade, Captain's Office. Su Qiuxia looked at Yang Ling with amusement and said, "Your college entrance examination results haven't come out yet. It's still unclear whether you can go to college. Why are you in such a hurry to resign?" Yang Ling smiled bitterly and said, "My sick leave is over. I still have some things to do next, so I'd better quit." Su Qiuxia snorted and said, "That's right. You helped the Lu family so much that they asked you to be the vice president. Naturally, you look down on the work of our team. You know everything?" Yang Ling sighed and said, "Actually, I didn't plan to work there." Su Qiuxia snorted, and quickly approved Yang Ling's resignation report. She glanced at the boy in front of her and suddenly blushed. Yang Ling was slightly stunned, and asked in surprise, "Captain, is there anything else?" "I am no longer your captain. From now on, you can call me sister. By the way, you've helped me so much, I said I'd treat you to a meal. Are you free next weekend?" Yang Ling didn't think too much about it, he nodded and smiled, "Okay, then Sister Qiuxia, see you this weekend." After saying that, he said goodbye and walked out with a smile. Sister Qiuxia. Su Qiuxia found her face getting a little hot. As she looked at Yang Ling's receding back, a smile appeared on her face. "Ding, you have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish to treat you to a meal, and your wish value is +1. You fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish for you to call her sister. Wish value +1. Current progress, 210. Yang Ling chuckled and was about to go to the small park to earn today's subsistence allowance when suddenly the phone rang. Little sister? The call turned out to be from his sister Yang Shui. Chapter 105, Your Brother is Nothing. I don't know why this girl has been avoiding me since she entered high school and never calls me on her own initiative. After the call was connected, it was not Yang Shui's clear voice, but a man's voice. Yang Ling, right? Your sister Yang Shui and her classmates were caught stealing things in our store by our staff. Bring the money to redeem her. What? Yang Ling was shocked and asked in a deep voice, "Where is my sister?" Let her answer the phone. Soon, the voice of a crying girl came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, I didn't steal, they wronged me. Come and save me, hurry up." Before he could finish his words, the phone was snatched away. The man said in a deep voice, "Your sister stole a box of Estee Lauder boutique set from a cosmetics store, which is worth 10,000 yuan. According to the rules of the store, if you steal something, you will be fined 10 times the amount. Bring 100,000 yuan to the entrance of Fenghua building." Yang Ling sneered, "My sister can't possibly steal anything. I don't know what your purpose is. You can ask me to bring money here. If it was really my sister who stole it, I can give you 100,000 yuan. But I have to be frank with you. If I find out that you have wrongly accused her, you will bear the consequences yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone and dialed another number. Yan Xing, Fenghua building is our property, right? Yan Xing asked curiously. "Yes, Mr. Yang is going to inspect it? I'll notify the people there to prepare." No need to notify. Yang Ling sneered and said, "Now notify the monitoring room at the headquarters to pull up the surveillance video of the Estee Lauder counter in the building and see if anyone has tampered with it. Then you bring people to the entrance of the building." Hearing Yang Ling's unfriendly tone, Yan Xing quickly responded, "Okay, Mr. Yang, I'm in the suburbs now, I'll take someone there immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ling walked directly to the nearest bank. There was a large group of people gathered at the entrance of Fenghua Building. Two girls about 16 or 17 years old were surrounded in the middle of the crowd. One of the girls with long hair was crying and hiding behind the girl with ponytail. The girl with the ponytail is very cute. Although she hasn't fully grown yet, you can tell just by looking at her current appearance that she will definitely be a great beauty in the future. This woman is Yang Ling's sister, Yang Shui. Her eyes were red at the moment. She protected her classmates behind her and glared at a man of the same age not far away, saying angrily, "Sun Hong, what do you want?" Sun Hong laughed and said, "Xiao Xue, you know I like you. Why won't you accept me? Now that you've been caught stealing, only I can save you." Seeing that Yang Shue's eyes were about to spit fire, Sun Hong said again, "You don't have to look at me like that. Which girl doesn't admire vanity? As long as you promise to follow me, I will buy you anything you want in the future, okay?" Yang Shui said angrily, "You are dreaming, my brother will come to rescue me soon, just wait and see." "Your brother? What do you really expect him to do?" Sun Hong laughed loudly and said, "Your brother is such a poor fellow. He can't even come up with 1,000 yuan, let alone 100,000 yuan. My brother is the deputy general manager of the building. With just one word from him, the matter can be settled. Compared to my brother, what is he?" Yang Shui choked up when she heard that. Although the call was made to her brother, she knew it was useless. It was just that when she encountered danger, she instinctively thought of her brother. Chapter 106, Slapping Someone in the Face with Money. Seeing that Yang Shui was silent, the yellow-haired scoundrel beside Sun Hong sneered, "You two little bastards dared to steal things on Brother Snake's territory. You are asking for trouble. I'm putting my words here today. Either you agree to be my little brother's girlfriend, or you give me 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, I'll take you to see Brother Snake. You should know what the consequences will be." The two little girls turned pale when they heard this, and the girl hiding behind Yang Shui cried even harder. At this moment, a sneer came from not far away. "Oh? Let me know what the consequences will be." A young man in ordinary clothes and carrying a briefcase slowly walked out from the crowd. Who else could it be if not Yang Ling? Elder brother. Yang Shui showed a look of surprise, and the little girl behind her exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoling." As she said that, she actually threw herself into Yang Ling's arms, sobbing non-stop. "Yang Ling?" Sun Hong sneered, "How dare you, a poor bastard, come here." Yang Ling patted the girl's shoulder and comforted her, then protected the two girls behind him and said calmly, "I was wondering who it was, it turned out to be you, a little jerk." "What? Since you can't woo my little sister, you resort to such despicable means?" Sun Hong was stunned when he heard this, and then said coldly, "Hey, after not seeing you for a few months, you have learned to act cool? One person steals and the penalty is 10 times the amount. Did you bring the $100,000? If you don't have money, don't even think about leaving here standing today." Elder brother. The younger sister behind him cried out uneasily, and Yang Ling pinched her little hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he opened the backpack, revealing a pile of banknotes. One stack is 10,000 yuan, and there are dozens of stacks here, definitely more than 100,000 yuan. Everyone was shocked to see this. But is this guy a pauper? Where does he get the money? The eyes of several female sales clerks when they looked at Yang Ling changed immediately, from contempt in the beginning to a sparkling look in their eyes as if they had found a rich son-in-law. Dang, you crushed Sun Hong's wish to mock you for being poor, attribute point +1. As everyone was shocked, Yang Ling took out a stack of RMB, threw it directly at his feet, and said calmly, "I have plenty of money. If you want it, come and get it yourself." Hiss. This action made people gasp. It was a provocation, a naked provocation. Sun Hong was furious. "Yang Ling, what the FCK do you mean? You want to die, don't you? What's the meaning?" Yang Ling sneered, "Don't you want money? I asked you to come and get it? You don't want to take it again? Isn't that enough?" He took out a few more stacks and threw them at his feet. "Is 50,000 enough? Not enough?" This time he directly took out a stack of money and threw it on Sun Hong's face, saying coldly, "I'll give you another 10,000, is that enough?" Slap in the face. Slap in the face with money. Everyone was stunned by Yang Ling's behavior. Sun Hong's face was covered with red marks from the money. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and roared, "Go to hell." He rushed over suddenly, but the next moment there was a loud applause. Bang! With one slap, Sun Hong was knocked to the ground by Yang Ling. This burly athlete was knocked down by a slap. Dare you touch my sister? Yang Ling stepped on his face and said coldly, Don't you want money? There's so much money in front of you, why don't you pick it up? Chapter 107 Brother Black Snake, Save Me. Jaw-dropping. Everyone was stunned by Yang Ling's actions. What is irritability? This is irritability. This handsome young man actually slapped someone in the face and stepped on him just because they had a disagreement. The whole place was silent, with only the screams of Sun Hong struggling. Brother Mao, save me. He tried desperately to break free from Yang Ling's feet, but it only increased his pain. The gangster called Brother Mao suddenly came to his senses and screamed, Where the hell are you from? Don't you know that Sun Hong is with Brother Snake? Where does all this nonsense come from? Yang Ling grabbed a stack of banknotes from his backpack and threw them to the ground. Ding, throwing mastery skill activated. Yang Ling was so powerful now that the stack of money hit Brother Mao's face like a brick. Bang! With a dull thud, Brother Mao was knocked down head-on. Blood spurted out of his nose immediately. With stars in his eyes, he fell to the ground with a thud. Silence, deathly silence. The onlookers were stunned. The seemingly arrogant gangster was actually knocked unconscious by the money. Ding, you have fulfilled Huang Mao's wish to be hit by money, wish value +1, current progress, 310. There is a saying on the internet, just kill me with money, but no one wants to be hit by that at the moment. A large pile of $100 bills were scattered on the ground, but no one dared to pick them up. Everyone looked at Yang Ling in fear, not daring to breathe. Yang Ling sneered, loosened his feet, looked down at Sun Hong and said, Tell me, are you wrongly accusing my sister? Sun Hong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Yang Ling, your sister was caught red-handed. I would have just given her some money. Now that you dare to do this to me, I want you to go to jail. I want you and your sister to go to jail together. Keep stepping on it if you can. When my brother and Brother Snake arrive, it will be your doom. Yeah? Yang Ling snorted coldly, I'll let you know in a moment, whose doomsday it will be. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. I saw 4 black cars speeding towards me. After they stopped, a group of burly men got out. They looked like gangsters. The leader was a bald man with a plaster cast on his hand, but he had a fierce expression on his face. Brother Snake, you are here. The yellow-haired thug who was lying on the ground and fainted by the money seemed to have seen a savior. He quickly got up and rushed to the bald man, screaming, Brother Snake, someone didn't give you face, beat me, and stepped on Sun Hong. You, old man, have to make the decision for us. The bald man's face darkened when he heard this, and he said angrily, Who dares to hit my people? When the bald man appeared, everyone shrank their necks, thinking that the boy was in trouble. Yang Shui and Shen Yi were so frightened that they started to tremble slightly. The bald man and his group came over aggressively, pushed the crowd away, and shouted angrily, If you dare to step on my brother, give me. The voice stopped abruptly. When he saw the indifferent boy in front of him, the bald man seemed to be strangled by someone, and the second half of the sentence was completely swallowed in his throat. Huang Mao laughed loudly and said, Yang Ling, Brother Snake is here, you are fucking dead. Sun Hong screamed, Brother Snake, Brother Black Snake, save me. I'm going to be trampled to death by this bastard. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Black Snake. He took a deep breath and walked towards Yang Ling. Chapter 108 Brother Yang, I kowtow to you to apologize. Seeing Black Snake's actions, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yang Shui and Shen Yi turned even paler and grabbed Yang Ling's sleeves tightly. But at this moment, Black Snake's knees suddenly went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. The whole place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and their jaws almost dislocated. I only heard Brother Black Snake smile bitterly and say, Brother Yang, I didn't know you were here. I kowtow to you and apologize. As he said this, he actually pretended to kowtow. Yang Ling said calmly, No need, Brother Black Snake, please stand up. The Black Snake heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and slowly crawled up, standing like a well-behaved student, not daring to breathe. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Yang Ling with disbelief in their eyes, and Huang Mao was so frightened that he was speechless and his whole body was shaking. As for Sun Hong at Yang Ling's feet, he was so frightened that he dared not struggle. Even the big brother Black Snake in this area had to kneel down and kowtow when he saw Yang Ling, let alone himself. Although no one knows who Yang Ling is, it goes without saying that stepping on him to death is as easy as stepping on an ant. Black Snake was also terrified at this moment. Thinking of what Yang Ling had done before, he couldn't help but shudder. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, we are ignorant and made you so angry. We are really sorry. I will give you an explanation when I get back." Yang Ling said calmly, "Really? I don't dare to ask your brother Black Snake for any explanation." Black Snake shuddered when he heard this, knowing that this gentleman must be angry. If he made a move, a beating would be the least of his worries. But running naked in broad daylight, he would never be able to stay in this area again and would probably be sent to a mental hospital to spend the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, walked towards the yellow-haired man viciously, and slapped him in the face. "Where the hell are your eyes? You even dare to offend Brother Yang. I can't kill you, you damned thing." As he spoke, he slapped the yellow-haired man's face until it was covered in blood, and his own hands also began to hurt. But Yang Ling, who was about to die, was not a pervert. He had no choice but to continue beating him. Fortunately, after 2 more slaps, Yang Ling finally spoke, "Black Snake, I heard from this yellow-haired boy that you are interested in my sister?" "What?" The Black Snake was so frightened that he turned around and glared at the yellow-haired man, saying, "How dare you slander me? I can't beat you to death, you scumbag." As he said that, he kicked the yellow-haired man hard in the stomach. The man screamed and fainted on the spot. The Black Snake angrily spat at the fainted yellow-haired man, then knelt down in front of Yang Ling with a plop, screaming, "Brother Yang, your sister is a princess, I wouldn't dare to touch her even if I had 10 guts. That scumbag wronged me. I will sue him for defamation later. You must believe me." Everyone was shocked to the point of their scalps going numb. A big brother, fearing that the teenager would get angry, actually resorted to legal weapons to defend his innocence. If this were made public, people would probably laugh at him. Yang Ling looked at the Black Snake kneeling in front of him with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I didn't say what I'm going to do to you. How can a big brother like you kneel down to me? Go, pick up the money on the ground." Black Snake felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He quickly climbed up and shouted to his brothers, "Pick up the money on the ground for me. If there is one missing, I will skin you alive." Even the boss is so scared, how can the younger brothers dare to say no? Everyone went to pick up the money happily. Chapter 109 Shaoling, why are you here? Ding, you crushed the yellow-haired man's wish to let Black Snake teach you a lesson, attribute point +1. Ding, you have fulfilled Black Snake's wish to make a big thing small, wish value +1. A moment later, Black Snake held a pile of banknotes and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, 70,000 yuan, not a cent less." Yang Ling took the banknotes and suddenly threw 2 stacks into Black Snake's arms, saying calmly, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Take this and have a drink." Ah! The Black Snake was stunned, and his eyes became moist. 20,000 yuan is not a lot of money. To be honest, Brother Black Snake doesn't even think highly of this little amount of money. But what is this? This is friendship. Brother Yang is such a great man, but he didn't hold grudges and even gave money to the brothers to drink. This is a huge favor. He held the banknotes in his hand tremblingly, and suddenly his eyes turned red and he choked with sobs and said loudly, "Brother Yang gave us money to drink, and the brothers still don't thank Brother Yang." The younger brothers immediately shouted in unison, "Thank you, Brother Yang." All the onlookers felt their scalps tingling. This young man actually won over the famous social figures in the area with just his gestures. He could be used to make a movie. Not only them, but even Yang Ling himself widened his eyes. "It's just 20,000 yuan, do you have to make such a fuss?" Ding, you have fulfilled Black Snake's wish to make friends with you, wish value +1, current progress 410. Yang Ling touched his nose and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, you're welcome. Speaking of which, can one of you throw this scumbag away from me? He's an eyesore." "I'll do it. Get out of the way and let me do it." Without waiting for Black Snake to call out, his younger brothers rushed forward and carried Sun Hong out like a dead pig. But at this moment, 2 law enforcement vehicles came speeding over and the group of brothers were all startled. "There's such a big mess here, law enforcement officers will definitely come to deal with it." 3 law enforcement officers got out of the car, along with a young man wearing glasses and a suit. As soon as Sun Hong saw this man, he wailed, "Brother, save me, brother." The man with glasses hurriedly helped him up, and the superior in the field looked at Sun Hong and the yellow-haired man on the ground, stared at the Black Snake and said, "What happened? Did you do it?" Black Snake said hurriedly, "Captain D, my brother fell by himself, he's fine, I'll take him to the hospital in a minute." These hooligans are all on record. Captain D snorted coldly when he heard this. Don't let me know that you are committing crimes, or I will arrest every one of them. Then he said to his colleague, Xiao Wang, call an ambulance. He scanned the crowd, and when he saw Yang Ling, he was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Xiao Yang, why are you here? I was just planning to write a report to transfer you to our team, but you resigned. This person is another superior of the patrol brigade, Dianlong. Yang Ling laughed and said, Fortunately I resigned, otherwise if I were transferred by you, wouldn't Captain Su have slaughtered us? Ha 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 ha. Dianlong laughed and said, That's true. That Jay Flower is very protective of her shortcomings. He suddenly looked at Yang Ling with some sarcasm and laughed again. You are famous this time, didn't you get a 0 in the exam? Old Song was bragging about you everywhere, saying how good your grades were, and we thought you were a genius. But after watching your interview video the other day, his beard was so angry that it was crooked. He even said he wanted to transfer you to be the gatekeeper. Ha ha ha. Chapter 110. You said there is no surveillance, so there is no surveillance. Hearing this, Yang Ling touched his nose and said with a wry smile, Why do you all think I'm joking? It's really not that difficult. Dianlong laughed even more happily after hearing this, and the girl next to him was also laughing so hard that her body was shaking. But Xiaoling, your sister Qiuxiao watched the video and was so angry that she wanted to strangle you to death. Sister really admires you, ha. The onlookers on the side were stunned. They might not know who Lao Song and Qiu Xiao were, but how could Black Snake not know? He looked at Yang Ling in astonishment, secretly congratulating himself for being wise. If he had been a little tougher, he would have ended up in a mental hospital or in prison. Sun Hong was also very frightened. It seemed that Yang Ling, whom he had despised before, was now a man who could get along with both the black and white worlds. He must be blind to dare to set his sights on his sister. He looked at his brother uneasily, while the man with the glasses sneered at Yang Ling. Thinking of the business, Dianlong suddenly said seriously, Manager Sun, you said someone stole your things, who was it? Manager Sun is Sun Hong's brother. He raised his glasses and pointed at Yang Shui and Chen Yi and said, Captain D, these are the two girls. Oh? Dianlong frowned, but Yang Shui shouted, You are wronging us. You stuffed the cosmetics box into my bag when I wasn't paying attention. Dianlong looked at the two pretty little girls and saw them hiding behind Yang Ling. He asked in surprise, Xiao Ling, do you know them? Yang Ling nodded calmly and said, One is my sister, and the other is her classmate. I see. Dianlong nodded, looked at Manager Sun and said, Where is the surveillance camera in the building? Take us to have a look. Manager Sun smiled bitterly and said, I'm really sorry, the surveillance camera has been broken these days and is being repaired. However, these two girls were caught on the spot by our staff, and a box of cosmetics worth 10,000 yuan was indeed found in their bags. Search? Dianlong sneered, Why didn't you call the police immediately? What qualifications do you have to search me? This. Manager Sun was speechless for a moment, and smiled bitterly, We don't want to make a big deal out of this, so we just want to get the things back. These words directly made him stand on the side of morality. Dianlong snorted and said nothing more. According to the criminal law, stealing items worth more than 1,000 yuan can result in a sentence. Even if the person is a minor, he or she will be detained for a few days. He looked at Yang Shui and the other girl, hesitated for a moment and said, You both have your own opinions, and there is no surveillance evidence at the scene. How about this? All the people involved in this case will come back to our station to write down their statements. We will make a determination after the investigation is complete. Xiaoling, she is your sister, you should go back with us, so as not to scare the two girls. Yang Ling smiled faintly and said, Captain D, Manager Sun said there is no surveillance, but who knows if there is any? Manager Sun sneered when he heard this, Why, does this young man mean that I am lying? If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself to see if there is any deception. We will speak with facts. Yeah? Yang Ling said calmly, I didn't say you were lying, why are you so excited, Manager Sun? By the way, you have reason to be excited. Accusing a minor of theft and giving false testimony are serious crimes. Don't you think so? Chapter 111 Don't worry, you will have time to stay later. Manager Sun's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He shouted, Who are you saying is cheating? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This concerns my reputation. Believe it or not, I will find someone to sue you for defamation right now. Yang Ling said calmly, Did I mention any names? Or are you going to confess? Why are you so excited? Everyone looked at manager's son at the same time. His face turned pale and he snorted coldly, "If you doubt me, go to the monitoring room and see for yourself. There is no need to slander me here." Yang Ling sneered, "The monitoring room is your place. Wouldn't it be boring for me to go there?" Then he turned to Dion Long and said, "Captain D, I have a friend who works at Mawa Group. He has gone to the headquarters monitoring center to retrieve the video. I guess he should be on his way here now." Dion Long was surprised and asked, "Xiao Ling, do you want to watch the surveillance here first?" Yang Ling nodded slightly, and at this time, manager's son sneered, "Yang Ling, if you want to retrieve the group's surveillance, you must get the approval of General Manager Yan from the security department and the signature of the General Manager's office. Isn't that friend of yours Mr. Yan, or a superior in the General Manager's office?" Seeing Yang Ling's indifferent expression, he continued to sneer, "What's the point of you bragging here and wasting everyone's time? Your sister stole something, so she stole something. How can she deny it when she was caught red-handed? You rely on your connections to do this kind of thing. I think you have really bad character." Yang Ling looked at him with some disgust and said, "Why, do you want to go to the police station so much? Don't worry, you'll be there for a while." Dion Long was silent for a moment and looked at manager Sun's expression. Based on his years of experience, he was almost certain that there was something wrong with this person. He said in a deep voice, "Since there may be new evidence, let's wait here, so that Xiao Ling's friends won't have to make a wasted trip." Manager Sun's face darkened when he heard this, but he said he didn't believe Yang Ling could get the surveillance footage from the headquarters. He sneered and said, "If that's the case, then let's just wait. But Yang Ling, I have something to remind you. This incident has already caused damage to the reputation of our group. No matter what the result is, I will have the group's lawyers sue you. Be prepared to receive court summonses." Yang Ling said calmly, "Okay, you are not the first one to sue me. It seems that the superiors in the court will be busy recently." After saying that, he ignored this person and looked at his sister. He smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you two attending cram school to prepare for the final exams? Why are you here shopping in the mall?" Yang Shui blushed and said, Xiaoyi said she wanted to come and see the bag, so I came with her." Shenny was slightly stunned and muttered, "What? Didn't you come to see it? We don't have money, so we just envy them." Yang Ling smiled and shook his head when he heard this. "Little sister, you are living in Xiaoyi's house. Are you studying well?" Yang Shui's face turned even redder, and she whispered, Yes, study hard." "Oh, I noticed you're so nagging, just like my mom." Seeing his sister's expression, he knew without question that she definitely didn't study hard. Yang Ling patted her head helplessly and said, "You spent so much money on cram school. If you get a red card, Mom will spank you. You can move in with me in a few days, and I'll help you with your homework." Chapter 112 Mr. Yang, this is the video you requested. Yang Shui blushed and snorted, "You are so sloppy, who would want to live with you? Also, you were made into a ghost video because you slept during the exam, and you are still tutoring me. It's almost like I can tutor you. Right, Xiaoyi?" When asked this question, Chen Yi's face turned red, and she hesitated, wanting to say something but not daring to. The brother and sister looked at each other, and Yang Shui asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to pee? You're the one peeing." Shen Yi snorted, then lowered her head and said with a red face, I want brother Xiao Ling to help me with my homework." "Ha!" Yang Shui widened her eyes. This girl won tea like her own brother. Just as she was surprised, a Mercedes-Benz came rushing towards her. Yan Xing jumped out of the car and parted the crowd. Before he could say hello to Yang Ling, manager's son came up to him and said warmly, "Boss Yan, you came at the right time. Someone was caught stealing in our mall by a store clerk. I was just about to report this to you." Yan Xing sneered at him and said, "Sun Fu, you are quite courageous. You usually seem quite honest, how could you do such a thing?" After saying this, Yan Xing quickly walked up to Yang Ling and said respectfully, "Boss Yang, I brought the surveillance video. Would you like to take a look at it first?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "Mr. Yang?" The director of the security department of the Munhua Group actually called Yang Ling Mr. Yang. Could this young man be a senior executive of the group? Manager's son was shaking all over. He knew all the executives of the group. The only one he didn't know was the recently appointed vice president of the group. It was said that even Mr. Liu and President Liu were in awe of that man. Because this vice president has never worked a single day since taking office and is a white-collar worker, even the people at the headquarters have never seen him. They only say that this president is a teenager who is younger than Director Liu. Gradually, the figure of the legendary vice president merged with Yang Ling, and Manager Sun's whole body softened and he collapsed directly to the ground. Yang Ling sneered and said, "Just give the video recording directly to Captain D." "Okay." Yan Xing handed the phone to Dian Long and said, "Our group has already investigated the matter thoroughly. We are really sorry for causing you trouble by having such a scum." Dian Long took the phone and checked with a few colleagues. It turned out that it was the yellow-haired guy who stuffed the cosmetics box into Yang Shui's bag when she wasn't paying attention. His face darkened and he snorted coldly, "You falsely accused a minor and deceived the police. Take him away." "Yes." Several law enforcement officers picked up Manager Sun, who was lying limp on the ground, and were about to drag him to the law enforcement vehicle. At this moment, the man suddenly struggled with all his strength, ran to Yang Ling and knelt down, crying bitterly, "Boss Yang, I am also bewitched. Considering that I have worked hard for the group for so many years, can you please let me go this time?" Yang Ling looked down at him and sneered, "I don't have the right to let you go. People like you, I don't know how many things you have done behind the scenes that are detrimental to the company. Now I tell you clearly that you are fired." "Ah." Manager Sun fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Yang Ling continued, "Yan Xing, thoroughly investigate this person's work. If you find any violations of laws and regulations, report directly to the relevant departments. Also notify the finance department to withhold this person's salary and all bonuses until the results of the investigation come out." Chapter 113. I'm going to bring my CEO brother to slap them in the face. By the way, fire those 2 shop assistants who made false confessions and send them to the police station. Notify the group's lawyers that this guy surnamed Sun has severely damaged the group's reputation. Sue him. Yang Ling responded to this person verbatim with what he had just said to him. The difference was that Manager Sun's words were spoken in anger, while the Yang Ling's were orders. A series of orders were issued without any delay and all aspects were taken into consideration. Yang Ling demonstrated his leadership skills. Yan Xing admired him from the bottom of his heart. He responded respectfully, "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will definitely deliver it to the right place." Yang Ling nodded and was about to say something when suddenly the whole audience burst into warm applause. The spectators watched the show from beginning to end, and at this moment they were impressed by this young man named Yang Ling. "Look, this is the real leader. You are awesome, young man. I will come to buy things from you guys in the future. Boss Yang is so awesome. Mr. President, I want to marry you." Yang Ling was already used to hearing these voices of praise, but Yang Shui clapped her hands happily, hugged Yang Ling's arms tightly, and her little face was full of pride. "Who said my brother was useless before? I'm going to bring my CEO brother to slap them in the face. He. Shen Yi's eyes were full of stars and her face was full of admiration. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Yang Ling was moved. He smiled and said loudly, "The mall made a fool of itself today. To apologize, I announce a 40% discount for all items. We will continue to make losses to the end. I hope all new and old customers will visit us more often in the future. This is a high-end shopping mall that only sells authentic and high-quality products." Everyone was stunned at first, and then they all cheered at the same time and rushed into the mall. At the same time, Yang Ling's mind was filled with system notification sounds. "Ding, you have fulfilled Yang Shui's wish. Shen Yi hopes to return a clean slate. Wish value +1. Ding, you have fulfilled everyone's wish to solve the case, wish value +1. Ding, you have satisfied the wishes of the spectators to know the truth of the matter, wish value +1. Ding, you crushed Manager Sun." After a series of prompt sounds ended, Yang Ling found that he had obtained 4 wish points and 3 attribute points, which was considered a big profit. His current wish points are 710 and his attribute points have reached 5. At this time, Dian Long came over, smiled and patted Yang Ling on the shoulder and said, "I heard from Xiao Su that you have found a good job. I didn't expect that you would become a senior executive of Muhua Group. You are awesome, kid." Yang Ling laughed and said, "Don't make fun of me." Dian Long chuckled, then said seriously, "I'll take the person away first, and I'll let you know after the interrogation results come out." "Okay, let's go." Yang Ling smiled and said, "Take care, and say hello to Sister Qiuxia for me." "Sister Qiuxia?" Dian Long was slightly stunned, then he smiled a smile that every man would understand. "I didn't know you had this skill, so I wish you success." Obviously, this person misunderstood Yang Ling's meaning. As he watched the law enforcement vehicle was away, Yang Ling said to Yan Xing, "Call Han Yakin from the HR department and tell her about the situation. Ask her to send some salespeople over here for support." Okay. Yan Xing was about to make a phone call, but Yang Ling patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Director Yan, you have done a great job recently. When I go to the company one day, I will discuss the personnel appointments of our senior management with the general manager's office." Chapter 114, The Female CEO Who Protects Her Husband. Ah. Yan Xing knew how to hear the hidden meaning behind Yang Ling's words. His eyes turned red with excitement and he was speechless for a moment. Yang Ling smiled slightly, threw the bag of money in his hand into his arms and said, "I will deposit this money back into my account later. Okay, this promotion is also a chance for you to show off, so don't follow me, just go ahead." Ha! Good. Yan Xing nodded, looked at Yang Ling gratefully, and walked quickly towards the mall. Seeing that everyone had left, Yang Shui hugged Yang Ling and giggled, "Brother, you were so awesome. By the way, are you rich now? I want to buy clothes and bags. I want to go traveling." Hearing this, Yang Ling smiled and touched her head and said, "Okay, I'll buy it for you. But the travel will have to wait until you finish your exams." Hooray! Brother is so nice. Yang Shui hung directly on her brother, she was so happy. Ding, you have fulfilled Yang Shui's shopping wish, wish value +1, current progress, 810. Yang Ling smiled and waved to Chen Yi, "Shall we, let's go together?" Chen Yi had some speculations in her mind, but she immediately smiled and said, "Yes. Together." While walking on the road, Yang Ling called his father and told him that his sister would be staying at his place for a while, and directly transferred 300,000 yuan to them for them to use first. This made the parents very happy. They had suffered for most of their lives and now they could finally enjoy the peace and happiness of their son. Muhua Group Headquarters, President S office on the 28th floor. A handsome man wearing glasses, who looked to be about 30 years old, stood in front of Lu Muchan's desk and said respectfully, "Director Lu, this is the audio recording of the entrance of the building you requested." Lu Muchan looked away from the document in front of him and looked at the tablet computer handed to him by the man. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Seeing this, the man frowned and said softly, "Director Lu, I also know about this. Isn't it inappropriate for President Yang to directly announce a discount? After preliminary financial calculations, the loss in one day could be close to 1 million. Lu Muchan ignored him and looked at Yang Ling on the tablet with a faint smile on his face. After a moment, she slowly put the tablet into the drawer, looked at the man and said calmly, "Boss Yang did a great job on this matter. Although we lost some money, we restored the brand image and gained customer loyalty. In the long run, we will have greater profits." The man frowned again and said hesitantly, "That being said, Mr. Yang openly." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Muchan. "Why, are you questioning Mr. Yang?" There was a hint of coldness in her voice, which made the man's heart sink. He shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." Lu Muchan looked at him and said calmly, "I know what your general manager's office is thinking. Mr. Yang did fail the college entrance examination, but none of you can compare to the abilities he has demonstrated. Go out and tell the people in the general manager's office that the group has its own rules. No one here can question President Yang except me." This. Lu Muchan clearly defended Yang Ling. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Director Lu, we have some problems here, but I heard that there are several people on the board of directors." "Then let them tell me." The man sighed inwardly when he heard this. He already knew the attitude of the female president. He nodded and left the office. Chapter 115 Brother Yang, we want to follow you. After the man left, Lu Muchan took out the tablet from the drawer, looked at Yang Ling on the screen, and whispered to himself, "When will you come to work?" As soon as she said this, she realized that she had said something strange, her face turned red, and she quickly put away the tablet and began to look at the documents absent-mindedly. In the general manager's office, several senior executives of the group gathered around the man with glasses. A middle-aged bald man asked, "Mr. He, how is it?" The man shook his head and said, "Director Lu's attitude is very clear. Yang Ling cannot be touched for the time being." This. Several people looked at each other, and the bald man snorted, "Brother, Wang Chao asked for trouble. I thought the seat would be yours, but it was taken by someone else." The other few people also looked angry. The position of vice president is quite crucial and can almost block all the rights of the general manager's office, which has already affected the interests of this group of people. The man with glasses said gloomily, "This Yang Ling has brought shame to the group in front of the media, and has caused dissatisfaction among several directors. Just wait and see. When the college entrance examination results come out, he will have something to look forward to." On the other side, on the commercial street, Yang Ling looked at the group of black snakes behind him with displeasure and simply decided not to move. "This group of scoundrels have been following me all the way. I just gave them 20,000 yuan. Is there any need for them to follow me around? There are so many social people following behind him, what the hell is he doing walking on the street?" Yang Shui was not afraid of them either. She put her hands on her waist and snorted, "Big bald guy, why are you following us?" The black snake ran up with a grin, looked at Yang Ling and said, "Brother Yang, I want to follow you." "Ha!" The three of them were stunned. Yang Ling said unhappily, "I'm not a member of society. Why are you following me?" Black Snake said seriously, "I've thought about it. Brothers, there is no way out if we continue like this. Brother Yang, you are a capable and kind person. Everyone wants to follow you to make a living." Yang Ling was silent for a moment after hearing this, and began to weigh the pros and cons of the matter as he looked at the Black Snake. Black Snake became nervous when he saw this. After a while, Yang Ling suddenly said, "Let your brothers disperse first, and come with me." Black Snake was delighted when he heard this, and quickly waved his hands behind him. His younger brothers understood what he meant and immediately scattered. Seeing this, Yang Ling said as he walked, "You can follow me, but remember one thing. Don't bully men or women. Be a decent person. If I find out that you are doing anything illegal, I will be the first one to not let you off." Hearing this, Black Snake was overjoyed and patted his chest to assure, "Don't worry, Brother Yang, I will definitely control my men." Yang Ling nodded and said, "Well, I will give you another 30,000 yuan to help the brothers change their clothes and tidy up their looks." Black Snake said hurriedly, "No, I have the money, Brother Yang, I will take care of those little bastards later." Yang Ling said calmly, "No need, I'll pay for it." The voice was so majestic that Black Snake was slightly stunned. He was a little moved and said, "Brother Yang, we didn't do anything but took 50,000 yuan from you. I really feel. Don't worry, the brothers are all sensible. From now on, you say a word and we will never frown no matter what happens." While adding his WeChat, Yang Ling said with a smile, "Who asked you to go through fire and water? Okay, I'll give you a phone number. It belongs to a friend of mine. You two can help me first." Chapter 116, Why don't you buy an excavator? He directly gave Jiang Hua's phone number to Haish and sent a WeChat message to him. After briefly explaining the matter, he waved his hand and sent Haish away. "Ding, you have fulfilled the Black Snake's wish to follow you. Wish value +1, current progress 910. Yang Ling raised the corner of his mouth. Seeing the two girls chattering, he simply calmed down and digested what he had just gained. Now he had 5 attribute points, so without any hesitation he added them directly to agility, bringing his agility to 30 points. Ding, the host's agility attribute has been detected to be an integer, and a random reward is being drawn for you. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Singing Mastered. Singing Mastery, you have mastered various singing techniques since the development of human beings. Yang Ling was overjoyed when he heard this. Finally I got a skill. Even though it's not a powerful combat skill, it's okay as long as I'm good at singing. In this way, in terms of talent, he has proficiency in musical instruments, dancing, and singing. If he can also be proficient in acting, coupled with his gradually improving charm, he will be a talented young man. When he was feeling proud of himself, Yang Shui suddenly pulled his sleeve and said expectantly with her big watery eyes, "Brother, I want to buy a car." "Buy a car?" Yang Ling was slightly stunned, turned his head and saw a BMW 4S store not far away. Because he already has a helicopter, and his agility will increase, it doesn't matter whether he buys a car or not, so he has never considered it. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ling asked in surprise, "Little sister, you are still a student, why do you need a car?" Yang Shui laughed and said, "If we have a car, if Xiaoi and I are followed by bad guys, we can run fast. Look how cute we are, maybe someone is planning something bad to us, right, Xiaoi?" Upon hearing this, Chinyi turned her head away quickly and pretended not to know her. "Just because you are cute, people will do bad things to you and then you should buy a car? According to you, all these cute girls on the street need a car?" Yang Ling looked at his sister with some disdain, but suddenly realized a problem. "I have offended a lot of people, and they are all thinking about dealing with me openly or secretly. If someone targets my sister, it would be much safer to have a car. Thinking of this, he chuckled and said, "Okay, safety first, I'll buy you one." Long live my brother. Let's go. Yang Shui was extremely happy, but Chen Yi behind her and the passers-by who accidentally heard their conversation were speechless. There is nothing wrong with a sister acting like a spoiled child and buying a car, but what is the weird train of thought of her brother? Safety first? Why don't you bring a helmet when you go out? Wouldn't it be safer to just buy an excavator? Looking at the stunned crowd around her, Chen Yi felt a little embarrassed and quickly chased after him with a red face. The BMW 4S store is considered a high-end place. As soon as the three of them entered the door, a clerk cordially called out, "Welcome." The saleswoman said with a professional smile, "How may I help you, sir?" Yang Shui chuckled and said, "Of course we came here to buy a car." Buy a car? Has the little sister stopped breastfeeding? Are you sure she didn't come in to get some water? The saleswoman complained in her heart, but still smiled and said, "Little sister, are your parents here?" Ha! Yang Shui was slightly stunned, then she hugged Yang Ling's arm and said with a giggle, "Look, this is my parent." Chapter 117. Young man, even if you want to show off, you should check your wallet. Ah? Your parents? The saleslady looked at Yang Ling and her heart skipped a beat. Oh my, this little brother is so handsome. Seeing that the woman was staring at him in a daze, Yang Ling thought that his charm had taken effect, so he touched his nose and said, "I am her brother. Do you have any cars suitable for girls to drive? Show me." "Oh, okay." The saleswoman quickly retracted her gaze and led the two to a red BMW. She introduced it with a smile. "This BMW 1 Series has bright colors and a moderate price. It is one of our best sellers. It's very suitable for girls to drive." Yang Ling didn't know much about cars. He looked at the price, 200,000, and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's too cheap. I'm afraid I won't be able to run fast enough if I run into danger." "Is there anything more expensive?" "Ah? You want to run fast if you're in danger?" The saleslady opened her mouth. She had been selling cars for so long, but this was the first time she heard someone choose a car this way. Many people in the store looked at the brother and sister. Seeing this, Chen Yi blushed and walked away quickly, pretending not to know them. The saleswoman thought Yang Ling was joking, and led them to a car and introduced it. "Sir, this BMW 5 Series accelerates faster than ordinary models, and it feels better to drive. If your sister is driving, you can customize a red car, which is quite suitable." When Yang Shui saw the price, 500,000, she was shocked and said, "Brother, is this the price?" Before he finished speaking, Yang Ling muttered to himself, "Well, the price is a bit low. Is there anything more expensive?" Stunned. This time, not only the saleslady but also her sister were stunned. "Oni-chan, I didn't say the price was low, what are you imagining?" Everyone looked over here, and many people had sneering expressions on their faces. This guy is wearing clothes worth $100, but he thinks a car worth $500,000 is too cheap. Are you here to make people laugh? Or is he causing trouble? If it was someone else, the saleslady would probably be irritated, but there was nothing she could do. Yang Ling had 7 points of charm, he was so handsome. The saleswoman brought Yang Ling and the other man to another BMW and introduced it. "Sir, these two top-of-the-line BMW X6s are priced at 825,000 yuan. They are larger and more stable and safe to drive. And both the acceleration and the handling feel are very good. We also have a red series specially prepared for girls. Would you like to test drive it?" Yang Ling looked at the two SUVs in front of him and smiled slightly. "Little sister, what do you think?" Yang Shui was a little overwhelmed at the moment. She whispered, "Brother, the price of this car is too." Halfway through her words, she realized that it would be embarrassing to say it was too expensive, so she pouted and said, "The car is too big. I don't like it." Hearing this, Yang Ling smiled and said to the saleswoman beside him, "My sister said the price is too cheap and the car is too big." Yang Shui blushed and wailed in her heart, "When did I ever say it was too cheap? Please don't misunderstand others casually, okay?" Everyone's eyes widened. "You look quite handsome, why are you so shameless? Even if you want to show off, you should check your wallet. Is this car too cheap? Then isn't my car a tractor?" Even the saleslady was a little unhappy. Isn't this handsome boy trying to make fun of me? However, Yang Ling had already walked to the front of a convertible sports car and asked with a smile, "What are the performance of this car? Can you introduce it?" Hiss. Everyone gasped when they saw this. Yang Ling actually fell in love with the new BMW i8. Chapter 118. Why is this a lot of money? The saleswoman was surprised and said, "First, sir, the cheapest price of this car is 1.8 million. You?" Yang Ling knew what she meant. He smiled faintly, looked at Yang Shui and said, "Little sister, do you like this one? It would be weird if you don't like such a beautiful sports car." Yang Shui nodded blankly and said with a stammer, "Brother, did you see the label? 1.8 million. At this time, some onlookers finally couldn't stand it anymore, and someone mocked, "Young man, there should be a limit to your pretense. You don't look like a rich man, why are you trying to be rich?" Another fashionable girl giggled and said, "Little brother, you are not yet an adult, right? I remind you to do things within your ability. If you are really that rich, buy me a 500,000 yuan car, and I will be willing to be your lover." Yang Ling glanced at the crowd indifferently, then his eyes fell on the car saleswoman, and smiled slightly. 1.8 million is the mid-range model, right? Well, I'll give you 2 million and help me upgrade all aspects of the configuration. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. This guy was pretending to be too serious. Is this kid suffering from delusional disorder? The saleswoman frowned and said impatiently, "Sir, there should be a limit to joking. You can see for yourselves. I still have to keep working." As he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly caught sight of Yang Ling's cell phone. The account balance above shows 6.5 million. She immediately gasped and exclaimed, You are really so rich." Yang Ling was surprised and asked, "Is this a lot of money? Speaking of which, are you guys selling the car? If not, I'll go somewhere else." "Ah. Sell, of course. Sir, please wait a moment." The saleswoman's attitude changed dramatically. Manager. Big business, please come quickly." The onlookers at the scene also widened their eyes and their jaws dropped in shock. "Hey man, if you have money, don't dress like this. It's easy to be misunderstood, okay? Please use the money you would have saved from buying a car to buy some clothes." Shen Yi's mouth opened into an O shape behind her, and Yang Shui's face was full of disbelief. She stammered, "Brother, are you really going to buy me this car?" Yang Ling asked curiously, "Don't you like it? What? Don't you want to buy a car again?" After taking a deep breath, Yang Shui suddenly threw herself on the BMW and shouted, "I want to buy it, I want to buy it, I want to buy it. This car is mine." Seeing her expression, Yang Ling smiled and shook his head. A moment later, the 4S store clerk drove out a red BMW i8 from the warehouse. It was top of the line and cost exactly 2 million after the discount. After completing the formalities, the sales lady almost wanted to hug Yang Ling and give him a few kisses. She could get tens of thousands of commissions from the sale of this car. Under normal circumstances, if it were another boss, it would be impossible to get such a big order without some unspoken rules. But the young man in front of him took it so easily, and paid the full amount without any interest. This young man was so handsome that she even secretly expected Yang Ling to make some request. Yang Ling seemed to understand what she meant, and smiled and shook his head at her, indicating that he was not interested. Hiss. The saleslady was so shocked by this smile that she froze in her place, with little stars in her eyes. "Brother, I want your WeChat." Chapter 119. I won the jackpot, didn't I? Ding, you have fulfilled Yang Shui's wish to buy a car, wish value +1, current progress, 1010. Ding, you have fulfilled the sales lady's wish to sell a car, wish value +1, current progress, 1110. Ding, you crushed the onlooker's wish to see you make a fool of yourself, attribute point +1. Yang Ling smiled slightly and was about to drive away when suddenly a fragrant breeze flashed in front of him and the young girl came to his side. She looked at Yang Ling with affectionate eyes and said, "Little brother, what's the point of bringing two little girls with you? Would you like to go for a drink with your sister?" Yang Ling glanced at her and smiled faintly. "Didn't you say I'm not an adult? Minors are not allowed to drink. Please find someone else." The girl chuckled, and suddenly stuffed a business card into Yang Ling's trouser pocket, and whispered in her ear, "Little brother, I'll wait for you tonight." After saying that, he chuckled and turned away. Yang Ling didn't care. He got in the driver's seat and drove away from the S4 store. Driving a BMW i8 sports car, Yang Shui attracted a lot of attention on the street, and she looked refreshed sitting in the passenger seat. Gusts of cool breeze blew towards her, making her long hair flutter in the air. She felt the envious gazes of the people around her, and felt both elated and proud in her heart. "Brother, why are you so powerful all of a sudden? Isn't it that I won the jackpot?" Yang Ling smiled and said, I am your brother and I am very capable. So, where do you want to go next? Yang Shui looked at Chen Yi in the back seat. Seeing her best friend shaking her head, she hesitated for a moment and said, buy cosmetics, clothes, and bags. I have a lot of things I want to buy. Yang Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't care about money. There were many ways to make money. After a while, the car arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. As there were no parking spaces, Yang Ling asked the parking lot manager. Unexpectedly, the manager saw that the car was so good that he directly gave Yang Ling a VIP parking space at the entrance of the shopping mall. Yang Ling thanked them, and under everyone's astonished gaze, he slowly walked into the gate with the two girls. In front of the Bolami counter, Yang Shui and Chen Yi were chattering while selecting cosmetics when suddenly a surprised voice came from behind them. Ha! Yang Shui? Chen Yi? What are you doing here? The two girls turned their heads to look, but their expressions froze. The people who came were a man and a woman. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old, the same age as them, while the man looked to be around 30 years old and was well-mannered. Teacher Song, Huan Lei. Yang Shui frowned and snorted, if you can come, why can't we? After the man glanced at Yang Shui, his eyes fixed on Chen Yi, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face, but Huan Lei giggled and said, yes, of course you can come. If I can't afford it, I can at least enjoy the sight, right? As for Bo Lu Mei, even if it's a free sample, it's dozens of times better than what you use. It's a waste not to use it, right? This woman's words were full of sarcasm. Chen Yi seemed a little afraid of her and quietly hid behind Yang Shui. Yang Shui was not a pushover. Upon hearing this, she snorted and said, Huan Lei, I don't need to tell you about your family's conditions, right? Teacher Song clearly liked Xiaoyi before, so it's fine if you just butt in, but you're also showing off in front of us by relying on the teacher's money? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? It turns out that Huang Lei and the teacher's surname Song were in a teacher-student relationship, and that teacher Song originally liked Chen Yi. Huang Lei often made trouble for Chen Yi because of this when they were in school. Yang Shui and Chen Yi were best friends, so naturally their relationship was very bad. Chapter 120, yes, one iPhone 10 for each person. Huang Lei's face darkened when she heard this. She seemed to be touched in a sore spot. She sneered and said, my family is poor, but I won't be as decadent as you. Besides, my teacher and I are in love with each other. What does it have to do with Chen Yi? Yang Shui, look at your outfit, it shouldn't be more than 200 yuan, right? How dare you say that to me? You're still pretending to buy cosmetics here. Can you take a look at the price? Are you worthy of being here? These words were spoken in a loud voice, and many people looked over. They commented on the way Yang Shui and Chen Yi were dressed, and shook their heads slightly. Even the salesperson at the counter sneered. Yang Shui blushed and said angrily, I am not qualified? Then you are qualified? A student doesn't study, and spends all day thinking about seducing men. You're just a vixen. Anyone who falls for you is blind. Yang Shui has always been tough. Her words made Huang Lei so angry that her face turned blue, and even Teacher Song's face turned grim. Huang Lei gritted her teeth and sneered, so what? What's the point of having good grades? I'm richer than you, I use better makeup than you, I wear better clothes than you, I have a better phone than you, and my boyfriend is even better than you. This is strength, this is the value of a woman. When we go out together, men will only look at me and not at you. I am 100 times more popular than you. Two poor girls, are you still talking about great principles here? Get out of my way. My boyfriend is going to buy me some makeup. You. Yang Shui's face turned red with anger, and Chen Yi clenched her fists and lowered her head, probably because she was hit hard by these words. Upon seeing this, Teacher Song hurried forward and said, Xiaoyi, Huang Lei and I are a little closer, but it's not what you think. You are all my students, give me a chance to explain, okay? I'll buy you some cosmetics too, okay? We can drink juice together later. Before he could say anything, Yang Shui pushed him away. You scumbag, you are not allowed to touch Xiaoyi. Chen Yi looked up at him and said with tears in her eyes, Teacher Song, you always kept me here for tutoring and sent me messages every night. I thought it was for my studies. But after the news about you and Huang Lei spread, I knew that you must have other intentions. I have never liked you, please don't harass me anymore. Teacher Song's face changed when he heard this, and he looked at Chen Yi and fell silent. At this time, Yang Ling was walking unsteadily with two packaged iPhone XS in his hands. Seeing a group of people gathered in front of him, he hurried over. After squeezing through the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaomei and Chenyi were fine. Not knowing what was going on, he smiled and handed the phone to the two girls, saying, "Here, an iPhone 10 for each of you, and I've recharged 1,000 yuan for your expenses. Are you satisfied this time?" The originally awkward atmosphere was broken at once, and everyone's eyes widened. Where did this guy come from? One iPhone 10 per person? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Yang Shui took the phone angrily and stuffed the other one into Chenyi's arms, but her eyes were still looking at the two people in front of her angrily. Yang Ling frowned, but before he could ask, Huang Lei sneered, "Oh? You just said you were a good student, but it turns out you already have a lover? Each of you has an iPhone 10, that's great, you two are trying to seduce men together, do you still have any shame?"